kind of in your brain. You know, the taboo is I might not have a problem with going to a burning ground and just grabbing a couple dead bodies and
Well, this is the thing. In earlier, like in a lot of the Vedic texts, they talk about the taboo of eating meat. Like,
mm-hmm.
would anyone here view the slaughtering of a chicken and eating chicken as a
Exactly.
taboo? Because, like,
Exactly.
the Tantras make a big deal of just that, right?
Yeah.
Like, but
Yeah.
in a Hindu context, that would be extreme,
Which
you
is one
know?
of the reasons why I bring why I'm glad you brought this up. Which I think it's funny. Well, I get what Ammon's doing. I really actually understand it on a really deep level because I've uh, you know uh, it's really difficult to explain this. It's like when you how do you initiate somebody, you guys?
Right.
How do I really do it to where you're gonna start like viewing the reality in a different way
Yeah.
after this experience is done? How do you start to change your language where I'm reborn? I'm born again.
Yeah,
That's a
right. We were
huge
talking about
deal.
this the other day too, right? Like we have to get into a mindset where we're not afraid to die, where we can let our spirit leave our bodies
Yeah,
in a
that's good.
very like in a literal sense, right? And the other thing, like I think what Amon is doing is we asked him for the magic, okay? And if you
Hmm.
go to the magic is feminine, right? It comes from the divine feminine in the Indian tradition, in the Norse tradition, in the Greek tradition. You know,
There's something that I wanted to bring up because this is an area that I don't have any experience in, so I have to take. He has to be the leader, and I have to just watch. That's how I observe. That's how I learn. And I sit and in the circle of the teacher, and if I can learn something from him while I sit in his circle, then I keep sitting in that circle and keep learning from him. And one of the things is in all the things I have learned so far is that spirits are fooled super easy. And you could put a fake paper crown on your head and they'll believe you're a king. You just tell them I'm a king. See this crown I got? And they
Speaking
have
of
to believe you. They
speaking
have
of
to.
speaking of kings and rulers, to kind of get us back into what we were talking about before, you mentioned that that one verse where it's talking about the rulers or like the sons of God and how they each have a different land that they rule over.
Yes, yes.
So yeah, actually pull that up here if y'all want to if we want to read through and then we can discuss it
Yeah,
a bit.
we were just changing the topic since you um, had
Yeah,
some difficulties there.
yeah, no worries. So here y'all want to finish that thought before we?
No, let's go ahead. This
no,
is
yeah,
fine.
let's
We
move
can
on.
come back
It's
to it
all good.
later.
All right.
Yeah,
So let's see. Uh, okay. Do you thus requite the Lord, O foolish people and unwise? Is it not he thy is not he is he not your father that bought thee? Literal here, let me see. I think the word would be wait, hello hu aviav kanecha, that acquired. In this context, it means like redeemed. Has he not made thee and established thee? Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask thy father, and he will recount it to thee, thy elders, and they will tell thee. When the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. So listen to this. The sons of Adam, he sets the bounds of the people, all the people. So here, let's see. Bnei Adam. So mankind, Yatsev is hewed or is like carved into gvulot, borders or boundaries. Gvulot, I mean the boundaries of the people. Lemispar b'nei Israel, according to the sons of Israel. Now, the reason this is notable is because the sons of Israel, there's 70 children or 70 Israelites who go into Egypt, and there's also 70 sons of El and Asherah.
That's what I thought there it was. That's what I thought I was talking about. I wanted to ask you, is that what you think too?
Yeah,
yeah,
there's definite parallels.
The sons of Adam, right? Sons of El. Like
Uh,
the 70 sons. 16
I
is it
mean,
60 or 70?
70. So when it's saying the sons of Adam, it's just referring to literally the Bnei Adam, the humanity.
Not
So-
like in Genesis when it says I'm brain farting on it. I think you know what I'm talking about when it says that there are 670 sons of God.
the 70 Bnei Elohim. Here, it might be further down. So, let's see. Ki chelak Adonai amo. For the portion of the Lord is his people. Yaakov chevel nachlato. So Jacob is like the portion or is the lot of his inheritance. So he found him in a desert land and in the waste, howling wilderness. Interesting. Be'eretz. So he found him in a land in a deserted land, and Tavohu. Oh wait.
What is the waste, howling wilderness?
Okay, this is interesting.
Yeah, that sounds wild.
Betohu, and in Tohu, Yalal Yeshimon. Let's see.
What does it mean by howling?
So let's see. Probably Yalal. I'm guessing. Yeah, howling.
Like Hecate?
When I think of howling, I also think of Dionysus Bromios. The howler.
Yeah, and like Hecate is always in the company of howling dogs.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Hecate is always in. Yeah, it's a very Saturnian symbol.
It's the same ceremony. It's they're supposed to be howling dogs were supposed to be the protectors of one of the I can't remember right now. They're protectors of one of the goddess shrines. I think it's one of the Aphrodite cults, one of these virgin cults. They have like crazy wild dogs that protect them.
Yeah, and also another thing, you have this association with dogs in the wilderness, as well as
time to ask the AI.
As well as the corrupt woman. Well, sorry, just the corrupt woman, and this idea of being exiled into the wilderness so that she can be purified.
But it could also just mean like the winds like howling in like a desert.
Well, so one thing that is interesting, this is a Hapax legomenon.
What does that mean?
It only appears once here.
I've never even heard that phrase before. What is a Hapax legomenon?
Yeah, explain this to me. This sounds weird. I've never heard this.
So here, let me pull.
Is that just a phrase that occurs once?
Yeah. So
okay.
So it's a term which, only one instance of the use is recorded.
Okay, cool. That is a badass word, though. Hapax legomenon.
Yeah.
Yeah, very cool.
I like that. It's a cool nickname.
Let's see. So where we're at. Oh, yeah. So
that'd make a good band name.
Right?
This is the famous passage. Okay, so in the Tohu Yala, so in the howling chaos, and in howling chaos, Yeshimon Shaman. In the howling chaos of in the howling chaos of the wilderness, Yisovevenhu, he led him around, I think. Yeah, he marched him around or led him around. Yevonenehu, what's this? Being. He instructed or caused him to understand. So it's talking about him metaphorically as the Israelites in the wilderness. So he instructed him, Yitzarnehu, and he kept watch over him. Ke'ishon Eina.
He's talking about the Lord, right? When he's saying he all the time.
Yeah, so it's saying he guarded him like the Ishon Eino, like the Ishon of his eye. And so the Ishon, it's this is really interesting.
What's the wilderness word again before you move on?
Yeshimon, which it's interesting because let's see, Yeshimo. Okay, so this is from like Shim or Shamam.
Can you go down a little bit? Any other meanings for wilderness? Waste or wilderness, wanderings, returning exiles in the waste of a desert. Okay, never mind.
So anyway, so this word ishon, it actually typically gets translated as the apple of his eye, but it literally means the pupil of the eye, or literally like, so a pupil is like you're raising someone in your image, but it's also the thing which what you're looking at is reflected back into. So there's some really interesting stuff there. But as an eagle stirs up her nest. So notice here it's also comparing God. And notice the language here.
It just changes from he to her.
Yeah, and keep in mind, it's referring to Yud He Vav He. It's not talking about, which it's interesting because you actually have this understanding that the Yud, the first Yud, and the last He are polarities. So the first Yud is masculine and the last He is feminine. I mean, arguably the Vav is masculine and the second or the first He is feminine as well, but it's all about the first and the last.
Wow.
So
is that a reference to Jesus?
No. They
the
just
Alpha and the Omega?
No, just co-opted the language. So the idea of the first and the last, it refers to the first is God, and this is arguable, but basically that wisdom, it talks about wisdom as Sof ma'aseh v'machshava tehila, the last of his actions, but the first of his thoughts.
Wow.
Interesting.
And that's very clear connections to the idea of Sophia as the last archon, who then creates Yaldabaoth.
Or Athena?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The last thought, right? Like the pronoia?
Oh, interesting. And then also it says, was it
That's crazy, Gnostic.
Nasachti merosh mikedem haaretz. There's wisdom that says this, but I was poured out from the merosh, from the head, mikedem, from the origin, haaretz, of the earth.
Wow.
So, Kanesher Yair, as an eagle, like wakes her nest. So it's literally talking about her chicks in her nest. So as an eagle awakens her nest, al gozal tav. Okay, this is wait, what? This doesn't make sense because here it's in gozal tav. It almost seems like it's implying that this is a. Okay, this is really fascinating because gozal tav means his nestlings or his young. So literally here, I'm
starting to think of Ganymede right now.
How?
Yeah, right? In Garuda.
Because it's talking about an eagle and young and bearing him on the pinions, and it's calling him a he and a her in the same. I don't know. There's some weird suggestive phraseology going on here.
Yeah.
No, it's talking about.
A second ago, he was a he and he's doing this, and now it's a she who's an eagle with
so that's
young
the thing.
birds.
It doesn't actually have any feminine language. It's only within the typology of the language. It's only the narrative that's feminine.
Okay, so that's a bit different.
So this isn't like as an eagle-less. This is like as an.
No, I know it's a male because eagles are male. Typically, you would just imagine it male, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because Zeus
what
is
is this
male
part
eagle.
On the next line here about the strange god?
Oh, interesting. So anyway, so as a eagle who awakens her nest upon their nestlings, Yerachef, she hovers or they hover. Wait, this says broods over her young, but literally hovers above her young. Yiprosh, spread, knafav, his, or I'm just going to say there because it's easier. Their wings are yakachehu, are like stretched out or
to take a wife.
Oh no!
To marry her, to take a wife away. What does that mean?
Is no? So it says spreads. Oh, so she takes them, Yeshayahu, she lifts them up al avrato, upon her pinions or her wings.
But it's God that's it's a male eagle god, so it's Zeus as a eagle. That's why I'm getting the Ganymede and Garuda here, because
Interesting.
Ganymede, when he gets abducted, he's the male like sex slave of Zeus. And he's
Yep.
so beautiful that all the other gods are fighting over him.
Oh my god.
And God transforms into an eagle to take him up to heaven as his own private, like, you're mine, you work for me now, you serve cups for me, serve the Soma cup. That's why it's Ganymede and Garuda.
So I think I figured it out. So who do y'all think this? Well, here, let's read it first. So Adonai badad yanchenu. So the Lord or Yahweh alone. Oh, sorry, one second. The Lord alone or Yahweh alone. Yanachehu Nacha led or guided them. The Ain Imo. Oh. Okay, this is interesting. I think this might be a play on words. The Ain Imo El Nechar. So the Ain, and there was not Imo with them, or wait, with him. Okay, this is interesting. Oh, well, no, but him being Jacob, so him being them. So, and there was not with them El Nechar, and El, a god, Nechar, a foreign god. So what's interesting here is I think you could argue that this is a play on words. Ve'ein imo El Nechar, and there was not, what is it? And there was not his mother, El Nechar, a foreign god.
Oh,
given that's like a you would have to use like midrash in order to argue that, because you would have to change the ayin into an aleph. But the point is that there are clear. I mean, like literally, imo means his mother, but if you spell it with an aleph. But I do think that it's implying that Asherah was not with Yahweh when this happened. Not because she wasn't, but because the Deuteronomists need to say that she isn't in order to get rid of her worship.
I think you could be onto something. It's definitely a possibility.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we can't know any of this for certain, unfortunately.
Yeah, without more direct evidence. But it's a cool thing to speculate, right?
Definitely. So y'all have any thoughts on this?
This was still in reference to God separating up the 40 nations, right?
Yeah. About how Jacob is Yahweh's portion. So let's see if there's anything more. So, okay. He made him ride on the high places of the earth, and he ate the produce of the fields, and he made him suck honey out of the rock and oil out of the flinty rock. What? This is interesting. Is this talking about honey out of the rock?
What in the world did you just stumble on, dude?
Suck honey out of the rock? Like, that sounds like drugs.
There's no other way to interpret this. I'm sorry. I just kind of jump in here. When you first of all, shamanism and riding on high places of the earth. We're talking about wickedness on high places. We're talking about drugs that grow on mountains. We're talking about when you use them, you probably feel like you're flying. So there's quite a few suggestive phrases right there, and just he made him ride on high places of the earth. Sounds like some magic carpet riding.
And he ate the produce of the fields.
Boom.
And he
Second
made him
one.
suck honey out of the rock.
What kind
and
of honey
oil
can you
out,
get?
The one that confuses is the oil out of the flinty rock, because the
Dude.
other ones are clear drug references. But
Holy crap. Okay.
What does that mean?
Okay, hold on here. Where's Chris Bennett at when you need him?
Well, okay, wow. Okay, so we need to read this in Hebrew. So Yarkibehu, he caused him to ride. So this is saying that God caused the Israelites to ride. Keep in
Like a
mind,
horse.
talking about Sinai.
Like riding like a horse, right? Sounds kind of...
To mount, and sit or ride, to ride, be riding, rider, to cause to
There's
ride.
nothing else you could ride back then. We don't got cars, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be a
But the
donkey.
thing is, so war chariot.
War chariot. Yeah, see, there we go.
Yeah.
Some Scythian stuff going on here. Some Minoans.
So, I mean, so this just means to ride. It doesn't specify on a chariot. That's just one of the contexts. But
Okay.
so he caused them to ride al bamate, upon the bamot, upon bamate aretz, or bemote aretz, upon the heights of the earth, or the high places of the earth.
Does that mean like a Noah's Ark kind of thing? You said a boat?
No, bamot.
Oh, I thought you said a boat.
No, bamot. So so like if you so a bima in Judaism, or you actually, I think it's no, so bima, I think it actually is taken from Greek, but basically you have this what is it? It's this idea of it's a platform that's lifted up, but in ancient times it referred to the high places where people would sacrifice to God, but also to Asherah. But listen to this. So he caused them to ride upon the high places of the earth. Vayochal tuvuna, vayochal, and he ate. Tanuva, the produce. And this is what's interesting. It's not Shadeh or Sadeh. Is it Sadai? Okay, no. So this is Sadai, but without the Masoretic track, without the Masoretic text, you know what this could also read? Shaddai.
Oh, interesting.
So, and he ate the produce, or the harvest. Or no, that's tevuata. So this is tenuva. Tevuna, tenuva. It's a definite play on words, right? Tenuva, tevuna.
I don't know. You tell me. You're the expert.
Well, no, but like that's what I'm saying. It's literally tevuna, tenuva. Like, it doesn't take a linguistic expert to figure out.
Of course. Yeah, no, I agree. What does that mean though? What's the similarity mean?
So tevun. Oh wait, no. Hold on. So this is interesting. So tevuna is connected with understanding. What I was thinking of is tevuata is harv. Wait, actually, here I need to look this up because I am. Let's see. Tevuata. Tevuata Hebrew.
I'm still wrapping my head around sucking on some rocks right now.
Sorry. Yeah, that's what I'm still confused by this oil thing. And when I went to go search, everyone just keeps giving metaphoric meanings about the abundance of nature. I'm like, fuck off.
That makes no sense, man. Come on.
Okay, so anyway,
I'm not
hear me
stupid.
out.
But that's just a cursory Google search. So
yeah, but come on, that's what people always say.
So what if this is vayochal and he ate tenuvot, the produces, because this is plural, the produces of Shaddai, the breasts. Vayenikehu yanak. I think I'm onto something.
And he ate the breast.
And he suckled Devash, honey, misela, from the rock.
Ooh.
Wait, hold on.
Serious.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let's read this. Let's read this in context of that. So he made him ride to the high places of earth, and he made him suckle on a breast?
Well, keep in mind, in this context, what's it saying? How can you connect the breasts with the Selah?
I don't know.
So Shaddai is breast, Selah is rock. what rocks are breasts?
You got me, man.
Mountains. And what are mountains?
Mother Rhea.
High places.
Yeah,
That's what
true.
I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah.
Adrastea is one of the mountaintops in Greece on Mount Ida that's often associated with these high places because it's one of the places that they would do a lot of the temple sacrifices on top of a mountain.
I was thinking about Mount Hebron, and Mount Hebron is famous for having these indigenous plants which are hallucinogenic
Wait.
Oh,
and
really?
honey.
Wait,
And
do you
there's
mean
fighting over it.
wait, do you mean Hermon?
Hermon, sorry, yeah, Mount Hermon, sorry. And there's fighting over who gets to control the honey because it's very lucrative between like
Interesting.
Israel and Lebanon.
You
You
think
can
that
tell
like,
it's like the same kind of practice going on, right? Everyone's doing this stuff on the mountaintops, whatever these mysteries are.
yeah, because think about it. If anyone catches you, you can just run down the other side. Just skip away like Pan, like, haha, not going to get me.
What is the? I'm missing the. There's a big leap here from 12 and 13 to where God's leading him and making sure that there's no other strange gods, and it's using a word, a pretty. Yeah, the word "strange gods" here is kind of thrown in there. So there's not supposed to be other gods.
Just real quick before I forget this, because I did forget it before.
Yeah.
I think where it's saying there were no strange gods with him, it's basically what it's saying is the eagle, this mother eagle, it was Yahweh. See the one who fed him in the high places of the earth with the produce of the fields, and let him suck honey out of the earth and oil out of the flinty rock. Yeah, that wasn't Asherah, that was Yahweh. And then I'm sure if we go down, it's going to be something else that is typically associated with Asherah that is actually Yahweh.
So it's like switching up, like you would normally get suckling honey from the breast from Asherah on these mountaintops from these Asherah cults, but instead now it's not. It's Zeus. I mean, it's Yahweh.
Yeah,
that's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, like that's what
we're not there yet, but you're saying the switch up's gonna come. Right?
Yeah, that's what the text is spitting out to me. I mean,
okay, I'm following you. I dig it.
So, another thing that's interesting is honey out of the rock. I mean, what is that?
Yeah, I don't understand. So I thought it was. That's what it's saying, though, right? That's what it means, like suckling a breast.
Okay, this is huge. So I wonder, because this actually, so this next verse, so Vishemen mechalamish sur, so an oil from flint, sur, and then sur means rock, but it also means, let's see, where is it? Should be here somewhere. Well, it's also Tyre. Sur is Tyre. So I wonder if there's like any oil near Tyre and Lebanon. That would be really
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What? You wonder. You don't. Tyre doesn't. Tyre like
you know they got oil.
Yeah.
You mean like the purple Murex snail? That's the major manufacturing center for it.
No, but this is specifically saying flint oil. So basically,
what does that even mean, though?
Petroleum.
How were they manufacturing petroleum back then?
Well, no, but so have you heard about the theory that so you know the whole battle between Elijah and the prophets of Baal? Here, let me pull that up.
Well, hold on a second. I asked the AI what this could mean. Check this out. It says the phrase oil from flint is mentioned in the book of Exodus in reference to the miracle of the burning bush.
What?
It doesn't know what it's talking about.
It says God revealed to Moses that he had chosen him to lead the Israelites out of slavery in Egypt, and in this context, oil from the flint likely refers to the type of oil that was obtained from a type of stone called flint to light lamps in ancient times.
Deuteronomy 32:13. See if that makes a difference.
Wait. Did it say oil that was?
Yeah, it's for the flint that they use for lamp oil.
So this is interesting because here, let me see if I can pull up this as well. This is actually one of the things that I forget why I got really interested in this. But there's this one reference in I think it's Second Maccabees to something called Nephthar, and Nephthar is naphtha. And we know that Nepht was being used in Avestan fire temples for lighting their sacred fires.
Oh yeah. Okay, I needed to refresh you there what Neph was. Okay.
How do you spell that?
Just type in NEFT because when you try to get Nephthar, it's just going to kind of.
What was Neft?
Naphtha, or basically like a petroleum byproduct, basically crude. I mean, probably something derived from crude, but I don't know enough about.
It's like a type of oil.
It's called it's naphtha, so NAPHTHA.
Yeah, that's what. But what's it called in the Bible?
Mm.
We can't hear you, Ariel.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. So, it's called Nephthar in Maccabees.
Okay, I'll just put in naphtha.
So check this out. So, let's see. Okay. Now summon. Let's see. Yeah, wait. Oh, wait. When Ahab caught sight of Elijah, Ahab said to him, "Is that you troubler of Israel?" He retorted, "It is not I who have brought trouble on Israel, but you and your father's house, by forsaking the commandments of the Lord and going after the Baalim."
What are Baalim?
The Baals.
The statues.
Yeah. And now summon all Israel to join me at Mount Carmel. Now this is key. Mount Carmel. Together with the 450 prophets of Baal and the 400 prophets of Asherah who eat at Jezebel's table. Ahab sent orders to all the Israelites and gathered the prophets at Mount Carmel. Elijah approached all the people and said, "How long will you keep hopping between two opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him, and if Baal, follow him." Which is stupid because they were both understood as being synonymous at that time.
So can you let's okay, so this is literally the main discussion of our topic tonight. It seems to me that even in their own groups back then, because we're talking about groups, right? We're talking about nation states, we're talking about tribes, we're talking about groups of people that have got these egregores that have been around for however long. And now all of a sudden they're arguing. It's not that these gods aren't the same anymore. When they used to be the same name. It used to be the same guy. It used to be the same girl. It used to be, but now we can't be in the same room together anymore. You know, it almost seems to me like the same kind of Hercules jacking the mystery from the female virgin cults thing going on here. There's suddenly a separation, even in and the people and the tribes are the ones who are arguing about it.
Yeah,
the 400 prophets from the one tribe and the 400 prophets from the other tribe. These are not the small guys. These are the prophets.
Yeah,
these are the leaders. Okay. It's using a phrase prophet here. That means these are some heavy hitters. These are the guys who they're bringing their whole families with them and tribes and all the people that come along with it. So if this guy says he's the prophet and he says, "Fuck you, we worship Baal," then a lot of people are going to be put to the sword.
Yeah.
So this is huge. So this ties back to Hosea. So this is Yahweh speaking. "And now I will uncover her lewdness in the sight of her lovers, and none shall deliver her out of my hand. I will also bring all her mirth to an end, her feast days, her new moons, and her Sabbaths, and all her appointed times. And I will blight her vines and her fig trees."
Okay, so like I said, we're Aphrodite again, and we're back in the Garden of Eden.
And we know the fig tree produces DMT.
And we're talking about the garden. We're talking about the girdle.
About?
We're talking about Aphrodite.
Tree does.
We're burning bush here. We got the oil from the flint here. How else can you extract the oil for the DMT? You need some kind of naphtha, guys.
Where are you getting that from? Because
P.D. Newman.
No, fig tree. This isn't acacia. This is figs.
No, but I like the Bodhi tree in India is a fig tree and it produces DMT. I wonder if this fig tree also produces DMT. If one species of fig tree does.
I'm getting the DMT from the burning bush because it's not P.D. Newman that says that, but it's Benny Shannon.
Yeah, but where's the burning bush in this?
The flint oil reference when I asked the AI says that the only other reference is from Exodus when Moses uses the reference oil from flint in context of the burning bush.
Here, I'll have to check that out. Does it say where it's from? Which verse?
No.
But the other thing is the whole idea of cursing the fig tree. That's what Jesus does. Like literally, he's just taking it from this. And so, like at the end of the day, what I think that like you basically just have. The more I see this, I'm honestly kind of convinced. Well, so the only thing is this kind of goes back against the idea of Jesus being a prophet of Asherah, because if that were the case, why would he be cursing the fig tree? Like,
but doesn't the fig tree represent Israel in that context? I've heard that said by several scholars.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe in that context, it's not like her fig trees; it's talking about like her being Israel.
Mm-hmm.
But concerning which she has said, "These are my rewards that my lovers have given me, and I will make them a forest, and the wild beasts shall eat them." So yeah, that's the idea. You see in the Hellenistic period that in Jubilees that the garden that Adam and Eve had to keep away the wild beasts from eating the garden. And I will visit upon her the days of the Baalim, on which she burned incense to them, and she decked herself with her earrings and her jewels, and she went after her lovers and forgot me, says the Lord. Therefore, behold, I will allure her and bring her into the wilderness and speak tenderly to her, and will give her her vineyards from there, and the valley of Achor, which is interesting because Achor, interesting. If it's spelled with an aleph, I think it means donkey, but in this context, it means disturbance or trouble. Let's see. And she shall respond there, as in the days of her youth, as in the days when she came up out of the land.
You said it says donkey?
If it's spelled a different way.
Okay.
What's going on here? Can we go back a couple of things? Because why are we talking about uncovering a woman and bringing her into the freaking vineyard? And
it's this idea of like a purification through shame.
Who's doing this to who?
Yahweh, probably to Asherah.
This sounds like such a Saturnian rite.
What is going on here?
Yeah.
So check this out. V'haya yom hahu, and it shall be on that day, ne'um Adonai, and thus says the Lord, Tikrai Ishi, you will call me Ishi, my man, or like my man, but my husband. Velo Tikrai li, and you will not call me Od Be'ali, you will not call me my Baal, my master. For I will take the names of the Baalim out of her mouth, and they shall no longer be mentioned by their name. So what this is,
whoa, what is that? That's confusing. For I will take.
Yeah.
What does that mean? So it's like getting rid of the names of the statues?
I mean, so
by marrying Asherah, he like is able to no longer have to acknowledge the gods?
It sounds like also what happened with Jesus when Jesus got, his name conquered all the names now.
Oh, could this be like, how in the Sumerian tradition, the feminine is supreme and the feminine was appointing the king? Could this be Yahweh usurping that role because no longer addressing Asherah as my master, he's now the master?
Well, like no. What it's saying is, no longer will you call me Baal. You have to call him, like. So this is a reason why, because the idea is that back then, even the name, Yod-Heh Vav-Heh was still so holy, and so they were using other names to refer to him. One of them was Baal. One of them was Adon.
Okay.
And with a connection to Adon, you have the possible that gets turned into Adonis by the Greeks, and that's possibly the connection to Dionysus.
Yeah, okay. I see now. All right. Interesting. It just gets confusing because there's so many different ways to refer to Yahweh.
Well, first of all, what's going on here with why is she the one who has the power to have the statues or the names in her mouth?
I think it's literally saying that, like, he's taking the vocabulary of Baal out of her mouth so that she can't say Baal anymore. Basically, it's this idea that he's essentially making it so she. I mean, here's how I'm reading it. It almost seems like this is the purification of Asherah into the Shekhinah.
Yeah, I'm honestly having trouble following what's going on here. There's so much suggestive phrases, but it's not really explaining who and what is happening. It's using all these she and it's going to be like this, and it's very allegorical. I mean, it's very metaphorical. It's always using metaphors to describe everything.
Let's see. So
it's like, first of all, we know that Dionysian rites are done in the vineyards, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's talking about uncovering a woman and exposing her in a vineyard. And it's also in this next sentence talking about the names of the statues, right?
That's another thing from the Dionysian rites. You always have to know the true name and the true profession.
Right. There's a lot going on here. That's what I'm saying. I'm having trouble actually following this. Like, there's some deep cult stuff like kind of packed in here that I'm not really.
Do you have the ears to hear? Right?
Yeah, I'm hearing it. Right.
Wait,
you guys, yeah, right. Because I'm like back in the Garden of Eden right now,
or the Garden of Gethsemane.
Oh.
Right.
Oh, no, I'm serious though. Think about it.
No, you're right. Had to go there. You're damn right, Ariel.
Why are we uncovering somebody anyway in the first place? Why would you do that?
And this idea of taking the names, I think this is usurping their power, right? This is a binding ritual. They're doing necromancy to bind these other gods to Yahweh, right? Like, this is classic Greco-Roman necromancy.
Wow, this is wild.
Dude, you just look at the next sentence.
Well, I changed it back. So this is back to 1 Kings. So this is Elijah. So then Elijah said to the people, I am the only prophet of Yahweh left, while the prophets of Baal are 450 men. Let 2 young bulls be given to us. Let them choose one bull, cut it up and lay it on the wood, but let them not apply fire. I will prepare the other bull and lay it on the wood and will not apply fire. You will then invoke your God by name, and I will invoke the Lord Yahweh by name. And let us agree. Oh, wait. What is this? And it shall be, or let us agree. The God who responds with fire, that one is God. Wait. Okay, this is interesting.
It's the Matis Yahoo verse right here.
Yeah. So Bishet. Vani, and I will call in the name of the Lord. And wait. Okay. So. Wait, I will invoke the Lord by name, V'haya, and it will be Ha'elohim Asher Ya'ana, so that the God that answers that. Okay, this is so it's saying Ha'elohim, the Elohim that answers by fire or in fire, he is Ha'elohim. So it's using Elohim in both contexts to say one of the gods and God, like capital G God and lower G God.
Can you say that? Say that with the way you just rephrased it then.
Okay, basically, okay, so the one who answers by fire, or the Elohim that answers by fire, he is Elohim.
So Elohim would be plural though in this context, the first one.
Yes.
So it's like the gods who answer by fire, not the god.
This is some volcano shit right here. We're seeing we're seeing.
Yeah. See, what's this?
His earliest incarnation.
There's not very many times when God just appears as fire.
No.
Okay, and what I'm thinking here, first of all, is jinn, because jinn are smokeless fire.
Interesting. Wait, smokeless? Wait, where are you getting the smokeless from?
That's just something I know from reading demonology
jinn are
books.
said to be made of smokeless fire in the Islamic tradition. It's not in the text, though.
No, what I'm saying is, was there any mention of lack of smoke here?
Well, if God's going to appear as fire, it doesn't say he's a pillar of smoking fire. It says he just appears as fire.
I mean,
He's not. I mean, in the context, he'd be burning a bull, but like in the context of the first fire, the first altar that Adam sets up, right when he appears as fire, he's not burning anything. It's just an altar. It's an altar of fire, right? Altar of stone with fire on it.
So, yeah, I mean, maybe. So,
anyway, yeah, go ahead.
Let's see. And all the people answered, very good. Elijah said to the prophets of Baal, choose one bull and prepare it first, for you are the majority. Invoke your God by name, but apply no fire. They took the bull that was given them. They prepared it and invoked Baal by name from morning until noon, shouting, O Baal, answer us. But there was no sound and none who responded. So they performed a hopping dance about the altar that had been set up. Let's see, what's this? So they passed over upon the Mizbeach Asher Asad that they did, or that they had set up. The interesting that, yeah, I guess is saying the passing over is, there must be another context to this. I don't know. Anyway, when noon came, Elijah mocked them, saying, shout louder. After all, he is a god. So, Eliyahu Vayomer, call out to him in your voice, in a large voice, because Elohim, because he is God. It's interesting. Like Elijah straight up is say, like, using those words that Elohim is Baal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, obviously, it's understood as sarcastic, but it's also true.
Yeah, it's interesting.
but let's see. After all, he is a god, but he may be in conversation. He may be detained, or he may be on a journey, or perhaps he is asleep and will wake up. So they shouted later and gashed them louder and gashed themselves with knives and spears according to their practice until the blood streamed over them. When noon passed, they kept raving. Okay, this is interesting. This word for raving,
let me see
literally prophesying. That the word rave and prophecy are the same.
First of all, who else cuts himself? I talked with Ammon about this. There's only 2 other people in the Bible that cut themselves.
Abraham.
No.
I mean,
does Abraham cut himself?
Yeah.
What does he cut himself for? Oh, no, that's not in the same context, though. We're talking about the boy in the garden who's applying a certain kind of drug where it's required that he cuts himself to apply the poison.
No, that's true. Yeah.
And we're also talking about the raving man that's possessed with demons in the cave cemetery.
Right.
He's also cutting himself in the same way. And Jesus is like, hey, buddy, you're doing it wrong. I'm going to have to cast those demons out of you. So, why do you think that guy would be doing that? There's only one other guy who's cutting himself in the same way.
Well, and look at the context of where he's found. He's found in the cemetery. Yeah.
And he's
this
raving.
Would be something I think you would see, because you see this in the Indian traditions, where you mostly in literature, but even to this day, where people who have damaged themselves from too much meditation and drugs, and then, they need to be have their demons cast out.
Yeah, there was a research little documentary that was done about the Agori. Mm-hmm. And one of the studies that came out was because they have like a type of mad cow disease from eating those dead bodies.
Oh, Kuru?
Yeah, because you can contract it from eating dead things, So they had they're laughing and going a little crazy.
Yeah, they're getting spongy form of the brain.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. Yeah, no.
Well, so I'd like to just keep in mind here that this is something that we haven't heard talked about in the Bible a whole lot. We're talking about there's how many prophets here that are gathered to do this? There's a lot of people here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're both sacrificing bulls. It's not just one of us. It's like, have you ever seen somebody slice up a bull?
Yeah, the amount of blood is absurd.
Have you ever seen something like that? You've ever seen a bull? They're powerful animals. Yeah. And it's not just like 1 or 2 guys to take a bull out. It's like a whole deal. Everyone's gonna profit from it. It's a lot of meat. It's a lot of blood. It's a lot of stuff that's going to come out of just one bull. So if I'm going to sacrifice a bull to my God, that animal's screaming a whole lot. The energy, you got to understand the energy of sacrificing an animal like that. This would be an intense scene. And then not only are they not, it's not working. They've been doing it all day. Probably pretty gross at this point. Blood's kind of cold. Now they got to cut themselves. It's like, he's not listening. We got to call him again. Baal's not listening. We got to cut ourselves now. And we're dancing more and we're going raving mad now. And Elijah's mocking everybody, saying, look at these guys. That's your God. You can't even do anything, guys. Look at. Think about that would be like. There's a whole bunch of people watching, and you got a guy like Elijah going, watch what's going to happen here. They're going to mess up. My God's going to come. Because he does, right?
Yeah. So then Elijah said to all the people, come closer to me. And all the people came closer to him. He repaired the damaged altar of the Lord. Then Elijah took 12 stones corresponding to the number of the tribes of the sons of Jacob, to whom the word of the Lord had come. Israel shall be your name. And with the stones, he built an altar in the name of the Lord. Around the altar, he made a trench large enough for two seahs of seed.
What does that mean?
Oh.
Talking about the same kind of hemp seeds or something?
It could also be.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow. They're
That's not what
children,
they're doing.
guys.
What? You're right. Whoa, Ariel. Are you kidding me?
I don't know. It's just one meaning.
Oh,
what,
no.
what?
You know
there's
that's
no
what
other meaning there.
You know that's
Sowing
what they're
time?
doing.
They're sacrificing time on the altar. That doesn't make any sense.
Or their descendants, or their children, right? Like it's either semen or actual children.
But it could also be literal seeds.
It doesn't say that though.
No, like, the second meaning is seed.
Oh, okay. It does say that.
Yeah, cultivated land.
Okay, well then we're talking about cannabis seeds then. Because there's no other seeds than that, or there's henbane seeds, there's cannabis seeds. I've done quite a bit of research into this. There's only a handful of stuff that's even recorded used in the Bible as
Lotus
an
seeds will get you stoned, and they did it in Egypt. I
mean, do we even have to argue if they're putting seeds and burning them and inhaling it? That's going to get you high no matter what.
Yeah, you're right.
It's not normal oxygen.
The Lord's going to come.
Yeah, right.
So he laid out the wood and he cut up the bull and laid it on the wood. And he said, fill 4 jars with water. So let's see. What's this fire ref? And he arranged the etzim, the wood, and he cut up the heifer, and he placed it upon the etzim, upon the woods. Vayomer Milo, and he said, fill 4 kadim, 4 cups, 4 jars, mayim vayitzku, and pour it out upon the olah, upon the burnt offering, and upon the wood. And he said, shnu, repeat it, vayishnu, and wait, so repeat it and repeat it again. And he said, shaleshu, repeat it a third time. So do it once, do it a second time, do it a third time, vayishaleshu, and they did it a third time. The water ran down around the altar, and even the trench was filled with water.
Does it mean water or oil?
That's one of the theories, that it might be talking about Nephthar.
So he's like lighting up the altar with oil before he says God's gonna come. It's kind of a tricky, isn't it? It's kind of some bullshit.
When it was time to present the meal offering, the prophet Elijah came forward and said, O Lord, God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, let it be known today that you are God in Israel, and that I am your servant, and that I have done all these things at your bidding. Answer me, O Lord, answer me, that this people may know you, O Lord, our God, for you have turned their hearts backward. Then fire from the Lord descended and consumed the burnt offering, the wood, the stones, and the earth, and it licked up the water that was in the trench.
You know, it's possible that he knew of some kind of combustible material in the seeds or something, and that when he added oil to it, it was just going to catch that shit on fire without him having to do anything. And he just stood there going, "Watch this until God comes," and then poof.
Yeah. I wouldn't be
Yeah.
surprised.
Because he's not trying to inhale the fumes on the altar. He's doing something else with those seeds. He's putting them on the altar, and then he's putting the wood on it, and then he's pouring all this shit on it.
Makes me think of how in a lot of the Greek necromantic rites they sprinkle barley seeds all over everything. Like you see that with Odysseus, you see that in Virgil. I don't know what it's about, but
I wonder if there's just something going on with like, you know, an offering kind of deal.
yeah.
You know, I know like for example, like when somebody dies in like an Asian family, you'll leave like a setting at the table for them for like the first year or so after they pass on. And then every once in a while, like on birthdays and Christmas and shit, like when there's parties, you'll actually have like a seat for them at the table with the plate of food and everything, you know?
Yeah. No,
Like
I've been to a funeral where people will burn little effigies of like cars and toys and money and stuff.
So I can imagine that like instead of like just throwing some salt, you would have something like barley is what you make your food with, right? You make bread.
Yeah.
And back then, like people eat dirt, man. So like, yeah, like if you had some barley to throw away, it'd probably be like a good offering.
No, it's true. It's just interesting that you see this continuation across the tradition.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
know.
Well, it is very necromantic, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, either way, right? This
it's
offering
like
of seeds and sprinkling the seeds around, you see that in many different necromantic rites.
So I remember reading a okay, is this it? Here, I think I found it. So check this out. So keep in mind this is basically propaganda from Zion Oil Company, Zion Oil and Gas. They're based out of Texas, but I mean they still a broken clock's right twice a day. So look at this. So each of these tiny little dots is a oil deposit, and see how many there are around Mount Carmel. You also have some that I think there's one down there. I mean, you probably have. I think since they've discovered more that are off the coast of, like in the Mediterranean, but let's see. There's Meged. What's this? A17. Okay, wait. Here it is. Yeah, I mean, let's see. Also, that might have something to do with the connection to the Tehom before, because this concept of like the depths. But apparently, so Maged, water oil. The traditional answer to this question has been water. The Radak, Rabbi David Kimchi, suggested as much in the 12th century in his commentary on Genesis 49:25. Let's see. Rabbi Sadia Gaon, the leading rabbi and scholar of the 10th century and founder of the Great Academy at Sura in Iraq, appears to agree of Rabbeinu Sadia Gaon on the Torah. In both these cases, the reasoning appears to be grounded in the references in the Joseph blessings to Tehom, which, as discussed above, in association with underground water. Nor indeed should this conclusion come as any surprise. The southern foothills of the Carmel range, just north of the Wadi Ara, located in the northern portion of the lands of Manasseh, are today known as Ramot Menashe. The Manasseh Hills are among the most fertile lands in Israel, blessed with a great number of natural springs. The cause lies in the fact that the underlying Ramot Menashe are two freshwater aquifers, the mountain aquifer carbonates of late Cretaceous age and the overlying local Ovdat group aquifer of the more recent Eocene age. Most of Israel benefits from only one or rarely two aquifers. So with two aquifers, the Ramot Menashe region in the north of the lands of Joseph is indeed blessed with precious subterranean sweet waters. However, there is a clue in the blessings of Joseph which could support a conclusion that the precious thing is also petroleum. This clue can be found in the multiple references to the treasure lying in eternal and ancient mountains and in everlasting and primordial hills. One of the first things one looks for in exploring for petroleum is ancient anticlines. As the Fam anticlines see the and buried structural highs. Anticlines and structural highs are also, remember that mention to high places and sucking the oil from the high places.
Is this talking about a mountain here?
Yeah. anticlines and structural high underground or underwater ones, I think, or underground ones.
Wow.
So are geological terms for mountains and hills now typically lying deep underground, but which had been mountains and hills on the Earth's surface in primordial ages tens and thousands of years ago. Interestingly, in these anticlines, one frequently finds both oil and water, with the oil being lighter than water, lying on top of the water, though sometimes the oil and water-bearing strata are interspersed. But as at the relevant depths, the water is almost always salt water. The sweet waters of the aquifers feeding the springs of remote Menasha and other sweetwater springs and wells around the world usually are usually running in more recent geological strata, which overlie the oil-bearing strata, and so being closer to the Earth's surface are more readily accessible to man. As noted in the dry land of Israel, these sweet waters are deeply precious blessings. But they are the only are they the only precious liquids referenced in the blessings of Joseph? Specifically, they may be precious things of earth, but not necessarily the precious things of the deep, Tehom, that couches beneath, or literally prowls beneath. Rather, those rather deeper blessings may be the precious things that lie on top of the salt water of Tiamat, the goddess of whose skin and bones the earth was made, with the purpose of ensuring that the subterranean salt waters not escape. Any thoughts on that?
I'm not too sure. So you guys, so there's a lot of access to oil, I guess, or
I mean, yeah. So there's a lot of oil in that part of the Levant, and not just there, but they found a lot of oil offshore as well.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Gathonius.
Hey, what's up, man? Sorry, I missed that. I missed the last part that you was going over.
No worries. So, let's see. But yeah, basically, you have this idea that he pours water, and the water causes it to catch fire.
So what was this thing with rock oil, though? When that go back to that last screen you were reading from.
This one?
No, from the start. I just stepped away for a second. You were reading from the thing that was describing where they got the underground waters from.
Yeah, I need to find that. Okay, here it is.
Did you get to the part where it said that there's like oil floating on the water here?
Yeah.
So is that what they're actually talking about? You're talking about there's like a type of underground stream where there's a type of oil floating on the water.
I mean, that's one of the theories.
I mean, is that something that they actually have? Like,
yeah.
Were they using that as a resource back then to get like oil for the lamps?
So yeah, so we know that that's what the Persians were doing for their fire temples, okay. And it's mentioned in Maccabees that that's what is being used.
Wow.
Well, specifically for the purification. Oh, that's also interesting. So, let's see. So, shemen, olive oil or rock oil. For the next clue, we turn to the blessing of Asher, which specifically refers to oil. The Hebrew word for oil, as it appears in the blessing, is shemen. Any speaker of modern Hebrew will tell you that shemen means vegetable oil, particularly olive oil. I mean, it just means oil. But it can also mean oils extracted from animal fats. He will very likely point out, however, that it does not mean rock oil or petroleum, for which he will say a wholly distinct word exists, naphtha. Even in modern Hebrew, however, petroleum-based lubricants are referred to by the name shemen, and oil shales, rocks suffused with hydrocarbons from which oil can be extracted by various treatment processes, mining and retorting, and in situ heating, are known as pitzlei shemen. Unabridged dictionaries of modern Hebrew go even further and reveal that one of the uses of the word shemen is in the term shemen adamah, or earth oil, which is defined as a type of oil that is taken out of the. Keep in mind, this is modern Hebrew. Used for burning petroleum. And Evan Shoshan, the Hamilon HaChadash, the new dictionary. In his groundbreaking lexicon of the Hebrew language, Eliezer ben Yehuda uses the term shemen adamah in his definition of naphtha. This is shemen adamah, a form of liquid which flows out of the ground and even sprouts up and is used for light and heat. Naphtha, ben Yehuda, a complete dictionary of ancient and modern Hebrew, Yosoloff, New York, London. Let's see. But more importantly, in his long entry for the word shemen, along with reference to the term shemen zayit, olive oil, Ben Yehuda refers to the term sheven avanim and sheven avni, which forms which means stone oil or mineral oil. In his discussion of the term sheven avanim, Ben Yehuda states of the first type are naphtha, stone oil, or steinol, Ben Yehuda. So we find in Hebrew an accepted use of the word shemen in the form of shemen adama or earth oil. But again, that's all modern. So
what I'm trying to ask you is that do you think it's possible that they had knowledge of back then use of naphtha and a way to
yeah.
extract it?
Yeah.
Really? That's
Yeah.
like the only thing you need to make DMT, guys. You know that, right?
Yeah.
That's like the only thing you need. You get everything else,
So
you
are we
don't need
talking
anything
about?
else.
Are we talking about like oil that's like used in cars today now? That's like one of the major one of the things that every country seeks. Is this
No,
the type
we're
of oil?
talking about like lamp oil, like something you would burn, like a petroleum, like a highly solvent.
Yeah, something they use in their incense burners mostly, right?
Huh.
Okay.
In their anointing oils, right? Which also could be hallucinogenic.
Hmm.
I was getting confused because it can sprout out of the ground. So
Check
Oh
this
no,
out.
I understand
Under
completely.
the supervision of Arbab Jamshid Amanat and the sponsorship of the Parsis, the sacred fire of Yazd Fire Temple has been burning continuously since 1500 years ago. The city of Yazd
wow.
is the center of Zoroastrianism in Iran. It is said that Zarathustra was born in 1768 BC on northwest of Iran, and then he became prophet at the age of 35. This religion is the first monotheistic religion, and they call on God as Ahura Mazda, which means great wise creator. Zoroastrianism was the official religion of Persia before Islam. Fire temple or Atash Kadeh is a place of worship for Zoroastrians where they can perform religious ceremonies and rituals. In Zoroastrianism, human life indicates a struggle between good and evil, truth and deceit, light and darkness. That is why fire is sacred and respected as a symbol of truth and honesty. During the reign of the Persian Empire,
So I just thought of another thing. You have this whole motif of John the Baptist came to baptize with water, but Jesus came to baptize with the Holy Spirit and through fire. And like it almost seems like you have this purification before which, like you can't have this anointing without the purification. It's kind of like, I mean, it's not a perfect analogy, but it's like, you know, you shouldn't put on a medication on your skin before until you first clean it.
No, this is something you see in all of these kind of rituals, right? You have to enter into these death states first. You have to cleanse yourself before you can be purged, before you can actually be killed.
Yeah, definitely.
Which is interesting, but
Sasanians from 3rd to 7th centuries, 3 fire temples were more important than the others because of their long history, which are as follows. Azar-Goshas Fire Temple. It belonged to kings and armies, which is located in Azerbaijan province near the city Takab.
Oh, shit.
Azar-Borzinmer Fire Temple. It belonged to the farmers, which is located in Khorasan province near the city Neyshabur. Azar-Faranbagh
Yeah,
Fire
look,
Temple.
you know,
It
high
belonged to the
places.
priests, which is located in
Build
Fars
them on high
province near the
places.
city Laristan.
Yeah, I'd be
After
interested
the
to see
Muslim
if these are
conquest of
mountains.
Persia in 7th century, the Arab commanders ordered to put out the fires of the fire temples because they believed the Persians were worshipping fire. The Arabs were successful for the first 2 fire temples, so the burning fire of Azar Farambagh Fire Temple was transferred to the city Balkh, which is nowadays located in Afghanistan. Later, the Zoroastrians hid the fire in a cave located in north of Yazd, and subsequently it was moved to Ardakan city, and finally the fire was transferred to Yazd safely.
So what do you I think the argument
The
can be
main
made
building
here
is
that
situated in the middle of a large green garden, surrounded by palms.
I think the argument can be made here that the fire god that we're talking about here is Persian, right? It's Zoroastrian.
Yeah, and you also have, so this is interesting. The idea of God as the good one and then you have a bad one, that doesn't, you don't have that in First Temple Israelite religion. That only comes about in the Second Temple period when you have the return from Persia.
So, can we make the argument then that this passage that we're talking about, where Elijah is getting all the prophets together to set fire to 2 different bull sacrifices, that they're Zoroastrians?
No, I just think so just because the Zoroastrians were using it, that doesn't mean other people weren't using naphtha or nephthar in their.
No, I mean, we're like, what's the reference to here? Is God? Why is God a fire? Where's this a concept come from the Israelite religion of God being fire? Because that's the Zoroastrian religion. Their God's fire. There's no other religion that does that.
Yahweh's associated with volcanoes or with fire.
So he's Hephaestus?
In some ways, yeah.
What?
I thought all the angels, all the angels in the Old Testament was fire. Like, it always described them as a fiery being. Like, if you looked upon them, they'd burn you to death. They even said that Enoch rose to become possibly Metron.
Metatron, you mean?
Yeah, Metatron.
So this is interesting. So None Your Business says, Ariel, isn't the Cain evil and Abel good dichotomy evidence that this also existed in early Judaism? Actually, no, because Abel isn't described as good. He's described as foolish. Like the rabbis talk about how he basically he cared more about the spiritual than the physical, and Cain cared more about the physical than the spiritual. And so it's this idea that you have 2 extremes, but it's more so this like materialism versus spirituality. But it's this idea that if you only care about the spiritual and you're like, you basically act, because there's also this understanding that like in some ways that Abel was almost like arrogant, that rather than tell his brother that, given, I mean, this is retroactive apologetics, but rather than telling his brother that he should like before this happens, or offer him like, hey, here you can have some of my crops, you can offer them to God, because the understanding is that it's not that Cain was
he's not evil in any way.
Yeah,
he just gets cursed and kicked out. Yeah. And he bears the mark of Cain forever. And
but the thing is that he makes the wrong sacrifice, right? He offers grain instead of animal.
Exactly. God wants blood.
God wants blood, right? And this is a very key thing. And then what I think is happening here, and what a lot of anthropologists talk about, is that you have this Sephardic culture that's replacing an earlier farming culture. And that maybe Cain is referencing this earlier farming culture, which is getting replaced by the Jewish culture that's moving into the area, which is Sephardic.
Wait, what? I'm sorry. What are you talking about? Sephardic is Spanish Jewry. It only
No, I'm talking about shepherding cultures, like as in coming into Canaan or Israel, right? Like the Jewish people, and then they're intermixing with the local Canaanites, and they're displacing and replacing that religion that already existed, and they're interacting with it, and that is a farming culture. So this could be representative of these 2 different cultures interacting, and they're saying, no, the crop cultures and offering of crops is not the way to go. You want to offer animal, like like shepherd.
Okay, yeah, that just threw me off, because I thought you were saying Sephardic.
No.
Yeah, Usal heard that as well.
Yeah, shepherds.
It is interesting. So Jody said, was it the one who turned plowshares into swords? I mean, that's Yahweh. And then the idea of turning the swords back into plowshares, that idea is like, we just kind of glance over it, but it's not really an idea that's like there's this idea that God creates both peace and war, but ultimately that God is a man of war. And there's these ideas that that Yahweh is associated with violence and with judgment, whereas this idea of preservation and growth is generally associated with the feminine side, which that's understood as like Shekhinah within a Jewish concept. But really, if you look, there's so many connections with the figure of Asherah.
Yeah, well, it's also interesting why like some later Greco-Egyptian figures consider Yahweh to be Set, right? Lord of the desert, Lord of diseases, Lord of war, right?
Yeah, not just that, but so Set, he had a brother named Osiris. And interestingly enough, we do know of a story, according to Sanchuniathon, he was a Phoenician that was writing in Greek. Given it's entirely possible he was reconstructing this, so we can't rely on it fully. But he writes about
primary source.
What?
It's a primary source.
I mean, he's writing about texts like way after, so we don't know how much of it is being influenced by him. Not saying it's not a primary source, but just that we can't view this as this is inherently what the Phoenicians believed.
Of course.
But anyway, so you have the story that he tells of these twin gods, Mitzor, or literally Mitzor, which is the same root as Mitzrayim, and Sedek. And now Tzedek, we know, was one of the names of El. And El was believed by the Egyptians to be Seth. So is there a connection between Set and Tzedek? Maybe. It's really hard to say for certain. But then you look at, okay, well, who would the parallel to this be? So who is the brother of Set? Well, that's Osiris. And who is a brother of Tzedek? Mitzor. Now, it doesn't sound that similar, but then you look at what Osiris actually is in Egyptian, Wasir. Wasir Misor. And then you look at the fact that that the Semitic name for Egypt is Mitzrayim, or in Arabic it's Misri. And so with this, Misor, basically, you could view it as this is the Phoenicians talking about the god of Egypt, who they're just calling Mitzor, because they're basically, it's kind of like the land of Egyptia, and they worship the god Egypt, if that makes any sense. So
that does make sense.
Yeah, so there might be something there. And then what else is interesting is you look at who their parents were, and they were Amunos, or Amun, and Magosh. And so Magos has a lot of similarities with figures like Asherah, and I even would argue all the way down to East Asia with Magu, who is the goddess of hemp and of writing, I think. I'm not sure about writing, but definitely associated with hemp. Oh yeah, and it's eerie how similar so much of this is to what we're talking about. What Litwa and Neil did today. The stream they released, it's very, very similar to what we're talking about right now. And even also, almost completely forgot that one video that I think it was Dion that he put there. Like, that is just it. I mean, to clarify, not like he knows that it's propaganda, but I was watching it. I think Snappy, you watched some of it, right? No, you're muted.
Yeah, I watched it today. It was awesome.
I only watched a little bit of it. It just, that kind of propaganda really bugs me, and it.
I'm sorry, what are you talking about?
Really, really hard to watch, and how they're stealing a lot of the New Age movement.
So, just for context, Rat King. So, it's this one video talking about like basically Saturnian symbolism, and it's just completely bungling it and using Jordan Maxwell as a reference. So you can only.
And it's claiming, basically, it's making these
Jordan
old
Maxwell's
anti-Semitic bullshit cults are in control of the universe, and the Saturnian cult is just a dog whistle for Jews.
Hey man, like I told you before,
it's so
Terrence
frustrating.
McKenna was right. Nobody knows what's going on.
No, of course they don't.
Nobody has the answer.
No one's in control either, right? Like, to think that there's someone in control of this shithole, like, come on.
Yeah, I mean, it's a joke to think that somebody's out there, some cabal that knows enough about how to handle everything. Like, they have some omnipotent understanding of.
Like, don't get me wrong, they're malicious figures, but there's nothing like what these people are getting at, right?
I mean, people are politicians, and they fuck everything up because they want to steal everybody's tax money for the year, but that's about as deep as it goes.
Exactly.
You got cabals of teachers, you got cabals of police chiefs. See, it's just a bunch of dirty, grubby people getting their hands as how much can I siphon off the top of everything I do because I'm money hungry and greedy. And
yeah, normal human behavior.
Yeah, like if you
What
like
I-
normal people, I think don't sign up to politics and they don't go into those fields of stuff because they're not crazy, money hungry sociopaths who think that they can control everybody's, greater lives. And
Yeah.
like people don't have, people don't actually have that much power over any of us. Like at any given time I want, I could just fly right now to the Philippines and start a whole new life for myself, and no one's gonna stop me or know about it.
I mean, you just told us, genius.
Well, I mean, like there's no like cabal out there that's gonna know about it. I mean, there's no like design of oppression that's gonna hold me back from selling all my shit here and just moving somewhere else.
It's funny that you mentioned that because there's this whole phenomenon here. I just saw a news article like in Canada where there's there's hundreds of thousands of Canadians that are living abroad and just refusing to pay their student debts.
I saw that.
And it's like, what is anyone going to do? Like,
how
are you going to go get it?
Like, there's no law that sends me to jail over it, so come get me.
Right? Like, I mean, if you go back to Canada, these guys will get in shit. They'll go to jail, but they're just not going to go back to
live
Canada.
abroad. Exactly. I could get a job in any country, dude. I could go to Greece right now and just be like, I lost my wallet, and give a sob story and be like, can I work in the dishwasher? And they'll be like, sure, you get 2 weeks. You can float around from job to job.
You'll find kind people who will help you everywhere, right?
Yeah,
especially if you're willing to work.
You just save your money and get started again. Boom, there you go. There's
something that I've noticed with mainstream media and stuff, like all like opening ceremonies. I think me and you watched one. I watched on your video, one of your videos yesterday. I think it was Ariel. I always notice that Bale's in there, and then they got like Balenciaga, and it like kind of honors it in a way, and it's always that bull figure. You know what I mean? Why is that like the mainstream like secretive symbolism right there? Why do you all think that?
Every like. Bull?
Yeah, the bull with Bale. That's what
it's a symbol of male virility. It's a symbol of male virility.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's that simple. I don't think you need to go. A big problem with most of these conspiracies, Chthonius, is like these people are pulling at threads that lead to nothing, right? Some people just copy each other and rip each other off and play in the same kind of language. Oftentimes these symbols are just self-referential. They're referencing other things, it's not some deep conspiracy.
Yeah, like here's a good example. There's a lot of claims. Like we know that like Jeffrey Epstein, for example, was doing illegal shit. We know the extent of the illegal shit that he was doing was getting underage girls to offer massages to elite clientele. I mean, whatever massages means to you could mean anything, any kind of sexual favor, I guess. But it's not like some crazy cult where they're sacrificing kids and then they got this thing where everyone has to worry about it. And
yeah, but if you listen to Robert Sefer, he'll tell you otherwise.
Oh God, I'm glad you brought that up, guys. See, because here's the thing: is you got people who seem knowledgeable and like they have like his YouTube channel is pretty badass. He's got a really well put together.
I keep getting recommended him because he's interested in all this stuff that we're interested in.
No, see, right? I have a good friend of mine. He's highly intelligent, and he's a fan of Robert Seper. And you just gotta kind of know Robert Seper, yeah. You gotta kind of know like who exactly you're dealing with here. Like we give you an example. He always talks about Mantak Chia. Mantak Chia is one of my teachers too. I've been training with him since 1996, 97. I don't know how long this guy's even known about Mantak Chia. I've done his specific practices for a long time. And he uses stuff like this to like, this is what the Gnostics are doing too. No, it's not. This is Chinese Kung Fu stuff. It's not related at all. I mean, it's they are obviously doing some shamanic stuff, and that's kind of how it's related, but you can't just conflate things like that.
I know. What's clear to me, though, what screams with that character like him is that he's pushing an agenda. He has a very clear kind of thing that he's looking for, and he's manipulating.
Sobek said something about recent Jason Reza Giorgiani.
Oh, Jason Reza Giorgiani is also fucking crazy. Like that guy
Oh, man, I used to really like him.
No, you got to be really careful with him. He's got into this weird personality cult of ego shit now, where he literally is starting his own religion called Prometheism.
I know. Yeah.
And like, it's gotten off the fucking deep end, and he's just bullshitting too. It's like, there is some credible stuff he says about Zoroastrian stuff and Greek stuff, but he also just like spews crap.
It's nonsense. Like, yeah. One of the things that I got into one of his videos was like, he's all about like people who do what do you call it? Remote viewing. And he's just like, there's a base on the opposite side of the moon, and the Chinese know about it, and there's aliens, and they're dealing with them, and they're mining rare elements. It's like, dude, you just making up a bunch of crazy fucking nonsense, man. You can't say all that stuff. There's one person who saw it in a remote viewing incident, and now you're trying to sell it like it's the top line headline news, you know?
I didn't know that Robert Spader was involved with the alt-right. I knew Giorgiani was.
Yeah.
Because I had originally discovered Giorgiani through New Thinking Aloud. And at first I thought he was pretty harmless. But then I started digging into his books, and then it directed me to the alt-right, and I was like,
I agree.
What the F
It makes me sick too. That's fucked up, man.
You know? And I mean, I know, like, I don't think anything badly of what's his name? Mishlove.
Jeffrey Mishlove, yeah. Hey, I think I got kicked out of his channel. They muted me and kicked me out because I got in an argument with somebody.
Really?
Oh, he specifically weird. Over some comments that I made. And they were kind of nasty. I was kind of pissed off at the other person. I'm not gonna lie. And because they're selling a bunch of lies on that channel sometimes.
Oh, Richard Spencer, okay.
I don't like it. We can't sell that kind of stuff. I don't like it. It's misleading to people who are interested in these kind of topics. And Jeffrey Mishlove has been involved in that stuff for so long, and he's kind of got the only credential that they ever gave out in the field, you know?
Yeah, right. He's one of the only recognized parapsychologists with a PhD. He's a good guy. Cool. And he does great interviews, but my issue with him is that he'll bring on just about anyone and give them a chance to present their information. So some of his interviews are really poor for that reason, not because of him, but because of his guests. It's just like, what are these people talking about?
I agree, man.
Like one guy, I remember, like Mishlove is like, I don't agree with what you're saying, and I don't think what you're saying makes that much sense. And the guy's like, no, I think you're the incarnation of so and so, and I have the proof. And Mishlove's like, no.
Yeah, chill out with that. Yeah.
Wow, that's wild. So here, I think they're going to talk about the
pine, cedar, and cypress trees. On the top of the entrance door, there is the image of Farah Bahar, which is the symbol of Zoroastrians.
So this is that video that we were watching. They were trying to say that this is a symbol of Saturn, which, interestingly enough, it is. But they were so illiterate in any Persian. Given I don't know a whole lot about Persian culture, but literally just from looking at Wikipedia, because I know that this is called the Farvahar. They called it something else. I don't know what it was, but the Farvahar, really interesting. Apparently, another name of it is the Fare Kianu or Fare Kianwa or something, and that's very close to the Babylonian name for Saturn, which was Kewan or Kianu.
Huh.
Oh, God. I can only imagine. There's probably some people who have started a Keanu Reeves conspiracy theory trying to say that he's Saturn.
Probably, but the symbol is more in reference to the personal daemon anyway. Right? Like it's that's what it's referencing.
Do you think maybe there's this context of Saturn is our personal daemon in a way, that like this idea of that we each have our own personal struggles?
Yes. Yeah. I think there's something to that. Definitely.
It's almost like we're stuck inside the ring and we have to break out of it.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. You got it.
The head is the symbol of an elderly man or wisdom. The ring held in the left hand is a symbol of Mithra or promise. The wedding rings have roots in this symbol. The big ring in the middle is a symbol of karma, referring to the expression of what goes around comes around. Also, each wing has 3 layers which are representing the 3 mottos of Zoroastrian beliefs. They are good thoughts, good words, good deeds.
So you realize Mitra
Sacred
is
fire as a
Hermes
god or
and
hero.
also probably Hercules too, right?
Interesting.
Because he's the cattle thief god. And just like that video that I made about Hercules' 3 sons, Hercules steals the cattle of Geryonis the giant when he goes to Scythia and creates meets the Echidna, the snake woman.
Wow. Oh, we got someone else joining us. Let's see. Hey, adversarialism. How are you?
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
A bit quiet, but yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Can we turn him up, Ariel?
I don't know. Let
Maybe
me
I
see
can
if there's
turn
a
up my mic somehow.
Oh yeah, I got it. Wait.
All right, cool.
Oh, you say Mithras is Perseus? Yellow Syke said.
Oh, interest. Yeah, you definitely because Perseus literally. It's basically like the American like equivalent of Perseus would be like Americanus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's definitely a parallel. Perseus and Mithras.
I remember that Perseus means, well, from what I remember, Persia. So Perseus was like the Greek god of Persia. That's what the Greeks. They were like, oh, Perseus is like their local god. If that makes sense, that's what I remember.
Yeah, because I know from P.D. Newman's research, he said that the whole reason that Perseus cut off Medusa's head was he was teaching the rite of Zoroaster to the Medes.
Right. Exactly. And then from what I remember, Mithras was pre-Zoroastrianism. So he was already in the pagan deities. And then
that's true.
And then Zoroaster, he adopted Mithras because it's kind of like how Constantine saw Apollo and Mithras and Jesus as kind of like the same person. It was Zoroaster going, okay, this guy's pagan, but he can be syncretized into my philosophy, my mysticism. And
well, Zoroaster keeps the main the main philosophy of the people of Persia, like the religion that was there. We see that in the Bactrian Margana civilization, and it's related to the Indus Valley religion.
It's related to Mitra. I think it comes from
Mitra in India in the Vedakins, right?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's why it's Mithra is also Hermes and Hercules.
Yeah, you're getting these clear parallels. Whereas what's happening is that the Persians, though, which is interesting, which it separates them from both the Greeks and the Indians, is that they side with the Asuras, right? The demonic figures in the other two religions, or like what the Greeks would call the Titans, and what the Indians would call the Asuras.
What this is very important, because what's going on here is you have Persia and India feuding. You can see between their texts, the Persians are going, your gods are actually the demons, and ours is so it's kind of like pre-Gnosticism. It's like Gnosticism back in the 7th, 8th century, because Zoroaster being dated like 1500 BCE, that's wrong. He's actually around 8th, 7th century BCE. He's just before Buddha. He's just before the Mahavira. It's only like 100, 200 years before.
Jason Reza Giorgiani said that Buddha was actually a Persian.
Yeah, forget that nonsense.
That sounds like the neo-Nazis, or just the Nazis who try to claim that Jesus was actually an Aryan.
Like, we're almost certain the Buddha was a figure, but his entire history we don't know. We only know that that he came. Like, the only thing we can be 100% certain of, because we have his actual remains. We have his bowl. You can go to the British Museum and see the Buddha's begging bowl. We know that he lived in modern day Nepal, but like the specifics, it's been so mythologized, we have no idea. And like his
also,
birth narrative doesn't appear until like 1,000 years after his death. So,
and just to comment, I think the Buddhist Maitreya, that comes from Mitra and Mithras.
definitely.
It's you have a interpolation between all the Eastern religions, and so in the same way, hundreds of years later in Christianity and in Gnosticism and Greek philosophy, you have them then trying to work out what gods mean, who is who, and there's like tension going on between, and that was the same in the East hundreds of years before. And it's just interesting, so interesting, like working it all out now in modern times. So yeah,
no, for sure, you can see these ancient cultures like interacting with each other, and we have to kind of like pick up the remnants, right? Like it's
definitely,
like this is what I've been really interested in, is trying to find the Bronze Age roots to all of these cults, because they're so similar. Why is Minoan Crete and Harappan India practicing the same rites on, like, you know, in such a vast difference of space, you know? Like,
well,
they're worshiping snake goddesses. They have horned male figures who are doing yogic like poses, and they're wrestling with bulls and sacrificing bulls, and they're doing mushrooms. Like, we're certain of this.
Well, I think that goes back to the idea of, well, if you go back to Genesis, that Adam, we all come from Adam, so we all come from that one mind. So it's just like there's like one source to everything, and even genealogy studies prove that, because, well, there was the Indo Europeans. There is a source, you know, there is a overarching.
Yeah, the question is like, can you get to an original source? How much, like, can you go back to these points, right? Like, how much divergence happens? Because, like, when you start to follow these things, you clearly see, like, they diverge greatly. And even though that there is a strong underpinning, like, they take on cultural nuance, you know, and they quickly diverge from one another and become radically different over time. So now, from our perspective, trying to piece this together gets really hard, because it's like, and also it's how far back do you go becomes the other point, because at some point in time, and this is another thing we're trying to figure out, is when do these people perfect the mystery rite? When does the mystery rite take hold and become the dominant feature of these religions, and spread across the globe just as quickly as the chariot does? It seems to coincide with the chariot, but it's like, this is what we're after, is this particular mystery, because we could go back even earlier to more, you know, for lack of a better term, primitive groups and primitive understanding. But where does that bring us, you know?
And what's interesting is, now you say how far back you go. Also remember, there was the Indo-European tribe, and then there was the non-Indo-European local, like the native Europeans, like non-Indo-Europeans.
Yeah, so you just have, like in India, you have the Dravidian peoples, right, which were get displaced and intermixed with the incoming Aryan peoples. Yeah, you see that in Europe as well, right? The Gaels get displaced.
Yes, and like Sardinians, Georgians, these are native Europeans who are non-Indo-European. So it's like, how much did their religions get mixed with the Indo-European religions? Like, and same with the native Indians. Like, but that's so far back, we almost can't even know.
Yeah, we can make some certain kind of understandings. Like, it's easier with the Indian traditions, I think. Like, it comes very clear to me, like Shiva, and this more, this is a very, very much a Dravidian character.
I'd like to bring something up, because you just reminded me of something right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
And this is kind of something that brings us back to our original topic. I mean, exactly what you're talking about. So, how familiar are you guys with Jules Michelet?
Oh, wait. Oh, why is that name so familiar? Michelet. Who was he?
I mean, he wrote a lot of books about some pretty different subjects, but one of his more famous books. I mean, you guys are probably.
He was a historian, right?
Oh, wow. Okay, so check this out just real quick. So None Your Business said anatomically modern humans emerged 300,000 years ago.
Yeah, he was a historian. Sorry.
The earliest attested writings are nearly 5,000 years ago. That means that we have no written records for at all of humanity's first 245,000 years. And I think that's something that's really powerful, and one of the reasons why we should never just write off something because it's oral tradition. It's one thing if someone's trying to say, I know this to be true and I'm going to tell you and you just have to believe me. That's different than a tradition that's actually been passed down. Because like at the end of the day, an oral tradition isn't just in the mouth of one person.
No, I agree. Okay, so this kind of exactly why I wanted to bring this up. So if you're not familiar with Jules Michelet, I'm going to send you some of his books because he's a historian, okay? And I have a feeling, my personal opinion, sorry, I'm just going to interject here, it's personal opinion. I think he was either he was initiated and he was well informed enough after the initiation to where he's just going to expose everything and he didn't give a shit anymore. Or he knew what was going on and maybe was seeing something from the outside. Because some of the stuff in his books it's hard to swallow without it when you got these ears. You understand? When you start having the right ears. All right, so I'm going to read you something from one of his books. All right, this is it's called The Sorceress. He wrote it in 1939, and it starts out with the criminal university of the sorceress. All right, and he's talking about specifically mentioning the Sibyl and how led by Balaam, you get kicked against Balaam because he was the one flashing before him the sword of the old law.
Oh, also just real quick thought. Do you think there's any, I mean, I don't know, it's totally just pareidolia probably, but sorry. Do you think there might be a connection between Balaam and Baal-Amon?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, wow, you're right. Yeah, because just Baal-Am.
I mean, it's not the same. It's not the same. Like, so Balaam is with an ayin and Baal-Amon would be with an aleph.
Right.
Or actually, no, you wouldn't even have that. It would just be Baal-Hamon. So, probably not.
Anyway, this is what Jules Michelet had to say. He says the Sibyl was crowned, followed by Jews and Gentiles, by Moses and the prophets, Nebuchadnezzar, etc. From the earliest times and from century to century, the 7th to the 16th, the church endeavors vainly to prescribe the great popular festivals of the ass, the innocence of children's and of fools. She meets with no success previously to the rise of modern spirit. All innocence is the woman. Still, she has a secret. We have said so before. A secret she has never confessed to the church. She carries shut within her breast a fond remembrance of the old poor ancient gods now fallen of the estate of spirits, and feeling of a compassion for them. For do not for an instant suppose because they are gods, they are exempt from pain and suffering. Lodged in rocks, in the trunks of oaks, they are very unhappy in winter. At nightfall, the good wife hardens her heart and sallies out fearfully, bearing a humble taper to the great oak where they dwell, or the mysterious pool whose surface will double the flame in its dark mirror to cheer the unhappy outlaws. And there's a note here from the bottom of the book. If the devil is in the flower, how much more in the gloomy forest? And it says, nothing can be more touching than this fidelity to the old faith. In spite of the persecution in the 5th century, the peasants used to still carry in their procession, under the form of poor little dolls of linen and flour, the deities of the great old religions of Jupiter, Minerva, and Venus. Diana was indestructible. Even in the remotest corner of Germany, see Grimm fairy tales, in the 8th century some pagan processions are still performed, and in some humble caverns sacrifices are still made and auguries taken. It says, so peer teems with children of the night. The heavens themselves, oh blasphemy, are full of hell. That divine morning star, whose glorious beams not seldom lightened a Socrates and Archimedes and a Plato, what is it now become? A devil, that archfiend Lucifer. In the eventime again is the devil Venus, who draws me into temptation by her light, so soft and mild. And then the next chapter is called The Initiation of the Sorceress, and he goes on to talk about Celtic myths, who Robin Goodfellow is, Pan, all kinds of stuff.
No, I mean, I think he's kind of hinting at it. He says that there's these groups that are still operating out in the hinterlands, that people are still sacrificing and performing these rites. How does he know? Right?
How does he say it here? I have it in bold. How does he say, plants that yesterday she kicked away contemptuously like hay were become beings that spoke to her of healing. This is exactly what we've been talking about with Ammon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got a guy here who's talking about the fairy queen. He goes on to go up. Okay, so I wanted to bring this up because he says, I have this highlighted here. It was not merely the home of the dreamy shepherd of the satanic a-coupling of the she-goat and the goat herd, but the scene of a close conspiracy with nature deeper than elsewhere, of a more intimate comprehension of healing drugs and noxious poisons, of mysterious relations, the connecting of the link of which has never been fathomed with Toledo, the learned and university diabolic of arts. So I said, what's Toledo? I looked it up. It says Toledo would seem to have been the holy city of the sorcerers and sorceresses, a countless host in Spain. The relations with the Moors, who were highly civilized, as was this people and was the Jews, a wise folk, and in those days the masters of all Spain, as agents of the royal Esquire. He had given the sorcerers a high culture, and they formed at Toledo a sort of university of their own. And by the 16th century, they had been Christianized, changed and modified, reduced to mere white magic. See the deposition du sorcier à Carse de Beaumont, medicine and evidence of the wizard in L'Incredulité, page 781. So he gives you a reference there of what he's talking about, some book that's lost.
That's wild, though.
So he's talking about, he goes on to say, this is the Pythoness. This is the Witch of Endor. She gives Kabbalistic words and beverages of might that will compel the dead to come back and once more in dreams.
That's amazing.
Wow.
Yeah, I have this. I downloaded this book because when I first heard of Ammon, I downloaded it and I was like, what in the world? I was like, can I accept what this guy's saying? This is too much for me. Well, I was like, he seems like he just knows too much. I can't. I'm just gonna copy everything.
I understand it. I had to fact check a few things. I was like, no, no. But then
he goes on and on, dude. This book's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll send it to you because I was like, dude.
No, send it to me because this is post it in the Discord. This is something I want to dig into because you're right. This guy clearly has the ears to hear. Like there's some serious shit going on.
He says from when does the sorceress date?
This witch's university? That's fucking wild. I want to know more.
He says the sorceress is the church's crime. Says if her cure failed, they abused her and called her a witch, but more generally, through a combination of respect and terror, she was spoken of as the good lady, the belladonna, the beautiful lady. That's the same name that's given to fairies.
And it's also a poisonous herb.
Yeah, it's the belladonna, dude. It's hell's bell. It's one of the most powerful witches' herbs that we know. It's it's from the Solanaceae, so it's morning glory.
Oh, also, don't you have like a phenomenon where you eat it, it's poisonous, and you burn it and it's psychoactive? I mean, no one listen to what I'm saying. Don't take personal advice.
What did you say? I didn't even hear you.
Well,
sorry.
I think it's scopolamine, right? Or something like that. The chemical.
Yes. Yeah. And, you're right. Absolutely right.
And I think
it's datura, scopolamine, and some other alkaloids that we're not quite sure of.
Datura is terrifying if you've never tried it.
And I think it's just bad for your brain, no matter how you intake it. That's what I heard. So
is that right?
It's really not good for you, and it's actually do you know Benadryl? That's that sleep drug. Uh-huh. That's also like scopolamine. It kind of works in the same. It damages a certain part of the brain. That's why you have these like nightmarish visions on them. And then if people pop like 12 Benadryl pills, you sort of have like a datura like trip basically.
I've heard about this, but apparently it's extraordinarily unpleasant.
And very toxic.
Yeah, and it's just that, like, but I have heard some positive. I've had some positive reports about mixing Datura with just DMT and like only a little bit of Datura, and then mix it with some other drugs, some of the classical psychedelics, which kind of.
I've been bugging the AI about this for the past couple of days because I have enough evidence on this topic to prove that they were probably mixing these substances with stuff like fat solvents.
Yeah.
And the reason why is because when you take something like a really powerful sedative, like something that has sedentary effects like scopolamine specifically, or datura, if you mix it with something that's fat solvent, it causes the mucous membranes in your, like with milk specifically, let's say milk, right? Causes you get all mucusy. And then that prevents you, because like one of the side effects of these drugs is like you get super dry throat, right? You can't swallow anything. So if you take that, when you take that in a fat solvent before, something with some heavy in milk with maybe a little bit of fat butter added to it.
They would have been using ghee, I think. Ghee was because that's
or just milk and buffalo milk in general. Because like when I was hanging out in Varanasi, they were doing this. They were making a drink that was it was a form of bhang that was also infused with datura, and even some of the gurus were putting snake venom in this, as well as semen and other shit. Like these people are going intense, man.
Naturally.
I don't know why yours with the face.
So, here, let's just finish this video real quick.
Go for it.
Who takes care of the fire? Every day, he adds pieces of the wood to the fire.
Just like Elijah.
Next to the main building, there is an exhibition. By visiting this place, you will be introduced to Zoroastrian customs and ceremonies.
So it's interesting because they're feeding it with fire, but and it is interesting, the development of the like distillation, or not just basically the necessity for the reason why the oil industry is where it is today started. If you go back far enough, you end up at oil distillation in order to produce fuel for the fire temples.
Wow, it's interesting.
Ariel, I'm gonna put in the chat this classic. I don't know if you guys have read this. This is like the classic peer-reviewed journal piece, where like it's like the main, from at least what I know, the main scholarly journal piece that someone has done on psychedelics and the Old Testament. I'm going to link it in the chat now, and it talks about a lot of basically like essential oils. There's a certain mixture of them that if you get the mixture right. So I think one of them is elemi. Elemi, if you take elemi on its own, is not psychoactive, but if it's mixed with other.
What is this?
LME. LME, yes. I think it's LME. Oh, it's neroli. It's one of them. I don't remember which. It's in the journal piece that I've linked though. I definitely recommend clicking on it, and it goes through manna, the holy ointment, the tabernacle wine, the showbread. It kind of goes through all these Old Testament sort of like euphemisms for psychoactive, and so kind of like breaks down what they could have been using modern ideas of what we know and what was native at the time in the Levant or Greece and other areas. And it's one of the, it's probably like the main journal scholar article that's been done on this. So I don't know if, can you guys see it? I've linked it in the StreamYard chat.
I'm sharing it.
I don't know if you guys ever seen this before. I've known about this piece for
no, I've never read this. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, thank you so much. Also, are you in the just because it's starting to get a lot bigger? Are you in the Discord?
Which Discord?
Yeah, we have a Discord where we discuss all this called Myth and Lore. I'll post it in the chat, but you got to join.
All right. I mean, I only go on Discord for like soccer, but sure, I will.
But yeah, just curious, how did you find my channel?
Oh, probably on Neil's channel. I think that's where I first saw you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Neil goes on the Discord sometimes.
All right, cool.
Yeah, well, nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
But yeah,
man,
so
this is a great article.
If you go to the holy ointment section, it goes through this idea of like how you can turn like a specific combination of essential oils into like a psychedelic substance. And there was a guy on the DMT Nexus forums. I don't know if you guys know that forum.
Yeah, for sure.
There was this guy who called it oil waska, who sort of like for years like refined and like tested it himself, trying to like sort of find the right combo of this idea of what they would have used back in the Levant, what Jews would have been using to like get high on, basically. And it's like LME, sarsaparilla, like off the top of my head, I can find that guy's.
When you're saying
alamine, find that guy.
When you're saying alamine, are you saying limonene?
Say that again.
When you say almanine, are you saying limonene?
No, it's ELEMI, and it looks kind of like frankincense and myrrh. It has that sort of it's that sort of kind of resin type thing that myrrh and frankincense have. It's that sort of substance.
Wow.
ELEMI.
Have you read this whole article, dude?
Years ago, yes, but I need to read. I need to reread it again.
Yes.
Okay,
to be honest.
I'm searching LME, and there's all these Reddit people dropping it and doing trip reports. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Send it to me because I need to research some of the trip reports on this.
But if you take it on its own, it's not active. That's the thing. You need to sort of like
MAOI kind of deal.
Yeah, you need to sort of like take away some of the gut stuff that inhibits making it active, basically, or whatever.
Does it say what it is?
I mean, it will. I think it gets quite close. I think the guy, obviously, he didn't try it himself. He's just sort of like working it out. And I think just because it's like a journal, you can't. Maybe he did try it himself, but he just can't say it. This is like,
right.
You know, this is like it's for universities and shit.
For sure.
But go ahead.
Yeah, so MDMA-like compounds. Relatives of MDMA in the ointment include eugenol, which comes from, I think it's cinnamon, estradiol, elemacine. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, elemacine would be like one of the chemical compounds within LME that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And saffrol. The illegal stimulant and M-pathogen is usually manufactured from the latter. MDMA both releases serotonin, norepinephrine, and dopamine into the synapse and slows down the reuptake of the same. Eugenol, estradiol, elemacine, and saffrol all have measurable effects on animal behavior. Saffrol causes extreme inhibition to locomotor activities on mice in the wheel. Elemacine is structurally close to mescaline. One report describes lots of euphoria, mild psychedelic effects, mild visuals, feeling fantastic. Let's see, where was I saw it further down. Another experiment by the same individual combined cinnamon, pomegranate, cayenne, pepper, star anise, and chai, along with 26 drops of sweet basil and a little cannabis. Wait, what? Oh no, I need to read the first one. So, wait, sorry. Let's see, where is this?
It says 25 drops of sweet basil essential oil taken after star anise tisane gave one psychonaut a euphoric or energetic trip with lysergic psilocybin headspaces and a warm fuzzy body feel that may have been a drop or two too much for him because it gave him some jittery stimulation, but was all in all really, really nice.
Interesting. But yeah,
holy crap, dude, this is awesome.
So
yeah.
This quote actually got referenced by Danny Nem. Do you know about Danny Nemu?
You've brought him up before. I mean, I'm not familiar with him.
So here, actually, yeah, let me just pull this up real quick. I'm just going to skip to the parts that are relevant. So let's see. Danny Nemu getting high.
This is incredibly well researched. This is fantastic.
Yeah, and he goes through all of them. He goes through mana, like the psychedelic bread that the priest had and stuff. So it's really deep. He goes through it all.
All right, so here I found it.
Deserts. It was a real hassle to get this posh smell all the way across the world. It took 6 months, right?
All right,
it's quite chewy. Keep chewing. Songs of songs where we hear about the head spices. Thy plants are an orchard of pomegranates with pleasant fruits. Campfire with spikenard and saffron, cane and cinnamon, with all types of frankincense. How's it going down there? It's quite chewy. Keep chewing.
Are they making? They're chewing it right now, aren't they?
Myrrh and agar wood with all the chief spices, all the head spices. So let's have a look at these different.
Also, take care, Nanya.
Yeah, have a good night.
Frankincense comes from the boswellia tree. To get it to Palestine, it was a 1,500-mile trek through robber-infested deserts. It was a real hassle to get this posh smell all the way across the world. It took 6 months, right? And before it was burned to Yahweh, it was burned to Baal, and before it was burned to Baal, it was burned to Ra. It's got a very long history of burning this stuff, and in fact, eating this stuff in the area. It works on the GABA receptor. On the GABA receptors, it's a GABA receptor agonist, which is the same place that Valium works. That doesn't mean to say it's the same as Valium. It's classed as a tranquilizer. We want to be a little bit careful with these words like tranquilizer, anxiolytic. They come from the poorhouses of history and abnormal psychology. The best way to understand drugs is just to eat them in the correct doses. So it works on the GABA receptors, inhibiting the whole system. It's a very common receptor, the GABA receptor. It's the most common one in the brain. Also works on the TRPV3 ion channel, which is a rather interesting ion channel, distributed throughout the skin, where it is involved in temperature perception. Also widely distributed in the brain, but we don't know what it does in the brain. We do know that back in the day, it was worth a whole load of effort to get it to Palestine. Myrrh is nataf in Hebrew, which means prophecy, also distill. A lot of these, as we're going to see, there's some preparations in the Bible, and they're used for specifically prophetic means. They're used to put the high priest into an altered state where he can bring in prophecies and take them back to the community. This works on the opioid system, delta opioid agonist and the mu opioid agonist. Cinnamon, which I've been sprinkling around here before, cinnamon contains eugenol, which is what you can make MDMA out of.
That's one of the ones I was mentioning.
Eugenol intoxication. Intensely pleasurable tactile sensations that seem to send shivers up my spine every time I acknowledge them. The only thought going through my head at this time was, what a wonderful life I have. So you can see the connection with ecstasy there. Moving on.
This is something that I think needs to be touched on. People weren't just getting high to get blasted. It was in order to achieve some other like they were going into this altered state in order to pull something out of it.
To meet God, yes.
Yeah.
It's not just getting high for fun.
It's a holy experience. It's an
fucking
important
scary when you meet God, trust me.
And
it should be awesome, right? It should scare you to death.
And I think the really important thing is when you trip, you come to face that dualism, right? There's the good trip and the bad trip. You see both sides of God. So, but because you can't grasp God, you're the one who has to like crucify it into dualism. You're the one who, because you can't grasp that oneness, it's your mind that turns the good and the evil. Your mind is the one that creates it. So the reason why it's spiritual is because of that dualism, if that makes sense. But the oneness and dualism, they're so connected. That's why like religion's getting obsessed with like, is it dualism? Is it non-dualism? No, they're both working at the same time. You know, I don't know if that resonates with anyone.
So that's actually a perfect transition here. I made this short today. Actually, one of the things you talked about, it's kind of covered in Isaiah 45:8. It's about how God is responsible for both good and evil. But like someone, and Snappy responded to the person who responded to this, but it was really interesting. I'll show the comments as well. But here, this covers that idea of dualism. So here.
Have you ever wondered why?
Oh wait, here. Have you ever wondered why Lucifer, a word which means light bearer, morning star, or son of the morning, is a title that's applied to both Satan and Jesus in the Hebrew and Greek Bibles, respectively? Some scholars believe that the Isaiah 14:12 reference to Hillel ben Shachar, the bright one, the son of the morning, may be in fact a reference to the king of Tyre. This interpretation is not shared by many Christians, though, who believe, according to the King James Version, that Lucifer, or Hillel ben Shachar, is actually Satan. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning, cut down to the ground, which weakened the nations? You said in your heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne upon the stars of God. I will sit upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. Yet thou shalt be brought down to hell, to the sides of the pit. And towards the end of the book of Revelation in 22:16, Jesus says he sent his angel to testify that he is the root and the offspring of David and the bright and morning star. Thoughts? Have you ever wondered? So, like, they're both fulfilling the same role, but in different ways.
Exactly. They're both so important to our psyches, which is why like Gnosticism really just completely misunderstands the Old Testament, in my opinion, because our minds, because we're fallen, we need that karmic wrath, we need that negative feedback from the oneness, you know, because we won't be able to spiritually grow if we don't get that back onto us. So it's like, that's where I think Gnosticism really went wrong, and kind of sort of, especially Marcion, especially kind of just sort of misunderstood the whole thing. And he even misunderstood Paul, Paul was his idol, right? He like, oh my God, Paul is the only one from the apostles who actually got any of it properly, but then the irony is he even completely misunderstands Paul. And like this, I've been sort of trying to like get Gnostics, modern Gnostics, to sort of understand this, and some of them come with me, some of them don't. But I think there can be a real syncretism between Judaism and Gnosticism, which I think not a lot of people sort of see that possibility. But I think it can all be brought together. It can all be made sense together. It doesn't have to be.
I think it easily can. I think you're highlighting a really important thing here, and that is that a lot of the Gnostics get this idea of evil entirely wrong.
Exactly.
You know, and they don't understand the necessity of the alchemization of the soul, right? This process of healing, right? That they talk about a lot in the later Jewish literature, like in Kabbalah and stuff. This healing of the world that has to take place, right? So yeah, like I think when you think about it from a monistic perspective, it all starts to make sense, right?
Mm-hmm. Right, definitely. And just to add on to that, like when I've been rereading the Old Testament a lot, actually, and it reads so much different now with sort of like the knowledge that I know, because back when I read it as like a little kid in like school and stuff, it was, you know, you don't know any of this stuff, right? And like I sort of started to realize, wait, Yahweh is the good God. It's because we were reading it from the perspective of the writers. The writers are fallen. They are not perfect, right? And so they're projecting their fallenness onto Yahweh. And so then it makes Yahweh seem like harsh or authoritarian, but it's our words. We're the ones who wrote it, you know?
Yeah, I really agree with that. Like the idea.
Go ahead, Ariel. Sorry.
I was just going to say, like, in some ways, and I mean, I guess this itself could be seen as heretical, but in the same way that it was men who divorced Yahweh from Asherah, it was also men and women who actually married the two in the first place.
Right. It's like, well, that's the mysticism, right? It's like, that's what Hermeticism is. It's like, we write that Yahweh got divorced with Asherah. Well, maybe they actually did, but because we wrote it and we believed it so much, maybe it did happen, but maybe we aren't the ones who maybe did that. Maybe we're writing it because we can tell in our intuitions that, oh, this happened, you know. So it's like it's like the feedback loop. It's both like sides, the higher worlds and the lower worlds, above and below, like hermeticism. They're interacting. There's like a natural flow between each of them. So
I perceive this in a Saturnian understanding, and that is that the entirety of creation, in a sense, is designed as a trap to be overcome, right? Like Saturn, the main deity, the god, is meant to be resisted, right? He puts things in our paths that are meant to cause change and transformation. And that's the point of experience. The one becomes many so that it can know, so that it can experience itself, and through this experience can re-transform, go back to the one. And this is the game it plays with itself over and over and over again. And the mystery is in this separation, because this separation allows for knowledge, but at the same time causes the suffering, which then causes us to return back to the one. But then when you're in the one, you no longer have knowledge. So then you're cut again. Right. And this is that loop that's on playing. Right.
And
we're all kind of pawns to this experience. Right. We are each lifetime we're being molded and we're being transformed. And the point is we're supposed to wake up, realize that we're stuck in this cycle and break out. At least in a Saturnian perspective.
And I think there's not, like, what's missing is sympathy and empathy for like older generations trying to work all this stuff out. So like now we're looking at it from a modern lens, and then we're going like, oh, Yahweh must have been evil. Yahweh must have been this. Yahweh must have been that. But it's just like, you gotta, like, as you said, you have to look at the mystery that's going on behind all.
I don't think we can really apply ideas of good and evil to this kind of thing, right? Like this is something that's beyond good and evil.
You're right. There's no concept anymore when it's like I have to go kill 400 people from my own tribe with a sword, and then there's no difference between that and just like, you know, just any kind of normal sin.
Yeah, well, I've actually got a weird theory that recently what happened was reading, because you know how like in the Old Testament, it's not when Yahweh's interacting with like people, it's not Yahweh, it's the angel of Yahweh, and behind Yahweh, it's like him controlling the angel of the Lord like a puppet. So it's like, he's behind. So when I don't know, name any biblical figure that saw Yahweh, he saw the angel of the Lord at the front, and behind him was like Yahweh as like the I call it the divine puppeteer. So like when Yahweh moved, the angel of the Lord moved, and then it's like it's as above so below type of thing. And I kind of, and then if you look at Revelations, that's exactly how John describes the Antichrist and then Satan behind him. It's exactly this. It's the exact same language. And what was my point? Oh yeah. So I think what's going on here is that so the idea is that the angel of the Lord is kind of like the pre-incarnate Christ. So it's like the spirit searching for a body to become the avatar of. So it's like Yahweh's trying to like beget himself into our world. So it's kind of like if ours the dharmic fallen world, he is like trying to like pierce the veil and inseminate himself into this holographic fake world, right? So the idea is when Jesus, like, if you want to say Jesus or Orpheus or Krishna or like Buddha, whoever, or you can say like these are like precursors, or these are like little inseminations of like the monad. It's like, and what are all these figures here to do? Well, just make us grow spiritually, right? You know, it's inseminate knowledge, and this is kind of what irks me with people going, oh, religion is discordant with evolution, but that's not true.
No, it co-evolves with evolution, right?
Exactly.
And it facilitates evolution.
Religion is all about evolution. That's the
always
entire
evolving.
point. You know,
all
like,
these arguments between the churches and the church fathers and the letters, and everyone's saying this is how to evolve our ideas.
This is where we get into what I've considered like problematic religion, right? Like if you look at the heart of modern Christian nationalism, right, it's a regressive religion. It's based in stagnation. It's not about evolution. It resists change, right? And that's when religion can become corrosive and problematic. But I don't think religion in its entirety is so. To say so would be foolish, you know.
Also, I'd argue it's not just stagnation, but active trying to go back.
Yeah, regressive, actually regressive. Yeah, in the very fascistic type of sense, you know, with this mythological past and this, you know, that never existed.
But yeah, here, so check this out, because it's about to get really wild.
It is more expensive by gold, by weight than gold. It is the stigma of Crocus sativus and has some wonderful properties. It's burnt reverently around Asia, various places. Another GABA agonist, that's tranquilizer. Anxiolytic helps you deal with anxiety, or basically, if you're really nasty to a rat in a beaker, we have established by these kind of torturous means that it's also anxiolytic. Hypnotic, Pliny described it as an aphrodisiac. And it's been compared to opium. Rather interesting stuff. In the Islamic tradition, in Islamic jurisprudence, this is described as one of the drugs that causes joy. It was allowed in the Islamic tradition. Camphire is henna. We don't know.
Hold on. Can you pause it for a second?
Maybe the ancients knew more than we do. Spikenard.
Can you pause it for a second?
Yeah.
Crocus, metamorphosis, myth 1, a boy loved by the god Hermes. His accidental death, Hermes transformed him into a saffron flower. The red stems are described as his spilt blood. And according to others, Crocus was also metamorphosed into the flower following the death of his love, the nymph Smilax.
Wow.
Also, seduction of Europa. Zeus spied the Phoenician princess Europa gathering flowers in a springtime meadow. He transformed himself into a bull and breathed a crocus flower from his mouth to hypnotize her and draw her near so he could carry her away.
Wow.
That's intense.
Wait.
And right here it says, go back. If you go back when it said on the screen, when it said crocus, it says that it's hypnotic.
So also, that's a direct parallel to Hades and Persephone.
How is that?
Think about it. Gathering flowers in the field.
True.
She's abducted by a god.
Oh, shit. Oh, wow. Wait, what do you think? Which one's older? Which one do you think's older?
I don't know. I mean, wait, so, wait.
Man, now I can't even publish my next video. I gotta fucking go back and think about a bunch of shit.
This is always the way it works with this stuff. This is why I do interviews, man.
Seriously, dude. Oh, wow. So, okay. Remember, my whole theory with Aphrodite's girdle is that it was some kind of mind control drug that they were dipping her clothes in, and it soaked into her, you know what? And it would combine with that smell of a woman, and it would control your mind. You would go mad with lust.
Wow.
Because the Hephaestus makes that girdle.
Yeah, I remember that. You get all those weird drugs in the PGM too that are all using this scopolamine.
Mind control stuff, man.
Creepy shit. Really creepy shit.
Amon gave me some fucking weird responses, man, when I asked him about it.
Yeah.
It kind of made me uncomfortable, I'm not gonna lie. I was like, what in the hell is he even talking about? Because he already knows. Because one of the words that I kind of picked up on I don't read Greek yet. I'm not very smart with the Greek yet,
It's
But
difficult.
it says the girdle is called a histos, right? Like a hestos, like the weapon, like a fucking boxing glove with thorns on it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I was like, what are they talking about?
Right. Oof. No,
They're
some of
talking
that
about,
stuff gets way too creepy for me.
I don't know if it's a boxing glove, but she's wearing it around her secret.
Oh,
Yeah.
spot.
guys, have you probably heard about the LSD ergo like psychedelic that grows on wheat back in the day in the Levant?
Yeah, of
Ergot.
course.
Right.
Oh, totally.
Well, we had. How do we know how far back that goes? So what I'm trying to get at is, you know how bread in the Old Testament, the symbolism is like so. I was actually reading James Tabor's Genesis translation today, actually,
Okay.
and he translates Adam like human instead of human. He says soil creature, and the idea is when Adam was cast out of Eden, he now has to work the soil. So he has to grow wheat, make bread, and eat the bread. So he's eating like flesh, and this connects to the Eucharist. This connects to like the flesh of Christ, that kind of stuff.
Wait, I don't follow.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm kind of like
because we eat the flour. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, because the idea is bread, like it looks like human flesh. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like it's kind of like a symbolic thing. So it
okay.
Basically, what I'm trying to get at is that how far back did people know that ergo grew on wheat? Because maybe because it induced this psychedelic trip. Then did the idea of eating like animal flesh. There's also that fish. I don't know if it's also in the Mediterranean. There's this fish that eat like a certain algae in the sea, and this algae makes the skin psychoactive. And when they eat, yeah, this is all true.
Because there's a bunch of passages that I've been finding that I thought were codes, because they're always talking about the Scythians and these other Phoenicians. They use this kind of fish where they throw the head into the fire and it gets them super high.
Yeah, their skin is running with the psychoactive, and even eating it you trip. Yeah, if you Google,
what's the name of the fish? Do you have any idea?
I don't remember, but if you Google psychedelic fish, it should come up.
Also, think how is Dagon depicted?
Oh, now you're messing with me.
Oh, here we are.
He's a fish man. Dagon is he's got the fish hat on. He's coming out of the sea.
No, he's like literally wearing the skin of a fish.
Yeah, he's wearing
it as a hat.
he's got that. Yeah, the head of the fish on his head.
Oh wow! Guess what they call the fish grass that it eats?
What?
Poseidona oceanica.
The sea bream. Dion, you got to join the chat.
Yeah, seriously.
It's the head of the sea bream. Oh, what's up, Dion?
Of course, you would know what this shit is.
Oh my! That's it. It's in the head and the liver. The liver is what's used for divination.
There's a bunch of them.
Next, you're gonna tell us you've done it.
Can you see my screen? Let me share my screen.
Yeah, I'll pull it up. But yeah, haruspicy. It's done on the liver. I wonder why.
Check this out, dude.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them.
Okay.
And a lot of them are in the Mediterranean. So
yeah, these are all. Look at these. All of these.
Dusky spine foot.
And I think this will be a little connection to why fish was a big symbol in Christianity and certain other Hellenic mystery.
Makes sense.
But also, I think fish also represents sperm. And that's like the other and seed. So kind of like the tadpole swimming kind of stuff. So I think there's that sort of symbolism going on as well.
Wow.
Interesting.
Yeah, so it eats a green algae in the Mediterranean Sea.
And there's your
algae epiphytes. It's an organism that grows on the surface of a plant. Toxic dinoflagellates. Lives on the seagrass leaves. Few reporters have eaten the dreamfish and described their strange effects. The most famous user was Joe Roberts of National Geographic magazine, who broiled the dreamfish in 1960. And after eating the delicacy, he experienced intense hallucinations with the science fiction theme that included futuristic vehicles, images of space exploration, and monuments marking humanity's first trips into space. I gotta get some of this fish.
Seriously.
I would like to get some of this. I'm not even joking, and just write a science fiction book after trying it.
You'll probably have
Just
to go to, if you go to Greek fishmongers, you have to go there yourself, though. I think you won't be able to buy it on the internet or anything.
Yeah, no, I'm sure. Oh, it's a bunch of them from Hawaii, though. So.
Oh, nice.
You may be able to get it dried.
It's called one of them from Hawaii.
Or in
it's
a
called
fish
the
oil.
Chief
You
of
remember
Ghosts.
the Romans were obsessed with their fish oil, their garum? What if their garum was psychedelic?
Check that out. It's called the one from Hawaii is called the yellow striped goatfish, and it's called the Chief of Ghosts.
Wait.
Ooh.
Wait, did you say goatfish?
Yeah, it's called the yellow striped goatfish.
Okay. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Oh, Cancer. Astrology.
Capricorn.
No? Yeah, Capricorn. Yeah, not Cancer. I meant to say Capricorn.
Why would it be Capricorn?
Because that Capricorn's the goatfish.
Or the sea
I have it right here.
Is that right?
Yeah,
shit! What the hell? What the hell,
Crazy.
dude? You just cracked the code right there, dude. We just cracked the code on the goatfish.
And you know that's also Saturn. Saturn rules over Capricorn. That's the symbol of the goatfish.
Have y'all heard of this? The salmon of wisdom from Celtic tradition.
Yeah.
Check that out. Eating the head of the flesh or the head of the fish is where the poison is reputedly concentrated.
Oh my god! Guess what?
This is fantastic.
What's up, Ariel?
Oh my god, this is so perfect. There's a parallel in Jewish tradition as well.
Check it out. Someone is sitting on my chest, the victim complains. The conviction that he is going to die or some other frightening fantasy is a characteristic part of the clinical picture. Causes a death experience.
Oh, wow.
And also,
fish. Look at these fish. That's fucking beautiful, man.
So beautiful. That's
there's some good news, by the way. I think certain research chemicals peoples on the interwebs, I think they've actually tried to track down some of these algae and sort of like work out what type of psychedelic chemical is going on there. And what they found was it was a type of DMT, but not any type that exists in the upper world, basically. So it's like its own complete new DMT type drug.
It's like going to Hades.
Yeah, and I think I think a bunch of people have already synthesized it, and like they've had Reddit posts where like they've like ordered a lab to make it, and like they sold it and stuff.
Jeez, dude.
Yeah,
I missed out on that Reddit post.
But that's the other thing we should start doing. We should also start exploring the sea. We should go down there.
Holy crap! Yeah, it's a 5-bromo DMT, dude.
Yeah.
Wow.
And from what I read, I think that doesn't exist in the upper worlds, as in like plants and stuff. I think that's, or like maybe not that one, but there's like other related ones that just don't exist in plants. So
something's messing with my brain right now. You know who Nereus is? The old man of the sea?
Yeah.
You know, Poseidon used to be the real god.
Right. He was the original Lord of the Underworld.
Right. Now we're getting underworld connection with Poseidon, and they call this Poseidon Oceanica. It's its name.
Yeah. Ooh,
wow.
Interesting.
So yeah, there's a connection to the between this to Judaism, and I mean I don't know how much. Maybe
how could you figure this out, dude? You got to be a seafaring nation that forever you just lived on the ocean, and after a while, you just so many guys diving down in the bottom, and
like the Phoenicians.
In the Philippines, they have there's a group of people there that they're called the Sibajau, and they're like island. They don't live on the islands at all, right? They only live off of like sea made, like they're like colonies that are floating, so like floating boats out on the ocean, that they tie together, and they make platforms between them, so they make like little colonies, like SeaWorld, like Waterworld. I mean,
that's crazy.
And they do not, like, their culture is they do not go on land. They will refuse to live there, and they can dive down. They have like done scientific studies on them. They have like fish gills. Like they've developed a new kind of lung. They can breathe for insane amounts of time underwater, and they can dive down to like pressure levels that would kill normal people.
I believe it.
They know no masks, no equipment, no nothing. They just dive down.
So what is that like? What's that, microevolution?
That's what they're saying, is it's a form of microevolution, because it's like only the Sibajau, and they're actually really cool. They're really friendly, and
really it's poor. Like I have family who are Inuit, and they have some microevolutions where they have more a higher fat percentage of body fat, so they stay generally warmer than the average person, and they get more nutrients from the meat that they eat. So they can eat a largely meat diet, like raw fish diet, and get all the nutrients that they need to survive. They almost don't eat any plants traditionally, except for like a few scavenge things.
Wow. So, shoot, where was it? Oh, right here. Check this out. So, this has to do with Judaism and why Jews eat fish on the New Year.
Thank everybody for coming. I just want to remind you, this Sunday morning, the annual breakfast of the Sifat Tiferes Yerushalayim. It's in memory of Rabbi Dr. Chaim Waxlak, the Moradasra of the Shul. So everybody could please come. Rabbi Ruben Feit and Shlita will be here Sunday morning to join us for davening and for breakfast. Just a quick thought. This is food. We were talking about different foods we eat in Rosh Hashanah. One of the foods we eat in Rosh Hashanah is fish. And why do we eat fish? Because we say we should multiply like fish. In fact, this is fulfillment of what Yaakov Avinu blessed his grandsons.
Okay, not what I was thinking of, but basically, that on Rosh Hashanah, Jews eat the head of the fish because it said, lehiyot rosh velo zenav, to be the head and not the tail. I don't know if that
could be interesting. Could be something there.
But yeah. Right. So the other thing that I meant to show, but we got kind of sidetracked. So check this out. So after the oil, so butter of kind. So is it chemat bakar? So the butter of bakar.
Remember what I said about fats?
Yep. The chalav tzeon, and the fat of sheep, the fat of lambs. With the chalav karim. Wait, what? Wait, chalav karim. That's interesting. The milk. Wait. So no, this is saying the milk of sheep, and with the milk of karim. I just don't know. Wait, what? Camel? Did it say camel or no? Healing? Wait, what?
A basket, a saddle.
I have no clue what this is. How to palanquin. But anyway, so it says, and rams of the breed of Bashan. Oh, Ve'ayalim b'nei Bashan. And so it's the bulls of Bashan that tear apart the person in, I forget which Psalm or Isaiah, I forget it. But let's see. And with the fat of kidneys of wheat. What is this? Kiliot chita. What the hell are kidneys of wheat? And thou did drink wine of the pure blood of the grape, but Yeshurun, which is another name for Zion, grew fat and kicked. Thou art grown fat. Thou art become thick. Thou art covered with fatness. So interesting, this word fatness, I'm guessing it's probably shemena. Yeah, shemenat. To become fat or to be oiled. Thou art covered with oil. Then he forsook God who made him and lightly esteemed the rock of his salvation. Sur Yeshua. Interesting. They provoked him to jealousy with strange gods, with abominations they provoked.
Hold on. We're going really fast here. Who's forsaken his God?
Jacob, I think, right?
When does that happen? I don't remember that.
Wait,
is Elijah? Is this the bull sacrifice part? Where are we at here?
No, this is Deuteronomy.
Who is he talking about? I thought before he was talking about God.
So it's saying, remember the days of old. It's talking about when the High divided the nations their inheritance, and that that the children of Israel are the portion that Yaakov is the lot of his inheritance. So it's saying that he, being Yaakov, being the children of Israel,
and they are the ones who are suddenly renouncing God.
Let's see. Wait, where were we?
Back up a little bit more, I think. Yeah.
Oh yeah, here. They sacrificed to powerless spirits, to gods whom they knew not, to new gods that came newly up, whom your fathers feared not. Of the rock that begot thee, thou art unmindful, and hast forgotten God that formed thee. And when the Lord saw it, he abhorred it, because of the provocation of his sons and of his daughters. And he said, I will hide my face from them, and I will see. So it's like literally saying his sons and his daughters. So in that, it's so clear that that this idea of being sons and daughters of God is not something that is specific or special to Jesus.
Huh.
Well, I think the idea is that I think the Christian viewpoint is like the genealogy. We're all connected, right? So so the fact that Jesus is, or the Son of God, comes from our genealogy, well, isn't that also saying that by extension we are part of also the Trinity? There's a plural. Can't say. There's a plurality in. It's not just one Father, Holy Spirit, and Son. That Son is actually there's a plurality within the oneness, just like there's a plurality within the oneness of monotheism, if that makes any sense. I don't know if that makes any sense.
I get what you're hinting at, but I think we also have to remember that not all these Christians agree, and that there are multiple interpretations. Like, not even all of them agree that Jesus was the Son of God, right? Some say he was just a man. You also get this stuff like the Son of Man, which is distinct category within the Old Testament and within the understanding, right? It's something different. It's not quite an angel, not quite a deity. It's something else.
Yeah, it kind of just means, I think what the Son of Man means is like the eventual product of where our breeding will lead to, of what is the end, like the end of the world, type stuff. I think it's like the eschatological product of our genealogy. I personally think that's what Son of Man means, and that's connected to the Son of God just by logic, because, well, the final product surely has to be the Son of God. You know what I mean? If that makes any sense.
So basically, so here you can see Adam means man or mankind, but Ben Adam literally, so like it means a son of Adam, but literally it means a human, because it's this idea that to be a son of Adam is to be born through the act of procreation, as opposed to being created.
Yeah, well, call that I guess I call that virginal creation, and it's funny. I've been thinking about this idea a lot, because a lot of people make fun of the idea of virginally creating something, but then what are thoughts? So it's like, well, quantum mechanics already tells us that reality is mental. So then if it's mental and thought equals creation, as that word abracadabra, I create when I speak, it's, or like the idea of the logos, or this idea of the word of God in the Old Testament, isn't that basically saying, isn't that what virginal creation is? You know what I mean? As opposed to like corporeal creation, I don't know if that makes any sense.
So I mean, like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just have to step away for a second here. There's some.
I was just processing that. Yeah, no, go
shit's
for
blowing
it.
up on the Discord, so yeah. I'll be right back, guys. Holy shit!
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, that was a lot to swallow. I was like trying to think about what you said.
Well, that was just me combining modern science, physics, trying to syncretize it with ancient knowledge. And quantum mechanics does say, literally, reality is mental, right? So, it's science is actually saying ancient knowledge is correct. It's like literally verifying it. So this idea that like science actually disproves mysticism or religion or
It's
ancient
the opposite.
knowledge, it's literally the opposite. So
yeah, I agree.
So here's science basically saying, well, kind of like the source of all creation had to be virginal in the first place, because like, well, that's what a mental process is. That's what we're doing every single second of our entire lives, you know? So
You
like
mean just constantly creating new thoughts?
Exactly. Like it's also it's a second by second, minute by minute thing, and it's all hermetic, it's all fractal. So like maybe for a week you thought about this one thing a lot, then you can sort of like summarize that, like for that 1 week you thought about that a lot, then maybe a month, what did you think about in that month, in that year? And then the idea is all these thoughts sort of, they steer you in your life and they have an effect on your life. So if they have an effect on your life via what you think, isn't that creation? Isn't that virginal creation? You know? So it's sort of like, when you logically break it down, all the arguments atheists have, they actually don't make any sense. That's just like lacking another angle, lacking a perspective. And
that's why I think I like that where you're going with that, because a lot of times when like atheists are confronted with like a psychedelic experience, they're not anymore.
Or
they're immediately converted. They have an experience of God or something, and it's mystical or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
and they come away from that experience saying, I'm agnostic now.
Or they either convert or they deny and explain away what they saw, so they can like regain their prior belief, because they don't want to shatter them. They just want to.
I was thinking specifically about like the John Hopkins experiment where they did, psilocybin with a bunch of people who were atheists at the beginning of that experiment, and at the end they were not.
Yeah,
it was like 94% or something like that, like a really high number.
And I even have first-hand experience. I remember tripping with my friend like 2 years ago, and obviously you see some crazy things. You understand some crazy things about the world and reality. And after we came down, he was sort of like, I could see him in real time forgetting, like intentionally forgetting what he saw, what he felt, what he understood. And then
like convincing himself it didn't happen, kind of thing.
Exactly. And when you think about it, isn't that what we are from the source? God wants to, as the third, sorry, forgot your name, but the third guy from down the screen, when he said that God Most High, he has to, when you get to perfection, when you get to Plato's utopia, Elysium, right? When you get there, well, you don't have any more knowledge, so you have to forget again. So that's that's what's happening when these people who have these psychedelic trips, they find clarity, they find understanding, but it's like that's not what their path goal was before, so they want to go back to it, So yeah, people, but if they admit it, then
you're pulling on a thread. I'm starting to understand what you're pulling on right now. It's almost like almost like we're drawing back to the Garden of Eden, and ignorance was the thing that people really would rather have.
Exactly.
And the downfall was like a mistake, instead of giving the gift of knowledge, which was like it's the center of the garden.
Yeah, it's like
people don't want that. In a way, you're right. It's like even if they're given it, they would immediately choose to forget it and go back.
Exactly, 100%. So
man, this is like were you here for the discussion we had the other day about like people who were like NPCs?
No, I wasn't. No.
Yeah, so like we've been talking about this for a couple nights now, where like the idea of like the Hylic soul. I think Ariel, you're the one that said that. Like the idea that like people only have like partial souls, and maybe like from some kind of rebirthing process, you're only given a little bit, or you're being reborn, you only carry something less than somebody else has who's been reincarnated when learned.
I tend to think it's more based off of like just a level of like awakeness, or kind of like how asleep you are.
Exactly.
Well, but if what was your name again, by the way? What's your nickname?
I'll call me. I actually call me Nodarico. Nodarico.
Okay, cool. Nodarico.
Nodarico. That's the name I want to go by.
No,
it's basically I'm Georgian, the country by blood. Okay. I've got an English accent, but that's where I'm from. And
nice.
Yeah, it's named from there, and I think that's the name I want to go by. But
with the N, Nodarico.
Yeah, Nodarico.
Nice. I've never heard that name before. That's awesome.
Yeah,
it's Georgian, huh?
Yeah, it's Georgian. Yeah. Awesome. By the way, you guys should look into the Georgian pantheon and the Armenian pantheon. You'd love it a lot.
Are you Armenian?
No, but
is it the same?
Well, our cultures are like
similar.
Very similar.
Is there any relation with the Armenians and the Arimaspians?
I don't know who the Arimaspians are.
Okay.
Off the top of my mind.
That's some old Herodotus stuff.
Okay. But actually, weirdly, we're non-Indo-European. They are Indo-European.
Okay.
So.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and our cultures are like very, very similar. So, but it's weird. Genetically, we're like completely different. Yeah, our cultures are so similar. And the Armenian pantheon is really cool. And in the Caucasus pantheons, there's sort of like it's like a mixture of Greek and Persian pantheons into like one. So it's literally like we have our own Prometheus, we have our own Zeus, we have our own Mithras, our solar deities, like all that kind of stuff. But it's kind of like you can see the Greek and the Persian and maybe like native stuff as well, all at once going on. So it's really cool. I would look into them. Not a lot of scholars have looked into them.
Okay.
I would love for David Litwood to like have a look at them. I don't think he has, but yeah.
But yeah, let's check out some of the other stuff that was in the oil.
Yeah, go for it.
Was allowed in the Islamic tradition. Camphire is henna. We don't know of any psychoactive properties of that. Maybe the ancients knew more than we do. Spikenard. This is the stuff that Jesus gets his feet washed in, and there's a bit of an argument over why they're wasting this ointment on his feet.
Maybe it was used as a dye in order to indicate where it was. That way they could like do styles, or like they could do like runes or letters. Who knows? It's not the type of thing that would survive in the record,
You mean like writing on the skin, kind of like a tattoo?
Yeah. So you'd be able to see where you'd applied the oil.
That makes sense.
Some oil is so thick, you could probably write with it, Like sandalwood is like ridiculously thick. It's like molasses, whilst most essential oils are like really watery, but some are actually very, very thick, and you could probably smear and like write with it.
Yeah.
Judas gets crossed. Spikenard boosts the GABA and serotonin and dopamine in your brain. Described as nootropic, which means it helps you remember things, right? So as we're going to see shortly, all these tranquilizers were being mixed together in certain ways, and then the prophecy was coming in, and the prophet, the high priest, would have to remember it, which would make sense that.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking of, Rat King?
What's that?
what was it we were talking about last night with that one story with you know, what Jesus did in the temple in order to, you know, take it out?
You have to refresh my memory.
Like the tradition where Jesus like cut himself open in order to like write the name of God or something because people would forget it after they left the temple or something.
I don't remember that. Were we talking about that?
I wish Snappy was still here. Maybe he'd know. But
well, anyway, what? Why did that make you think of that?
Well, because the nootropic element of it, the fact that it helped people remember, and it's like you're exposed to the smoke, and you also have the oil on you, but that's something that's only in the temple.
Hmm.
And Ariel, what you said earlier about remembering, I think there's is a lot about that sort of idea in, I think, somewhere in the New Testament about like we are like we were these deities and we just forgot. So it's like the idea is that, you know, like Jesus in Gethsemane, he was like, when he prayed to God, he was like, am I really this person that I'm thinking I am? And when he got silence in return, he was like, he sort of got this sense of like, he remembers that, no, I am this who I think I am, you know? And I think memory is a huge idea all across the Old Testament, the New Testament. And it's like, I don't know how to explain it, but I think it ties in with the psychedelics, because when you have this huge psychedelic trip, you're maybe what you're seeing is actually memories of sort of your higher dimensional self. That's what Hermeticism would say. You know, maybe these things you see, because time doesn't exist like we know it does you know, we're just experiencing time. We're not. This is not what actually is going on, if that makes sense. So I think memory is like a huge aspect of it all.
Interesting.
I'm tracking because, you know, like from personal experience, I've been experimenting with some microdosing, and over the past maybe 3 or 4 years, I've had enough to do about that long. And some days I'll take a little bit more. Some days I'll just not take any, so that, you know, I can feel the difference. The deal with microdosing, though, is you take such a small dose that you don't feel any effects, right?
No.
That's the whole point of doing it. So you're not supposed to feel any effects. But one of the things reason why I brought it up is because the thing that happens every time you do it is there seemed to be some trigger on some deeply forgotten memory.
Yes.
It's like it starts to delve into your brain and start like rattle up shit that you didn't even know was in there.
Yeah.
Stuff that you had experienced from your personal life.
Yeah, and that begs the question: are these ideas you realize? Maybe you already knew them before, because there's reincarnation, there's being born again. Maybe, like, you know, maybe these are
it's
like,
really difficult to explain how that's possible, you know, because it's like I've had experiences where like I'd just be driving in my car on my way to get a cup of coffee or something, and it would be like boom, some memory from way, way, way back, like early teenage, like elementary school. And like I bet I've like had the memory come on so strong that like I've relived it. Like the experiential like environment of a memory that strong, where it's like, oh, I'm talking to my friends and I'm like, what the heck? How do I remember? That's like some weird shit. Like,
have you guys ever experienced this? You know, like you know how you have a deep thought, right? You have this amazing idea, right? Some sort of crazy idea. You're like, oh my god, no one else has ever thought about this. but because it's so complex, your mind can't like keep onto it, and so you forget it. But then years down the line, maybe you take a little microdose, and this all of a sudden just returns. You're like, oh my god,
I forgot about that.
I forgot about that. I don't know. Have you guys ever experienced that?
Kind of, yeah, but I don't have a good example.
I don't have any great ideas. I think I have small ideas.
Or it can just be, it doesn't even have to be, it could just be any old small trivial thing as well, you know? Or it can be like you can even be something like, for example, when I was like writing some sort of like when I was writing some narrative fiction, like the day before, I was like, oh, I'm gonna go into this, but then I forgot about it, and then
Yes.
a week later, I'm like, oh wait, I'm supposed to write that scene that I thought about like a week ago. Like how did I forget? So
yeah.
Wait, so what was your name again? It was Nodorico?
Yes.
So I'm guessing you're a Christian, right?
So I was born Georgian Orthodox Christian, because in Georgia there's literally 0 atheists. You can't find an atheist in the entire country. Well, maybe like some now there might be a few 20-year-olds who are like atheists and stuff, but 10 years ago there wouldn't be a single atheist in the entire country, and most of us would be Georgian Orthodox. So that's what I was born into. What I am now, I have the most connection to Christianity, because obviously that's what I knew about since a child. But what I would say I am now, it's I'm just sort of a pantheist, I guess, I would say.
So I do have like a few questions for you, because the whole like kind of the theme of the stream, I mean, we've kind of gotten off topic, but
sorry. Yeah.
No, it's not your fault. It's our fault. But here, I do just want to get through some of the other stuff.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah. By the way, I would on dualism. This is a great topic actually, and it's very misunderstood. So I'm glad more people are going into the topic. So this is a great topic.
Yeah, it seems very like that. It's something that's very prescient right now. There's a lot of people making videos on it.
Yes, and there's a lot of misunderstandings about it, and this is why dialogue is important, because then, well, that's what happened in the first century, right, and the second century with Christianity. The lack of empathy and sympathy for each other just made us lose so much knowledge and text. So
yeah,
this stuff is very important.
Added into the mix. Agar wood it comes from the Aquilaria tree, and if you get spores of fungus in it, then it produces this wonderful smelling stuff in defense of it. It's another analgesic sedative called oud as well. Arabic businessmen like to wear it on their bodies. And onto cane bossum. Cane bossum. This is described as, it's translated as calamus in the Bible. It's a very bad description, a very bad translation rather. Patrick mentioned the King James version. So if through this calamus thing, calamus is a reed, right? And cane bossum was what was used to bury the dead. And reeds would obviously decompose very quickly. Cane means cane, so some kind of a cane, and bossum means fragrant or resinous. I'm quite fond of a fragrant, resinous caning myself. All of the cultures around Palestine used cannabis in some sense. In the Syrian culture, Herodotus visits them in the 5th century BC, describes how they put the flaps of the tent down. They tie down the flaps of the tent and they throw cannabis on the fire. They use the word cannabis. And cannabis is thrown on the fire, and their drunkenness increasing. They often jump up and begin to dance and sing. He described it as better than any Grecian vapor bath. These are the bongs that were found in Russia, found with both cannabis and opium residues. And all these other cultures around there, the Greeks had cannabis, the Persians had kanab, Assyrians had knubu, I don't know how to say that. In Egypt, there is archaeological evidence on the mummy of Ramses II. And it wasn't native to Egypt, it had to be brought in through somewhere. In fact, it would be brought in through Palestine.
You're muted, can't hear you, Ariel.
Okay. So I also, just while we're on the topic, because I made some videos on this, this is like really striking in how similar it is. Like, so between the names, like I really think that if you follow the linguistics, you can find a lot of the linguistics are the footprints in the sand, if that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
The
So
trails.
I agree. Philology and etymology is I think it's the best way to. It's the time machine. Is how I like to think about it.
Well, there's a lot of breadcrumb trails, though, right? There's words, there's genealogy, there's even
the psychedelics for me is the other one. It's the other time machine.
Chemistry,
because it's the chemistry. That's what I mean. Yeah,
the natural
good
world
way to
evolves. Everything
Yeah.
sort of evolves, and even words, even etymology. We are seeing evolution right in front of our eyes.
Exactly.
All right, here I found it. So here.
If you've ever read a significant portion of the Hebrew Bible, you've likely come across a reference to something called fine linen. The Brown's-Drivers-Briggs Hebrew-English Concordance has byssus, or fine Egyptian linen, as the given translations for the word sheish. It's worth mentioning this isn't merely a reference to regular linen.
It says
the word for linen
byssus?
is pishta.
That's one of them.
Byssus?
Yeah, why?
Because I've been trying to find a connection between Aiden Thrysus, who is one of the 3 first sons of Hercules, who was the original 3 Scythian kings. Because Aiden Thrysus is the one who brings cannabis to the Scythians.
So where are you seeing a connection?
Just with the last and the ending of the word byssus with Thrysus.
I mean, I think that's more common. That like you should be focusing on the bys, bys.
Okay, the beginning, not the ending. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, guys, by the way, just on cannabis, I'm not sure how much this is true or if this is local Georgian folklore and lies and embellishments by our past leaders and stuff. But the folklore is that cannabis was native to Georgia. So right now in Georgia, there's a bunch of cannabis growing in the mountains. And they say, I don't know if this is true, they say it's native. So it was like always there. I'm not sure if that's true. It's probably not true. But if it is true and it grew in the Caucasus Mountains, then maybe there's also a way that maybe that's how the West first got into contact with cannabis. I don't know.
Well, think about it. Who was from Georgia originally?
Medea.
Yeah.
Medea, yes, right. Indeed, yes. And actually, we also the oldest wine sample they could ever find was found in Georgia, which is dated 4000 BCE. So they say we created wine, and grape is our like main national fruit that like is most abundant. So we created wine, and also Noah's Ark obviously landed in Armenia. So they would have started their community in the Caucasus Mountains before they descended down into the Mesopotamia, right? So I think there's some sort of historical connection there as well.
Wow, it's really interesting.
Well, and throughout the Hebrew
Bible. Oh, sorry. Oh, just one more thing. I think Tubal. I think in the Genesis or the Torah lineage, I think Tubal is the one who went to the Caucasus, and his descendants were like the Caucasus people. That's the Jewish tradition. And what was my point? Oh my God.
Something about Tubal?
Yeah. But then I think I was going to talk about Tubal Cain, who's seen as like the blacksmith.
That's right.
But I don't remember my point. Sorry. Sorry.
No worries. Let's see.
Here. Meaning that its first chronological appearance is in Genesis 41:42. After the Pharaoh declares Joseph has charge over all of Egypt, he removes the signet ring from his hand and places it on Joseph's. He also has him dressed in robes of fine linen. The Hebrew word here is bigdei shesh, clothing of shesh. In 1861, a famous classicist, John Keto, proposed a potential connection between the Semitic word hashish, the Hebrew term shesh for fiber plant, and the eshisha, which means compressed powder, and was condemned by the prophets for causing stupor. If you've ever read a...
And then I also, so this is what I was talking about, though, the connection between the names.
This is the Egyptian goddess Seshat. Her domain is over architecture, hemp, and wisdom. I've proposed that the names Seshat and Shesh are likely connected. Many scholars agree that the Shemshemet was in fact hemp. Based on ancient Egyptian accounts of how Shemshemet was utilized, we know that it was used in the process of making ship sails as well as fiber for clothing. It's not only probable but likely that the ancient Israelites, when in Egypt, encountered this tradition of Shemshemet and its connection not only with Seshat but with Ra. If the Israelites used cannabis while in Egypt, it's likely they would have had to change the name in order to avoid association with Ra. Now here's where it gets really interesting. If you remove both M's from the word Shemshemet, you're left with just Sheshet. Now my theory is that Sheshet is too close to Seshat, so it's possible they dropped the tav in order to avoid pagan implications.
That's so interesting.
But again, it's just a theory, it's a reconstruction, and we can never really know for sure. But yeah.
And also,
Wow.
the Egyptians were big on Blue Lotus.
Oh, yeah.
And unfortunately, I don't know if you guys know, it doesn't exist anymore. It's like endangered. Well, there are preservation societies that they do still grow them. So it's not like they're forever lost. They do still exist. But any sort of online dealer that's pretending to sell Blue Lotus, it's not Blue Lotus, it's Pink Lotus, and Pink Lotus is not that psychoactive. So
that sucks.
Yeah.
But there's Blue Water Lily, isn't there?
Yeah, Blue Lotus is not actually a lotus, it's a lily. They just call it lotus.
Wow.
So
interesting. So
this is interesting comment. I would like to have a native Armenian speaker to go over writings of Saint Gregory. He created the Armenian alphabet, may have practiced the non-Pauline form of Christianity. I do know some history about early Christianity in the Caucasus. You guys probably.
Sorry, go ahead.
You guys probably know that Armenia was the first ever Christian country to declare national. First time, it wasn't even Greece; it was Armenia. To say no, we're nationally now known as Christian. But the Georgian tradition is that Saint Andrew came to Georgia to preach there first. It wasn't in Armenia, and the first ever Christian converts in the Caucasus were in Georgia. So this is our like local rivalry. So Armenia says that we were the first ever Christian country, but we were like, yeah, but Christians were here first, So this is kind of like a local Christian culture rivalry going on. So yeah, I haven't read Saint Gregory yet. He's on my to read list, and I might get onto that quicker now reading that. So
Dion says Georgians fermented Jonjoli acacia blossoms. Do you know anything about that?
Well, so we have this tree that creates these blossoms, this like flowers, and if you sort of like preserve them into brine and like ferment them or like with sugar or whatever, we have it with like potatoes and like our local sauce we have, and it's really delicious actually. You might be able to buy it online. There's probably some Georgian online stores you can probably get it at. I live in the UK, and you can buy it online here, so it's really delicious. It might be an acquired taste, but yeah, that is true. Yes, it doesn't have any psychoactive effects, though, unfortunately, but it's they are healthy. So
yeah, acacia is a very healthy species. Like, it's supposed to be one of these trees of life in terms of how it's so useful.
And there's like so many different species of acacia as well. There's like hundreds, I think.
One of the things that's really interesting that I found, one of the words for acacia in Aramaic is akika, which is very, very close to kikayon.
Oh, nice. Yeah, well, kikayon is probably with a DMT like acacia. Well, so I for 100% know in Egypt they used acacia confusa and Syrian rue. That's 100% true. Actually, the entire Levant, from Syria, Iraq, Jordan, Israel, Egypt, maybe Greece, maybe they like the acacia confusa tree. The trade was going on. It was going all around. People were getting high to it all the time. Priests were getting high to it all the time. Those Egyptian priests, they were on Syrian rue, they were on acacia confusa, they were on blue lotus. Probably they probably got kikyon from Greece as well. Opium, like also maybe what the Jews had as well, and it's but I'm just shocked that it's not as well documented. Well, but
people don't care; they don't want to believe it.
Well, I think what's going on is they're trying to like keep it hush hush for some reason, some sort of like mystery kind of like initiation type thing going on as well. It's probably some of that going on.
Well, I don't know, man. It seems to be like there's like an active, like you said, there might be an active attempt to just forget it once you learn it.
Yeah, or just like, I don't know. I don't know if you
there's
guys
people
ever
like Mary Beard who are out there just straight discrediting a lot of people's work, saying stuff like it's not true.
Well, I don't know if you guys ever done salvia.
So I actually, this is something that, I mean, I'm not like super closed about it, especially because it's legal where I am. But I actually credit that with, I mean, I'm not going so far as to save my life, but it saved my livelihood. Because of just the way that weather was back when I was living in Texas, I got put on this one. It was a different medication for like anxiety because I was getting a lot of pain, joint pain from the weather, and so it was affecting my mental state. And so anyway, this medication, it was completely killed my appetite. I started losing like almost 50 pounds in just a few months. Wow. And like I was really scared. And so I tapered off, and eventually after all those months I was off it, but I still couldn't get my appetite back. Like I wouldn't be able to eat until I literally got so hungry my stomach felt like it was eating itself. And so eventually I was trying some different things. I was getting I was trying different stuff from this one herb shop nearby. And so like everything
was it kratom?
No. So no, I'm talking about salvia.
Sorry.
So like I tried a few different things. I forget what it was, but like basically everything I tried was legal, which is the interesting thing. Everyone's so caught up on these things that get you high that are illegal, regardless, whether they're harmful or not, but everyone's focused on that. Meanwhile, there's all this stuff that's completely legal. But anyway, so I ended up trying salvia at one point, and the moment I did it, I got hungry immediately. I felt like before I did it, no hunger, no appetite whatsoever. And then after I did it, it felt like, just complete quiet. And then all of a sudden you just hear like a train horn, like coming out of nowhere. And it just, so like literally out of nowhere, my appetite returned. And that was the first moment that I considered maybe magic
healed you.
Yeah, like I consider that maybe magic is real, but the thing is, everyone is convinced that it's something supernatural.
Exactly. Actually, Ariel, that's so important what you just said. And I actually want to tie that back to Zarathustra and Zoroastrianism. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. This is like one of the most important ideas that have just been lost over time, just has been misunderstood. And because I don't know if you guys read the Gaffers, Zoroaster's actual personal writings, that one book, the Gaffers.
I might have read some of it a long time ago.
So obviously there's a lot of Zoroastrian literature after Zoroaster, but that was like his own words. He actually sat down and wrote those words, basically.
Yeah.
And basically what he says is magic is just the most obvious thing in front of you. But then it's weird how over time magic has become the complete opposite. It's become the fantastical, the supernatural. When if you read Zoroaster, the guy who the word magus comes from, he says, what's the magic to having a good life? It's very simple. It's good thoughts, good deeds, good acts. So he's the guy who started magic is saying magic is the most obvious thing you can just find, basically, you know?
So get this. You said 3 things. So don't say them yet. Let me say these 3 things and see if there's any connection. So
Okay.
do you know the narrative of like this one guy goes to Rabbi Hillel and asks him to teach him the Torah standing on while standing on one foot?
No, I don't know that.
All right, here, let me see. Wait, Hillel Torah foot. Oh wait, here, found it. No, okay. Let's see. Wait, shoot, where is it? Is it here? Okay, here. You shall love your fellow as yourself. Our sages said that this is a great general principle in the Torah. Shabbos 31a relates that there was once. Okay, wait, Shabbat 31a. So that's what I need to find. So Shabbos 31a. This is really striking because of how similar I think these examples are. Okay. So Hillel, one of them said, "I will." Oh, okay. Who wagered with each other and said, "Anyone who will go and aggravate Hillel to the point that he reprimands him will take 400 zuz, so 400 coins." One of them said, "I will aggravate him." That day that he chose to bother Hillel was Shabbat Eve, and Hillel was washing the hair on his head. He went and passed the entrance to Hillel's house, and in a demeaning manner said, "Who here is Hillel? Who here is Hillel?" Hillel wrapped himself in a dignified garment and went out to greet him. He said to him, "My son, what do you seek?" He said to him, "I have a question to ask." Hillel said to him, "Ask my son." The man asked, "Why are the heads of Babylonians oval?" What the? He was alluding to and attempting to insult Hillel, who was Babylonian. He said to him, "My son, you have asked a significant question. The reason is because they do not have clever midwives. They do not know how to shape the child's head at birth." Wait, where is it? Dang it!
That's pretty wild.
Somewhere in there. Well, that's crazy.
Some head shaping stuff, huh?
Is that the Mishnah or?
I think this is Talmud, but I'm trying to find the right. Dang it! I don't. Maybe it's further up. Dang it! I'll just look back to what it said before. Okay, so Hillel Torah foot. Okay, so here's what it says. Shabbat 31a relates that there was once a proselyte who asked Hillel to convert him on condition that he would. Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't read far enough. That was a problem. I'm very impatient sometimes. But so what was the list of things that Zoroaster said again?
So he said good thoughts, good deeds, and good acts. But I think that's the 3. I might need to get my book out again.
Okay, here I think I found it.
I think that was the 3.
Okay, the sages taught there once was an incident involving one Gentile who came before Shammai. The Gentiles said to Shammai, "How many Torahs do you have?" He said to him, 2. The written Torah. Wait, is this the right one? Hold on. Okay, no, here it is. There was another incident involving one Gentile who came before Shammai and said to Shammai, "Convert me on one condition, that you can teach me the entire Torah while I am standing on one foot." Shammai pushed him away with a builder's cubit in his hand. This was a common measuring stick, and Shammai was a builder by trade. The same Gentile came before Hillel. He converted him and said to him, "That which is hateful to you do not do to another. That is the entire Torah, and the rest is interpretation. Go study. Wait. Then what's the? Oh no, the whole world is dang it. Sorry. Okay. The three things the world stands on in Judaism. Okay. The world stands on things. Al Shlosha Devarim. It's from Pirkei Avot. Okay, so it's something completely else. So, let's see, three things. So Shimon the Righteous was from the remnants of the Great Assembly. He would say on three things the world stands: on the Torah, so on righteous teaching, on prayer and worship, and on acts of loving kindness. Do you see any connection with that?
I do actually, because the idea of the Torah is, getting to the mysticism of the Torah as like an idea, as like sort of like a macro idea. That's a whole thing in and of itself. But I do see a connection, and that's probably post-exile, that quote, right?
Yeah, it is.
And I think there's a lot to be said about, because we know by history, it's even in the Old Testament, that Jews saw Cyrus as a liberator, as someone who got them out of bondage, and
as a Messiah.
And that's so. It's like what happened was, they're like, well, the Zoroastrian God got us out of bondage, whilst the Babylonian God had us in bondage. So they naturally felt an inclination towards their God, and they're like, oh wait, you guys are really monotheistic as well? This must be a sign. This must be an act of Yahweh telling us that, like, you guys should interpolate and like pass knowledge on to each other and see each other as allies here. You know, like you guys want freedom, and like freedom from bondage of Egypt and Assyria and the Hittites and the Babylonians. So I definitely do think there is a connection. And
yeah, I think you're onto something.
And I think that's what I think that's sort of like the loving kindness aspect that the wisdom books in Judaism went down that route. I think they have a lot of connections to Zoroastrian and even Indian, even Buddhist things going on in there, because you read Proverbs, you read Ecclesiastes, and like these wisdom pithy sayings, they weren't in the Torah. You know, they're not in the Torah. You know, so like there had to have been a development. There had to have been a, you know.
Yeah, it's really interesting. But yeah, here let's finish this so we can get to the main meat of the subject.
Canaan Boston in the Bible is described as from a faraway place, Palestine, or on the trade route from that side to this side, historically. So was it in Judah? Well, it's speculative. I think the evidence is fairly solid. Right, so back to the other head spices. If you take 6 kilos of myrrh, 6 kilos of cassia, 3 kilos of cinnamon, and 3 of caneh bosm. Oh, caneh bosm, by the way, in singular is caneh bos. And 1 hin of olive oil, that's between 4 and 7 liters, you make the anointing oil.
That's not technically true. Caneh bosem, the basam is its own root. Bisamim is the plural of it. So caneh bisamim or caneh bosem. So like not caneh, but caneh, which means is the plural of caneh. So either caneh bosem or caneh bosme would be the plural of it, or caneh bisamim.
Mishcha comes from mashach, which means to wipe or to massage.
Actually, no, it would be kanim besamim, probably.
It's actually where we get the word massage from, mashach. And this is where we get the word Messiah. Mashiach is Messiah in Hebrew, in English, Messiah. Messiah is the anointed one. We sometimes get this idea that it's poured on the head like this. It was certainly we know that in
He's wrong on that etymology. Massage is a different root than Messiah. So mashach and massage are 2 different roots.
Where very similar stuff was made, except it didn't have the caneh bosm, it just had the myrrh, cassia, and cinnamon in it. It was made up by the apothecaries in Egypt, and it was wiped on the body of Pharaoh. what was this stuff used for? It was used to anoint kings. Samuel took the horn of oil and anointed him in the midst of his brethren, and the spirit of Yahweh came upon David from that day forward. So it's very specifically used in order to introduce the priests and the kings to the experience of Yahweh and the priests. And thou shalt anoint them as thou didst anoint their father, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office. No one else was allowed to use it. If it was put upon a stranger, the person who did it could be kicked out of the tribe. There were all kinds of taboos around this. So what did it contain? It contained myrrh, cinnamon, and cassia. Cassia, which is also called Chinese cinnamon, contains estradiol. It's a very powerful psychedelic. If you take it on its own, it will give you a sedative effect, but that's because the P450 enzymes will break it down. A bit like how you don't get any effect from DMT if you just eat spoonfuls of it. You need to inhibit the enzymes which are in your body to make it active. So the P450 is a bit more complicated than ayahuasca because there's a whole series of these enzymes. They're different in different people, different in different races, CYP to A6, and so on and so forth. If you manage to inhibit these enzymes, the effect is very strong indeed. And these can be inhibited with different other allobenzenes, right? So we're talking about allobenzene chemistry. There's a whole subculture of psychonautic studies called oilahuasca, where they're combining these allobenzene in order to try and inhibit the
that's what you were talking about,
the full spectrum of enzymes.
Exactly.
The estradiol and also the eugenol to be active. So cinnamon is one of the things that's been found to inhibit these two enzymes. And of course, cinnamon is also in the anointing oil along with cassia. So it looks like there was some kind of very clever synergy going on. If you get it right, it can be a mood enhancer, aphrodisiac with powerful visual effects. Wow, this is a much better combo. I felt like I had a warm, fuzzy blanket wrapped around me without CYP2D6 inhibition. But with the CYP2D6 inhibition, I feel that I am that warm, fuzzy blanket. This is an Eremid report.
That's the same quote that was used in the
link. I am is the name that Yahweh gives to Moses. He says, Moses says, what's your name? He says, I am that I am, but you can call me I am to your friends. So we have something here about the essence, the essential isness of something. Yahweh, Yahweh, means it was or it is. So what we've got, myrrh and nutmeg, just going to digress a little bit to the Kalachakra Tantra, which is an Indian text. Nutmeg is active because it has similar allobenzene chemistry to cassia and cinnamon. But it contains both the active ingredient and the inhibitor. So it does the whole synergy itself, if you like. Oh, they didn't have any nutmeg in the Middle East, but we do have one reference from the Kalachakra Tantra. When the scepter, the male organ, unites with it, their mixture is like the elixir arising from the combination of nutmeg and myrrh. From their union, a pure knowledge arises, which illuminates the nature of all things. That's a very interesting combination because nutmeg contains a bunch of the stuff in the anointing oil, and so does, and the other ingredient in the anointing oil is myrrh. So one brave tantrika tried this, went to sleep, and awoke. Awakening as if possessed by a fierce and aggressive deity. Deep, monstrous voice boiling out of me unbidden. Open-eye visions and closed-eye visions of a bulging-eyed, white-skinned man in ceremonial armor. The real world perceived as a faraway and distorted window. This window also emanated and originated a mental fireball or supernova. This fireball had as its identity the fierce deity above. My voice seemed to penetrate the walls and echo off the sky. New doors, avenues opened up inside familiar mantra, new knowledge disclosed, new perspectives on hidden meaning. So this was a guy who knew nothing about the anointing oil. He just mixed up something very similar and got this experience which has all the hallmarks of Yahweh. Very fiery, aggressive war god and these apocalyptic ideas that when I talk about apocalypse, which I talk about a lot, there is this idea of penetrating the veil, and here we have it here with the voice and new insight.
That is fantastic.
So there's your mix. Go easy on it.
That's crazy.
Cinnamon is rather spicy when you rub it into your skin, and if you make massage, be careful not to get it on your nuts. It's got taboos around this stuff in the Bible. It says you can't get drunk before you put the anointing oil on, and once the spirit of Yahweh and the anointing oil is upon you, don't go out to the tabernacle. We'll talk about tabernacle in a second. But this is good advice for any psychedelic experience. Don't get wrecked and then don't go wandering through the streets. Still takes it. You're doing it wrong. Look, the man's doing it wrong. With his funny hat. The chrism was superior to baptism, says the Gospel of Philip, for it is from the word chrism that we've called Christians. This is roughly contemporary with the Gospels. And Jesus anoints the sick, or rather Jesus anointed his followers and followers anointed the sick. We're talking about this anointing oil with its cannabis and all that. All right, on to something else. The tabernacle incense. Take unto thee sweet spices.
You know, I've had a theory about this for a long time.
Sweet spices with pure frankincense. Samim,
when Jesus was applying the whatever his title implied, you know, because he's the anointed one, means he anoints people as well.
Yeah.
And when he goes to heal the man who's blind, you know, I'm not stupid. You can't heal. It's not possible. There's no such thing as a miracle where you heal somebody and they can see again. So since I don't have a idiotic pair of glasses on where I believe fundamental myths, I understand in my psychedelic vision is completely possible. Where if he would have given this guy something, where he
Exactly.
suddenly
Oh my
saw for
God.
the first time and said, "Wow, I'm seeing something." He's right.
Wow.
This guy is the guy. He can show you.
Exactly.
I
Oh,
think
that's crazy.
you,
That's
you,
I haven't thought about that. That's so crazy. Yeah.
you could go even further. He doesn't need to physically be blind.
Why not?
He could
Because
be. He could be.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. I think it
but-
just leads credence to the fact that it would cause like a conversion in somebody.
But also,
because if you were blind,
I think he was blind though, because it doesn't mean blind people don't have an unconscious. It doesn't mean they don't have a deep recessive part of their minds. But blind people still do. So if Jesus went along and gave him like some sort of oil that made him trip, well then in his mind he'd be seeing things. So then he does kind of see. So
yeah,
that
because
is
it's a figurative way of speaking. Even like a third eye vision is a kind of sight.
Mm-hmm.
You actually see the visions. It's not something that's illusionary. I mean, like a Buddhist might say some nonsense to you like that, but to somebody who was blind, you would be like, "Oh my God, this guy showed me something that nobody else could show me. He showed me sight."
That's so true. I never even thought about it that way.
It's one of the reasons why, like, I don't like a long time ago when I even like as just a kid, when I first heard about people like my friends, like I took LSD and I saw a bunch of stuff. The refrigerator was talking to me, dude. I was like, it just immediately clicked in my brain. I was like, the burning bush talking to Moses is like, it's pretty psychedelic. And like, there's no way you could see something like that and interpret it like this bush is talking to me.
And you can almost see why they had to leave this stuff out, because if Moses says, "Oh, I saw this vision because I took this, I smoked some acacia," when then people say, "Well, wait, that means we can do that." Yeah, we can do that. That means you didn't really talk to God.
Exactly.
So if Jesus goes and does that to that blind person, then people will just say, "Wait, he didn't do that," right? So you can see why they had to not leave that stuff in.
And not only that, but it would have been, look at how much money you would make from something like this. Just the knowledge alone of like how to produce something like this, like repeatedly. Like if you want to have the experience too, you got to know how to make this stuff.
Yeah, the common folk wouldn't have this knowledge,
And even if they did, it would have been something that's like, hey, keep your mouth shut or we'll come down here and kill everybody. Because it's like if somebody else finds out about it and then somebody else steals all our stuff, then
I think it's also paranoia, right? Because the trips can be so intense. You sort of think that like, well, if other people have it, they might use it for the wrong reason. So it's like this paranoia. Well, we can't tell people about this. We have to keep it quiet, type of stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure there's more to it that we're not just able to extract from the mysteries alone, or there's so much going on in there. But this is like this kind of the presentation that this guy is. It's what's the word I'm looking for? Like it's irrefutable evidence at this point that the combinations of spices and oils that they were using in the context of healing and resurrection rites. Like, I kind of think, guys, that the boy and the garden and all that is connected to this death stuff, because it's probably Lazarus or his brother that that they're trying to initiate as the next Jesus. And because Jesus is already almost 40.
I've got a weird anecdote from my life about that kind of connects to Lazarus type story.
Okay.
And basically, I had my old dog. So he got so old he couldn't walk anymore. Like his back legs were gone. But I once gave him like a little bit of like a microdose of mushrooms, basically. Nice. I don't know why. I just felt like, I don't know, maybe probably good for him or something. And then I swear to God, he lifted himself up for the first time. and like his back legs were still gone, but he just used his front legs to like walk. And it's the first time he walked in like 6 months. You know, you know, like LSD mushrooms, they give you power. They sort of like take away the limitations. So that maybe Lazarus, or maybe some of these stories about healing people, it's maybe they took some mushrooms, it gave them this incredible feeling of power for the first time, and then, oh my god, they walked again for the first time in like years, or like, you know, maybe it's something like that.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's what I mean, because like I honestly, you know, besides the cult stuff, I really believe in the power of conversion. Like, there's a really powerful thing that can happen to somebody when they're on the edge of hope and they're about to give up on life in general, maybe suicidal. And, you know, they have some moment where a voice comes, or they, in their moment of desperation, they glance and see that there's a Bible or something, you know, and they open it up, and, you know, maybe those stories are not true, but, you know, there are people who convert, obviously, or else there wouldn't be, you know, the word. And when you're somebody who's had that kind of experience, where let's say you're an atheist and you're confronted with like a psychedelic experience where you're like, whether or not you see God or whatever you see, you realize that there's more to reality than I was willing to like admit at first. And that the more to reality part might be something mystical or magical or spiritual, whatever you want to call it. And like there's something to this, like, to go back to the original discussion, like there's like, you can go through your whole life and believe anything you want, but when you have an experience that you cannot explain in all of your faculties, yeah, that's what I mean. That's the conversion part of, I believe.
It's like the atheist has to go through it himself and have that, wow, wait, let's have that ego destroying moment, or like,
yeah,
oh wait, maybe all these, like, all my, like, I knew everything, like, that can't be true, like, all that is sort of like taken away from you, and you're just like,
exactly.
oh
yeah,
my god,
because when you're confronted with it, then there's no more denying it anymore.
Yeah.
And then you're forced to like readjust the cogs in your brain. Like, how does this shit make sense? How do I go back to regular reality? And with this stone in my throat, like I have to swallow it.
How do I reconcile this with my past self?
Yeah. And that's what it means. It's like the past self is dead and you're kind of reborn. That's why, like, in Christianity, a lot of people have these.
You're the one who kills it. You're the father in your Trinity. Your past self is your son. And sort of like, it's your unconscious, or what you would call Saturn or Hades, working on your conscious, your upfront person.
Yeah, because that's exactly how I was thinking about it, because it's like a stone that you have to swallow.
Right.
You know, like one of the kids that Saturn tries to swallow gets turned into a stone first.
Huh. Interesting.
I think
Wait, what was that?
It's one of the parts. Part of the mystery I haven't quite figured out yet. One of the last children, it's like the first becomes the last. That's wrapped up in the same. That's because the first kid that is born is the either, I'm sorry, it might be the last kid that's born. I'm not sure. It's like the first one that's born is the one that he tries to swallow, and it's the last one that comes out. So it's like the first becomes the last in that myth, in like a weird reversal, and then it's like a weird Saturnian reversal, because it's Saturn that's swallowing all his children, right?
Well, the unconscious.
Sorry.
So if we see Saturn as blackness, as the unconscious, as in the Jungian type of way,
right?
And then if you read Terence McKenna,
love it,
he would talk all about jumping into the darkness, jumping into Hades, jumping into Sheol, this unknown. So Saturn is just basically the god we don't know yet. We're evolving into knowing that stuff about reality. So that's how I don't know, personally see Saturn, if you put it in the more modern Jungian type outlook.
Yeah, I do.
But
I
yeah,
do too.
What you said is so true. So true. It's you definitely hit it on the mark.
Well, because that goes back to the duality thing. That's why is like what's really going on here. We know that there's a like a profane reality, and then there's a sacred one that you enter into when you take psychedelics. There's no escaping it. Like once you take like a certain dose, it's like now I'm on the roller coaster, guys, and they fucking lock the doors, and you're looking outside, and you're like, oh, I'm about to go, and you're going up, and you're like, oh, you're on this ride.
And also, even the holiest of holies, it's behind what? A black curtain.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's like,
and it's
symbolism.
locked. You know, they found one of the. I was gonna post it. They found like the most recent discovery that they found in the Holy of Holies was that cannabis altar. The cannabis, like a giant ball of hash that they left on the altar. That
the temple ball.
Huh?
Like a temple ball.
Yeah, well, there's like 2 altars, right? They discovered that like inside the Holy of Holies, that they had discovered this 50 years ago, and they never tested it. And they just tested it recently and discovered that it was basically a ball of hash. And there's probably some other stuff in there that they put in the article, but the main thing was like it proves that cannabis use was used within the Holy of Holies in one of like a 4,000-year-old discovery. So it dates back really long time ago inside, and it being inside the Holy of Holies in this temple proves that it was like, you know, part of like the, you know, secret religious worship. So it's part of the the priest cult.
It's people being initiated into the unknown, the coming God. It's stuff we're going to be revealed from the blackness.
The temple in the room was like a tiny room too that you have to go in. It's like a closet. So it's like hotboxing. You're in like a tiny closet.
Yeah, hotboxing. Yeah, it's crazy.
It would kind of be terrifying. Can you imagine like sticking your face over this? You know, it's like a boiling freaking cauldron of smoke. You just gotta take it in. You're trapped in this little room, and like you're gonna be staying there, buddy, till you either see God, and you know, like Moses when he came back, his face was glowing.
Yeah, I well, you know how like when you're on a come down, when other people see you, they see your face, they always say like, "Oh, you have a glowing face." You know.
See, now you pick up on the same kind of language, right? Like it's just, that's why like I have a hard time interpreting this any other way. It's not like I have like a, what's the word, like a confirmation bias, because I don't see everything this way. You know, it's clear to me that like a higher, you can meditate all day. You can meditate 20 years, 30 years of your life, and you're just going to be sitting there with your eyes closed. Sit. You have to learn how to do something to push you out of your body. And a lot of times those techniques involve fasting or exhaustion.
Physiological.
Or it's like there has to be some kind of physiological kicker that tells your brain, okay, we're like, what initiates that like endogenous DMT?
Yeah, there has to be a forbidden fruit, you know, there has to be a internal consumption of something.
Yeah.
So
what if it's just the consumption of knowledge, like this idea of code words and like images?
Yes, well
that's what Ammon says.
Well, isn't the Jewish idea that like, well, there is this one amazing word which we're slowly working out what it is, that the fully revealed tetragrammaton, and that's supposed to induce this like widespread gnosis, this widespread theosis among everyone, because once they hear this word, like the knowledge is just like, that is the forbidden fruit just attacking you. Just, you have no control over it. Once you hear it, you just overcome by it. Like that's like the sort of Jewish tradition of the tetragrammaton and the mysticism in the tetragrammaton. It's not really in the Old Testament. It's more in like the Kabbalah writings, and that's obviously
it's like the extra
later
commentaries and things.
Yeah. But yeah, Ariel, that's definitely right.
I understood the Merkaba vehicle to be like a vehicle, right? It's a vehicle of light, so it's like a light body.
Yeah, and the Metatron is just like Mithras and Maitreya. It's even the etymology Maitreya, Metatron. It's so close, you know.
Do you think that's why this idea of the angel of the Lord, after you already have the tradition of it being Metatron, it later gets turned into by Christians' idea of Jesus?
Yes, I really do think there is a big connection there, because the angel of the Lord, it's the key word there is angel. It's not actually Yahweh. We can't even communicate with Yahweh. That's, if you read between the lines in the Old Testament, no one's ever directly communicating with Yahweh except Adam and Eve. Now, so what's going on there? Well,
because they were in the garden.
Well, I think what's going on is Adam and Eve weren't humans. They were like, because they talk about in some Kabbalah writings, and I'm pretty sure this is in the Talmud.
Is it about the? Wait, let me guess. The big deor, the clothing of skin.
Yeah, well, that's actually, you should. Ariel, have you read James Tabor's translation of the Book of Genesis yet?
Not yet. Is it available online?
Yes, it's available for sale, and I really, really do recommend it, because some of these words he translates instead of what's commonly translated are very eye-opening, and the shedding of the skin, that's one of them, because the way it reads in the actual Hebrew, it's, I think, something akin to like, they were light bodies and they were plastered on with dead material of the earth, of skin. That's one interpretation of it, you know.
So here, check this.
But that's contradicted earlier though, because Adam was made from dust, from the earth. So it's like it's a contradiction within the text. So, but maybe that's one interpretation of it. Maybe that's not the right interpretation. Maybe they weren't light bodies. It's hard to tell.
So yeah, let me read you something real quick here, because this has come up before in one of the hymns in the hymns, Orphic hymns. Sorry, I was trying to think about it. One of the passages, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it's awesome. But it says here, "Who is the ruler of this world? To hear the only name." Sorry, it says, "To hear the only name of heaven's great God, the ruler of the world. He by his word created all things, even heaven and sea, and tireless sun and full moon and bright stars, and mighty mother Tethys, springs and rivers, imperishable fire and days and nights. This is the God who formed four-lettered Adam, the first one formed, filling with his name east, west, south, and north. The name is he who fixed the pattern of the human form." And then in the bottom, it has an annotation. It says, "The four-lettered Adam is the ingenuity which seer. In the four letters of his name, the Greek initials of the words for east, west, north, and south surpasses even that noted in the book, where Hades is traced in the word Adam." But Augustine adopts this and says, according to the Greek tongue, Adam himself signifies the whole world. For there are four letters, A, D, A, M, and in Greek speech, these are the initial letters of the four quarters of the earth. Because Greek is for A is for Anatolia, for east, D is for Deuces for west, Greek is Arctos, Hoctos is for north.
That's crazy. Can you send that to me?
Yeah, for sure. It's part of a paper I started writing about the Bacchic cry of Eve. And when you start getting into the names of Eve, and what does Eve actually mean? And it's connected to the word, to like in the Greek, it means life. So here we have a connection with Adam being some kind of astrological quartering.
Yes.
And then we have another connection here with Eve connecting with life. So it's almost like Eve is not a human and neither is Adam.
Yeah, well, that's what, also think about it. Why are the first generation so old? They're like hundreds of years old. They can't have been human.
It's almost like they're like they're slowly losing their light.
Exactly, they're being limited. It's like a generational Tower of Babel that's going on over and over again. They're sort of like being limited down until we are now here.
So check this out. So to be or become light, from the in Arabic it's awara, to enkindle Aramaic is what's it, water? I'm not sure exactly. It's because I don't know this type of Aramaic script. Anyway, so you have let's see. From this you have which means light. You have or chayim, which is the light of life or light of prosperity. Ora, which is light as well. Or ta, evening light, moonlight, starlight. Ora can also be herb, which is interesting. This is something.
It was the Sibylline oracles. That's what it was. Sorry.
Oh, nice.
I see.
But yeah, this is really fascinating. The fact that Ora means herb and light.
Well, Ra, light rays, the Egyptian god Ra,
Apollo.
Apollo's
always associated with like the plants, a lot of serious plants, like those plants that have like a lot of hallucinogenic or psychoactive properties are usually associated with Apollo or Hecate.
And plants they turn their heads towards the sun, Well,
I grew plants for a long time. I used to have a pretty green thumb, and there's a lot. Yeah, right. There's a lot. There's a lot of connections with certain light cycles that have to do with the moon, with vegetation and the mothering of plants, and like there's some crazy magic that goes on like when you're like nurturing plants in the moonlight. It's like, kind of hard to explain, but.
And there's probably a connection because it's coming out of the earth. It's coming out of darkness. So then this thing that's rooted in darkness, in the unknown, is then blossoms in the known, and then turns its head towards the sun, and then the sun is its sustainer.
Yeah, as an example, like mushrooms, they don't grow in the sun. They grow in darkness only.
Right.
And they only fruit in complete shade or at nighttime. If the sun's up, it's got to be in a darkness.
But it still has to have
very chthonic.
But it still has to have some light. It's like a weird in
right. Like I said, if it's daytime, it's usually in complete shade. So like it could be like completely covered in underbrush or leaf cover,
or like the shadow of a tree leaves.
Right, real darkness of a foresty area. Yeah.
It's like
it just makes me think of. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's like indirect light. It can't be hit by the sun directly, but it has to have some light indirectly.
Right. There's a lot of this play with the words in light in Greek. There's a lot of the major gods have to do with light, and the names of their like the meanings of their names are like phosphorus and Phobos and Phoebus and
it comes
Apollo and all these light terminologies, gloominess and darkness, and
photon is obviously like a particle of light, right? I'm not a scientist, but
but there you go. See, like even the scientists are digging on the same thing, right? Oh, what's up, Sobek's back?
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Graham's talking about astral projection here. I'm not too familiar with astral projection yet.
Well, but the point is that there are people who have these experiences without the use of exogenous.
Right. Yeah. No, that's kind of my point, though. Is like for most people, and this is what I mean, is like there's this duality with not only the spiritual experience itself, because you have people who just don't believe in God, they don't believe it, they're complete skeptics. And then you have people on the other hand who, it's like, you might have some idea of like religiosity or spirituality, but you've never had that like 5-gram mushroom experience where you go and you're forced with your own psyche. You go into that internal revenue of past life reviews and all that kind of stuff. Like when you're confronted with a real mystical experience, like you have to go back and sort of reintegrate all this new stuff you learned. And, you can't keep walking in the same life in a way. Like,
Yeah,
you
you
go
have
around and tell everybody.
Yeah, you have to admit it to yourself. You have to take a stand and be like, am I going to be a coward? To myself. So.
And that's why I brought it up, though, is like, there's this real, it's like an extreme dichotomy with like good and evil, and there's people who have never experienced God and who just have some idea of it, and then there's this idea that we've been playing with earlier, which is like, God never really comes and interacts with us. It's always
No.
his messengers.
Yeah, and that gets lost in translation so much.
And we don't. It's good point, though, because if you think about, like, not only do we never see God's face, but if we know his name, it could kill us, or it's dangerous.
Exactly.
And using his name is forbidden. You can't ever write it down. You write it down in like code, or it's missing a certain letter.
Wait, are you arguing that his name is basically a drug formula?
No, not at all. Is that what you picked up from that?
Sorry, I kind of zoned out for a second.
No, I was just saying that like part of the mystery of God is he's ineffable.
Yeah.
And part of the reality of it is some people never experience God. Even if we could bust open these books and have people read all the same stuff we're reading every day, and then they don't, they don't have the ear for it.
But isn't this the Jewish eschatology itself? Because from my interpretation of some of the maybe extra literature from Judaism, is that's the eschatology. Once the word is said, then we're assimilated back into God. This world closes. That's what I got from. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I got the idea of the fully revealed tetragrammaton. When it's fully revealed, and when someone says it all of a sudden. Go ahead, Ariel.
I think. Are you familiar with Isaac Asimov's Foundation?
No, but I'll look it up.
It's this one science fiction series. It basically imagines like a long-term like future of humanity, basically where like humanity's colonized almost the entire like reachable world or like universe. But one thing that's interesting, I haven't got the like. So I'm just watching the series so far, though I probably should read it at some point. This thing that Snappy's talked about. There's this idea of Galaxia. It's basically like a board, but a good version of the board. And so everyone is part of the same network. Like everyone is connected, but they still maintain their individuality.
Yes. Oh my God, that's amazing. Wow.
So I think that's kind of similar to what the idea of like Moshiach, or like the revelation of God's immanence, like basically the idea that
plurality.
Yeah. So I think it's more so that what like for instance, like there's this idea that like nations shall not raise up sword against another nation, and that they shall not learn war anymore. It's not saying that they shall not learn war anymore because they will cease to exist. It's that they will not learn war anymore because they'll realize that there's no real purpose to war in the grand scheme of things. That it's all just kind of the idea that
that's so deep. Wow.
Yeah, it's kind of like the idea that treat your fellow as yourself. That is the whole law, and the rest is commentary. That's one of the things Hillel says, and it's this idea that to cause violence to another is to cause violence to yourself, not in this not in a like a moralistic like, oh, we're all part of a society way, but like literally in a way that you are harming yourself by hurting someone else, because there is no distinction.
Yeah, I mean isn't that what Aleister Crowley said? Love is the law.
I mean, partially, but like his whole thing, like, because at the end of the day, they can claim that it's all about, but like he did end up inevitably hurting people through his actions. Just on the way that
was such a good left field reference right there. It's like, Isn't that what Aleister Crowley said? Yeah, I just got a weird mental picture of what that might mean for him. Like,
I mean,
he was such a weirdo, man.
Yeah, it's like,
I'm sorry.
let's just say there's a reason why Santa skipped his house whenever delivering presents, and it wasn't just because he deserved coal. It was because he didn't want to eat the cookies.
That's
actually,
right.
Ariel,
That's exactly right.
Ariel, you might find this interesting. Do you know why Aleister Crowley named his religion Thelema?
No.
Doesn't it mean will in Greek, or like
yes?
Telemos?
Yes, he was reading the Septuagint, and the word for decisions, or like synonyms to the word decisions.
Okay.
That's the reason why I adopted it, because his idea was magic is the decisions you make in your life. So it's again the idea of it's nothing fantastical, it's nothing crazy. Magic is what you do every day, all the time. That's what it is, basically. It's how you live your life, what you do, your product. It's so the idea goes back to Genesis of Adam, you will now be a worker on the soil. So then what you get is what you put in. And so yeah, that but yeah, I thought that might be interesting.
Interesting, yeah. So here, let's so anyway, so check this out. So here, this spelling of Or is actually used to talk about the city of Or, which is, it's interesting because we know that the etymology of the city is derived from the etymology for city, ear, or not from or as in light. And so this is where you get the understanding of the fire of the Chaldeans, referring to the furnace that Abraham or whoever the three people were put into. And so it's actually a mistranslation of the city of Or, and it's repeated in the Quran as well, which is, I mean, one of the ways that it shows you that. And I'm not saying that the Quran isn't divinely inspired, but that the Quran is as divinely inspired as the Bible, which, I mean, there's maybe some, I mean, according to Islam, that, you know, the idea is that the Bible was corrupted. And I'm not saying that it wasn't, but like you still have some of these same corruptions that the Quran based itself off of, because it was basing itself off of the Bible. It wasn't that and again, that's looking at it from a scholarly view. That doesn't mean that just because I think that there's, you know, repetitions of these same things that you find in the Bible, doesn't mean I think it's any less, you know, divinely inspired. I just think that it's inherently a problem when you're starting to say one text is more divinely inspired than another. Except when you get to, you know, modern times, because then it's a lot easier to say, okay, well, this guy was just trying to start a sex cult, like in the case of, I'm trying to think, Children of God, for instance.
Everyone's always just trying to start a sex cult, though.
Yeah, but you can't say that. You have to wait, or you can only say that about the new movement.
Well, the Quran completely contradicts itself, because it says at the same time that the Old Testament and the New Testament have been corrupted, but at the same time it says they're also the eternal word of God as well. So which one is it? You know,
yeah. I think the passage from Neil's show this morning, where somebody compared two of the quotes from the Bible that shows in one passage, God says, if you put these, you know, God's telling Yahweh saying, put these people to the sword. And in the other passage, it's saying Satan saying, put these same people to the sword. It's like the Bible is like, it's almost like if you use it as an oracle, you can get anything you want out of it.
Well,
it'll contradict itself all the time.
But I think that's the sort of weird mystical point of this all. It's like the interaction it has with us. That's the point. You know?
That's what I mean. It's like if you use it like an oracle, which is usually like in modern times, that's how we use it. We just flip it openly to a random page and say, "Oh, what's it going to teach me today?" And when you start doing that, like when you look for something in it, you find what you're looking for.
Okay, this is actually pretty huge. So or with an aleph means light, and there's this idea of the light, you know, that like the lighting up of the eyes. But then or with a va or with an ayin, I mean, is blind.
All with an I.
With an ayin. So it's like avar, but the thing is that it's with a vav, so it's just vocalized as avar, but it's spelled the same except it's an ayin instead of an aleph. It means
I see.
Blind. And interestingly, it has
Well,
some connection. It has some connection with or to dig, or with meaning skin. But if you go down here, okay, let's see. Iver can be blind. Havar here, or can be to rouse oneself or to awaken. So this is also another interesting thing because you have this potential double meaning of light with an aleph and awaken with an ayin, and the fact that the two are definitely connected because the light causes people to awaken.
Wow.
So let's see. Ir is agitation. Eren. Yaor. Oh, I might have. Oh, this is interesting. Maor means nakedness or pudendum. Pudendum's a funny word.
I've never heard of that before. Wow.
It's basically like saying pubis.
Ah, I see.
Okay, here. So arom, it means naked. And so here, or me'arom means a naked thing, and or means skin.
And doesn't that tie back to the idea that the light body is the naked body, for that is our real flesh, you know?
Interesting. Let's see. Be'ad or, skin in behalf of or for skin. Everything has its price. Orim, is there another context that's going to give here? Let's see. The skin of my teeth, gums, intemperance, skin of men. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty fascinating, but here, let's get back to this because I do have to get going kind of soon. So I just wanted to get a bit back on track, and then we can cover some of these references. So here.
Actually, Errol, before you move, can I just quickly say on the or, there's more stuff going on because also the or is like the masculine to the the trix, you know, the trix is the feminine suffix, the or is the masculine suffix. So but now in modern language we've all sort of like changed over to or. So whenever you say a conduct or, back in the day would bring conductress if it's a female and conductor if it's a male, but now it's just conductor for both male and female. We've just sort of like simplified it. And it's got connection with the Torah, right? And so what's the T?
Not really, because then you're dealing with totally different roots.
Well, right, but Ariel, check this out. But it's sort of like so. Okay, do you think there's a connection between Taurus, the constellation, and like the star Taurus with Torah? Because also tarot is that's also a similar sounding type thing. But the reason why I say this, if I sort of explain it, I think you'll agree with me, because if you sort of put it all together, Torah. So it's like, so the Taurus is the bull, right? And the bull charges Aries. If Aries is kind of like Adam, because it's the first constellation that comes, it's the first constellation after the sun. So if Aries is Adam, Taurus charges Adam. That's like God smiting Adam or God taking him out of Eden. So the idea is that the Taurus is kind of like charging the or, the light, which is Adam. And so the Torah is like the rays of light. It's like the effects of what happens after Adam fell. Do you think there's any sort of connection there, or am I going too far with the connections?
Honestly, okay, this is interesting. So let's see. So I personally would have said that it's pareidolia, but I just asked the AI. Yes, there is a connection between the Hebrew words Torah, Ora, light, and or, skin. Torah can be understood as the teachings or instruction that provides guidance for living a good life, and the word Ora comes from the same root. No, it doesn't. Or is light. Torah is from Mara, I'm pretty sure. It's saying, or it can also come from the same root and refers to. No, wait, this doesn't know what it's talking about.
Yeah, this thing is highly inaccurate with stuff. Like if you ask it like the wrong kind of question, it just kind of tells you what you want to hear.
Though, I mean, if there were any connections, you could easily look at it. Well, the Torah is written on skin of the only thing is it can't be a bull. It has to be of a.
I was thinking more along the lines of like when Moses goes up on the mountain, the first thing the Israelites do is they build a cow or a bull statue, and like we're always sacrificing bulls to Yahweh, and there's definitely some bull symbolism going on with the.
Well, there's I think there's a connection with bulls, but I also think there's a connection between Tor, as in tearing things apart. Because if you think about it, I think it was in Deuteronomy that when Yahweh told someone to cut animals in half and lay them down, and then Yahweh's going to walk between them. I forgot.
Well, you also have like for the sacrifice in the temple, you ritually tear apart the skin of the animal using the horns of the altar.
Right, and also in the New Testament, tearing of the veil when Jesus got crucified. It's like the veil of the holiest of holies came down. So I think there's a connection between tearing things apart into dualism, like with crucifixion. I think there's a connection of it all. And the Torah, well, what happens in the Torah? Adam gets fallen. He gets crucified into dualism. He finds evil, good and evil, tree of knowledge and good and evil. So the Torah is like the story of this event, this cosmic event, you know, and I think there's a connection with even Jungianism, because in Jung, when you're a child, that's your innocence, that's your Adam-like state, and then your innocence is just like when you grow as an adult, that's your moment where you get sent out from Eden into the wilderness. So I think there is a definite connection between Torah, the word, the Taurus, with the aura, which is the light. So by crucifying light, by tearing oneness into dualism, I think there is a connection there.
I would just be cautious with mixing etymologies from different language families, but there might be something with Torah and aura and or. But I would be hesitant about looking for, like, for instance, you don't even need to look for that. So like for instance, the Hebrew word for bull is shor. So it already has that resonance with the rhyme, but like when you're trying to make it fit with Taurus, I think that's where it breaks down personally. But here let's finish this one, and then I want to bring up some verses to get your thoughts on that. Let's see, where was it? Here, if you tap.
Hebrew, anything from NDMA to smack is samim. Sometimes the correlation between ancient Hebrew and modern Hebrews, we don't know if it's true, but it seems rather apt in this point, in this particular instance. Stacked looks like high-grade myrrh, could be styrax. Onica, we're not sure, maybe a seashell, but we do know what galbanum is. Galbanum is another GABA agonist. So this is the Exodus recipe for the incense, right? The recipe in the Talmud has a whole load more things, and again, we talked about some of them before, but there are opioid tranquilizers working in the opioid system, on the GABA system. You've got that spikenard, which is the one that helps. The recipe in the Talmud has a whole load more things, and again, we talked about some of them before, but there are opioid tranquilizers working in the opioid system, on the GABA system. You've got that spikenard, which is the one that helps you remember, and so on and so forth. It's a very intricate process to make it. And it was also a process that was secret to a particular family of the Cohens. This knowledge couldn't go out. If it did go out, there would be the punishment was death, actually. And in fact, the punishment was also death if one of the spices was omitted. So it's a very serious.
And just proves my point right there.
Why was Karshina lye bought? To refine the onica that it be pleasant. Why was cypress wine bought? To steep the onica that it be pungent. So there's a very detailed alchemy to produce this stuff.
Earlier when we were talking about how if somebody had discovered this recipe, they would probably keep it secretly guarded, and the penalty of it obviously was death if you told somebody.
And that's probably the reason why the rabbi, or not the rabbis, but why the temple priests would have even given a crap about what Jesus was saying. It was less so what he was saying and more so what he was doing.
He was handing out the mystery. That's what they were pissed about.
Yeah.
Wow.
It had nothing to do with the actual knowledge and the teachings, and he had that fact, hey, who's a teacher and a rabbi? It was because if he omitted one of the spices, he was liable for the death penalty.
Well, just if he. Sorry,
sorry,
what?
I was just gonna. It was probably a combination. It's probably a combination of his teachings, then hearing the teachings on the psychedelics. That combo was just like, wow, too much for people. Like, it would open their minds and stuff. Maybe it was like it wasn't just the secrets of the spices, but it was that in combo with the knowledge that was being disseminated.
Oh yeah, and the knowledge was probably connected to the experience of the substance itself.
Right. Exactly. Definitely.
But yeah, it's not just if you omit or you. It's not just if you omit it. It's if you try to make it for yourself, or if you put it on anyone who is like unapproved to be using it.
Wow.
So
it shows there's just a lot of rules around it. Some serious stuff.
Yeah, and this really is a result of the Second Temple period. In the First Temple period, it was used much more commonly.
Is that right?
Yeah, because it says that people were burning incense to the Queen of Heaven. The implication is that it was the same incense that they were later burning to Yahweh. And that's the reason why it had to be cracked down on, because you have to get all the stuff for the Temple of Yahweh. And eventually, they the priests in the temple realize that they can, kick out everyone else and solidify their power, and in the process, also secure more incense for Yahweh and for themselves.
And maybe that's what the Gospels were really about. I think if we read between the lines, maybe Jesus was, because he was basically saying, you priests you're not actually engaging with the very essence, the passion of our religion. It's just like a status thing. It's just an egoic thing, and maybe the idea was, you priestly class who is keeping this to yourselves, maybe it's time to let your people in on it as well, and let them get the knowledge, because what you're doing is just keeping it from people. You're hogging it, you're being greedy about it, and look what beauty this knowledge can do for us, so why are you keeping it? Maybe that's the meta narrative going on in the Gospels and
So
the historical Jesus.
I think there's really something to that. And this kind of goes into my point that if you look at the figure of Jesus not within how the church views him, but how he's written, what he did, and then you look at that same type of paradigm of how he's written and not what people say about him in terms of Satan, you're going to find a lot of similarities.
In what regards?
Right. So,
for instance, what is Jesus known for? What's it like? What scene is like the what would you say is almost like the pinnacle of his like what does he do that really pisses off the people in the temple?
He's exorcising demons on the Sabbath.
No, but what really pisses them off beyond anything else?
Well, it was when he came into the temple and threatened their status as people in the know, as priests who should be respected, right?
Yeah, it's when he starts hurting their bottom line. He flips over
money.
when he flips over the table of the moneylenders, and I think probably something that So
there's something weird going on there, because the word logos has something to do with accounting and money, like accounting and like a reckoning, and there's a weird connection here with just the meaning of the word logos in Greek, and the whole Jesus being connected with tax collectors, and those are his people.
So yeah, that's another thing. He's turning on them, and so it almost seems like there's these dual natures to the idea of. And again, I wouldn't go as far as to say, because I don't think you would say the dual nature of Christ, but the dual nature of this motif of Lucifer, of the light bearer, because that's a title that's applied in the King James Bible to to Hillel ben Shachar, and that later gets understood as Satan. But the term morning star, which also means light bearer, like the name Lucifer is applied to both the idea of the light bearer and the morning star. It's near synonymous, and because of this, you basically have the same motif that Jesus will bring the dawn, but so will Lucifer. But the thing is that originally there is a context in which Jesus is referred to as Lucifer, or as like Lucifero, like the bearer of the light. And so you have two different figures that I honestly, well, and also another thing, you have this idea that that Jesus is the serpent on the cross, right?
Yes, he says that's what he is. He quotes Moses. I forgot. It's probably
I
Mark,
am the
right?
brazen serpent, he says.
Yeah.
Like it's like I feel like people are just kind of just ignoring that. Like,
oh, actually, can I read what James Tabor, what he says? The serpent.
I would love to hear it. I would love to hear
Hebrew. Because I think what I was reading the book today, his translation of Genesis, which I highly recommend. He said something like, to the extent like the serpent was seen as like it was like a traveler, and it brought forth things. So in the original Hebrew idea of Judaism, it wasn't really Satan the serpent. It just brung a process that needs to happen. Like it's just hang on, if I can find it, it's somewhere in the notes, but I don't know if that resonates what I'm saying.
So I mean, in a sense, though, the serpent is still Satan, even if we're not viewing, or is a Satan, even if we're not viewing it as like what is now understood as the devil. Because what does the snake do? The snake contradicts God. What does Peter do when he's called Satan by Jesus? He contradicts Jesus.
Yeah,
that's
you're
all
right.
to be a Satan. That's it.
Huh.
Well, I think like the underlying meta narrative going on is that so if the serpent in Eden was sort of like a neutral being, right? It's like it's neither good or bad, but it's like from one perspective it's bad, to the Elohim it's bad, but to Adam and Eve it's good.
Wait, but why is it bad to the Elohim?
Well,
it's adversarial in a way.
Well, but even I would challenge that. I think that it's this idea that we think within this one dimension, and then God thinks in a completely different one. So it's actually part of God's plan. Like if you just
exactly, yes, that's exactly what I was. The meta narrative is this is just the way it has to happen. So Lucifer, Jesus, or Christ, this dualism idea of Ahura Mazda, Ahriman, it's like this all comes on. This is how it syncretizes with monotheism. So this is the way it just has to happen if there is this reality of the fallen world. So it's like when Jesus, he knows he's going to be crucified, right? If he already knew, he predicted this way before it even happened. So right. It's this idea of like, this is just the opera of reality, right? This, like, that's the idea, so it's like, that's how Satan was an agent of God, it's so I think people right now are really sort of deconfusing it, and this dialogue is really good because a lot of the mainstream orthodoxies, they just don't see it this way. They have no idea of this concept even existing. They sort of just immediately call it heresy. And
exactly what we would be doing right now is tantamount to, what's the word? Excommunication. if you were burned at the stake for saying something like this.
Somebody better not call the Inquisition.
Well, that's kind of what we were talking about yesterday with the Compendium Maleficarum. Were you guys on that conversation with this?
I was.
I wasn't. No.
Yeah. So one of the things that it's actually asking in the compendium is like to renounce all vows to God and to like blaspheme the Virgin Mary and a whole list of other things. There's about 10 things in the book.
And
there's you know.
Yeah, I guess the idea is sort of like make yourself sinful, make yourself be filled with error, so then the process of untangling yourself is sped up, you know. So it's sort of like the idea of Lucifer falling, that speeds up the process of Jesus or Christ or Buddha or whatever, speeding up the process of our enlightenment. So it's a cause and effect wave function type stuff. You know, that's what modern science will call it.
So there's something that I realized yesterday, and this was like pretty huge in my opinion. Here, I'll pull this up. So have you ever thought about the fact that, so there's this idea that Jesus, you know, becomes God, or at least that Jesus like ascends to heaven, and then Satan falls to earth. But we tend to forget that the understanding of Jesus within Christianity is that he also came down to earth from heaven. So there's actually another parallel between Satan and Jesus. They both come down.
I think this is the parallel that we kind of stumbled upon yesterday, that I think we really need to draw out as like a little bit more significant, because
it's Hermeticism. Like that's what Hermeticism says. If something happens here, there has to be a equal return from
in the above
another dimension.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. See, the thing is though, is like if you think about it this way, where Jesus is now a fallen angel instead of a man who's turned into God.
Right. It's like when this Jesus becomes God, there's another Jesus that falls at the same time, and these two worlds meet and collide, and they go through the portal between worlds, basically. So, and they happen at the same time, right? That's
so. What would be See, here's the thing, though, because I've been playing with this idea lately of there. You know, what is the purpose of the Son of God being crucified? Then, if sin is supposed to speed up this process, then it almost makes the rending of the veil of heaven. Then that's like what's even happening there then?
Well, the idea is, so when Jesus gets crucified, he is sort of put back into the world. So what happens is, it's like from then on, our divine sparks that inside us get a little bigger, you know. Like that's the point of shift of evolution of consciousness, where like, so what happens when so what happens when go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Oh, so wait. I think you could almost find some other parallels with the Epic of Baal. So after he dies and returns, he the dead rise with him in the grain. Like the
right, yes. And then you eat it, and it's like the grain is now encoded with this higher knowledge, or like is encoded with some sort of new thing that's aiding your evolution. And that's because God came to help. He sent Lucifer. He crucified him. So Lucifer is Jesus. So when he was falling, he has to be crucified before he comes here. And then we have to meet him with the same event. So we have to crucify someone here to like return that. So the two events, Hermeticism, what happens here has to happen there. Two events has to align, right? I think that's what's going on. And
yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Like it's sort of like sending God. Like, how would you send God back? You'd have to crucify him because he's the only way that we have a representation of Lucifer before was the serpent on the pole. So to return Jesus to that form, to transfigure him, would be repeating the act of putting that snake on the pole, the brazen serpent.
Yes, it's like, and if you actually look at the Old Testament, crucifixion is everywhere. What I mean by that is people being sacrificed, as in like James and the fleece. He was the good guy. He was met with his brothers abandoned him, right? What did the Israelites do? Israelites are brothers of Jesus. They're in the same genealogy. They abandoned him. So Cain and Abel. Cain, brother of Abel, sacrificed Abel. So like there's this constant theme from the Old Testament, from the very start, from Adam being smited by the Elohim. He's what's happening? Isn't he being crucified? Right? So this is that theme is all the way through the New Testament. And then in the Abel and Cain story, Abel becomes the seed that is sowed into the earth. So that's the same idea that I think, Ariel, did you say Baal? So some sort of Baal figure.
Yeah, the Baal
that had that same idea. So it's like, so we crucify him. He sort of goes back into the fabric of our world. He's in the food we eat. He's in the air we breathe. He's like, even God is now closer to us. He's with us even more. So then that represents our evolution into the next shift of consciousness. And then therefore we're going into the darkness further. So I guess that's the idea.
I'll be right back. But what I was going to say is that I do think that it would be a mistake to read crucifixion into accounts of sacrifice. But like, that's not to say there aren't accounts of people being pierced. I just think that to say crucifixion is an inherently Roman thing.
Yeah, I'm just using it as the idea of just like smiting or striking, that sort of idea of the pure person being the one who has to take the brunt, even though he doesn't deserve it. That's all the way back to Adam, because remember, Adam didn't deserve it. He was tricked by Eve. Abel didn't deserve it. I think it's Joseph and his 7 brothers. Joseph didn't deserve it. So
and this goes back to the earlier theme that I was pulling on, is that Jesus on the cross, he doesn't want it either. No, when he's in the Garden of Gethsemane, he's like, "Take this cup from me."
Yes,
it's almost like somebody's forcing him, not just God, but somebody's there, like holding him down. Like, you're gonna drink this cup. Let me go. I don't want to drink it anymore. And they're like, "Oh, come on."
There's a very good book called The Night in Gethsemane, and it's all about that singular day, those 2 days from Gethsemane to the day of the crucifixion. And it's so enlightening, that book, because it talks about, this is Jesus that is very human. We're not seeing, when we're reading this passage, we're not reading about God. We're reading about the human side of Jesus. This is the part we see where he's no longer God. For a few verses, he deplatforms
He's incredibly
himself.
human. Yeah.
Yes, and
it's the first time we see him break character, I guess you could say, if you were an actor.
Exactly. It's him for the first time, shaking to his core, doubting himself. Am I just crazy?
I had a second opinion about that the other day, because after reading it with this new with this new perspective of, like, if I was a detective and if I was the Roman soldier that came onto that crime scene, and I had to report back to my executive officer, like, "Hey, this is what's going on today. I busted these guys. They were in the garden. There was a naked boy with them. It's pretty clear that they were trying to be there at the break of dawn, like one of their mystery religions was going on. And this guy's got to be crucified for what I caught him doing. Like, there's a crime happening here that, this is modern enough, and it's ancient history, right? But it's modern enough to where there were laws, and that they had to be breaking certain laws to like get arrested and get like prosecuted for that crime.
Well, I think in the narrative, it's the priests who go to the Romans and be like, you got to get this dude,
Right. So this is my point, though, is like, this is clearly a conspiracy amongst people who are in power at the time, because Annas and Caiaphas are close friends with the Romans. They're holding stuff down for Pilate at the time. And Pilate's the one who gets in big fucking trouble when all this goes south. He gets kicked out of the whole Roman Empire over this.
So this is big. Do you know about the whole like connection between Caiaphas and Peter?
No.
So there's this, I don't know. Personally, I think it's a bit simplistic because it's kind of treating it like, oh, you have Mary Magdalene and Mary, the mother of Jesus. They must be the same person. They're both named Mary. It's stupid.
It's not.
Yeah. But basically,
Mary's a cult title.
Well, they say the female, the divine feminine trinity in Christianity is Mary Magdalene, Mary Mother of God, and Mary Salome, which is
Salome.
Salome.
Yeah, Salome. The way James is the brother of Jesus, Salome is the sister of.
Here's the thing, though, is this is deeply connected to the female virgin cult, because there's an early tradition in the church of Mary Salome is the midwife of Mary, Mother of Jesus.
Right.
And when she comes in to witness the virgin birth, she doesn't believe that it's happening. And when the girl that's the nurse attendant for Mary says, you have to come witness this virgin birth that just happened, she says, you're going to have to show me the baby because I don't believe that it's true. She goes in and she sticks her 2 fingers inside and palpitates the vulva to find out if she had in fact given birth, and she ends up burning her hand. The early tradition in the church says that her hand's like melted off, almost like it's burned. She has to pull it out. She's screaming in pain. It's her payment for not believing that the Christ was born.
So it's like Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark. It's like
they drink the taking. Oh, right. But like it shows you that in the early church they were aware of the mystery tradition that was happening within these virgin cults, where they were taking something. There was some kind of poison involved, enough that it would burn your hand if you put your fingers in there, and that it was involved in the process of birthing a god into the earth. And it happened to be Salome who was the one who got who performed the test. So it seems like if you were to say, this is how I've been working on this setup, I'm gonna roll my punch at you guys. You guys can be the judge, and I'll be the prosecuting attorney. Okay. So I just fired some Roman soldier, right? I just busted everybody. I'm like, here, guys, you know what I think's going on? I think they set up John the Baptist. I think they had this guy knocked off because they wanted to steal his crime family's power. They took the Baptists. They have their whole religion. They hijacked it in a way. The Nazarenes were over here, and John was involved in it. He was passing the power over to Jesus. Like, they included it in the myth. It wasn't just a corruption thing. It was like, we're going to pass the power over to you. The 3 Magi came along and they funded this. It's quite possible that the Magi were, they were connected to the virgin cult somehow. I'm not quite sure. I figured out the connection before. I don't have time to dig it up right now, but it has to do with the high priestesses of the Magi cult were actually servants of an Egyptian goddess who was a goddess of midwifing and birthing cults. Yeah, we talked about this before, I think.
Wait, so it is Taweret?
I don't know. I can't remember off the top of my head. I have to pull up.
Is it the one associated with hippos?
It might be, because one of these things is part of the part of the medicine of midwifery comes from this, the hippo word.
So listen to this. I think there might be I don't know which version is the, like this version of this goddess or whatever, but there might be a connection between Taweret and Atirat.
What is Atirat? I've never heard of that.
So Atirat is another name for Asherah. It's almost like like one of her titles is Atirat, or no, Rabat Atirat Yam. I forget, it's Rabat Atirat Yami or Rabat Atirat Yamu. But basically, so Rabat means lady. So like, Rabba means Lord and Rabat means lady, or it means like great one. So it's an honorific. Then Atirat is either her name or it means the one who treads. And then Yam is the sea. So the lady who treads upon the sea, or Lady Atirat who treads upon the sea, or Lady Atirat of the sea.
Huh. Yeah, see, because here's the connection with the sea is
she gives birth in the ocean.
Is that right?
Well, or not the ocean, in the like in the water.
Wow.
So, well, like,
so
think
it's
about
like Aphrodite.
That's where hippos give birth.
Oh, okay, yeah. Duh.
That's probably connected to the fish imagery of Christianity as well, because the divine consort with Yahweh beget, the son. So.
But here, let's real quick finish up this stuff about the alchemy, because it does tie back to it in a way.
The Cohens did this. The Cohens seem to have some kind of a connection to ancient Egypt. Cohens took Egyptian names, for example. They performed the rite of circumcision, which came from ancient Egypt. The whole Exodus story of 2 million Israelites leaving is a bit suspect, but it does seem that the Cohens have some kind of access to this knowledge. And we noticed that the similar chemicals and mixtures come up in both Egypt and ancient Israel. And his hands his hands full of sweet incense, beaten small, and bring it within the veil. This is how you use this stuff. So it's not a little stick of nag champa. It's handfuls of finely beaten incense brought within the veil. Now, this is the tabernacle. All the wood is acacia, by the way, which is the highest concentration of DMT in the area. We're not going to talk about that today. You'll notice it's got a veil at the front and a veil at the back. The veil at the back is described in the
charcoal they used to, they set on fire as a heat source in order to burn the incense. It was made out of acacia as well.
As being very thick as a man's hand span, right? The question arises, why is that veil so thick? And in fact,
there's supposed to be a golden donkey head at the other side of that veil.
So guess what? A she-ass is one of the symbols of Asherah.
Oh my God, are you kidding?
No, completely serious.
Wow.
So think about this. Jesus walks upon the water. She is the lady who treads upon the water. He rides into Jerusalem on an ass.
On a donkey.
Yeah, she's associated with a she-ass.
So she's Isis.
Ooh, interesting. Yeah,
because that's what the golden ass ceremony is. It's a ISIS cult.
And not only that, but so Jesus is called the Lion of Judah, or the Lion of the tribe of Judah, and Asherah is the Lioness of God. Like, in fact, this is something that I found really fascinating. I happened to look up the etymology of my name one time. Ariel, it doesn't mean Lion of God. It actually means the Lioness of God.
Oh, that's legit.
Oh,
that's awesome, dude. Wait, hold on. Lions and God. I'm thinking of Rhea.
Well, and think about it. Rhea is connected to Kybele. Kybele is connected to Asherah.
I call her Rhea because Kybele, everybody says her wrong.
What you mean? What they say Kybele wrong? Or
they say Cybele or Kybele. I'm like, come on, just get it right, or just call her Rhea.
And guys, also, even within the human aspect of Christianity, Mary Magdalene is the divine consort of Jesus. So it's like the Yahweh and Asherah is also happening down here as well with Jesus and Mary Magdalene.
Yeah, I mean, if you believe that, there's not really a whole. I mean, there is some proof to it. I mean, there's some textual references to it, but I think there's more.
Well,
there might be more to it, him having a boy lover.
Well, I think beloved disciple. I think that's
he has a boy. He has a boy disciple. That's the beloved disciple.
Keep in mind, I think it's reductive to look at him as gay or straight, because who's to say he couldn't have had a relationship with both? Because look at
I agree. I'm not saying he was gay. I'm just saying that there's not a lot of credence to the theory that him and Mary had children, or that they were in any way sexually.
Well, it doesn't have to be sexual. It can be platonic, and the reason why I'm pretty certain it had to be an aspect of it is because, remember, it has to reverse the Eden story. So Eve made Adam fell. So in reverse, now the divine consort has to help him get his mission accomplished. And
no, I'm not disagreeing that she's the divine consort. I mean, because she's his mom. Like I said, like Mary is like what would like if you were a high priest of Melchizedek, what would they call you? What would your name be? They're probably something related to the name Melchizedek, right? So if you're part of this virgin cult, your name's probably Mary. If you're part of one of these prostitute cults back in this certain area, they probably just called you Mary.
Well, that's the central idea of Platonism and Christianity, is that we are all underneath one consciousness. So our perfect selves is Christ. Our perfect selves is Mary. Our perfect selves is this idea of this perfect, sinless, platonic type person who is thus no different than El Elyon. It's the same.
There's a reason why like Jesus is not just any other god. Like he has to be born of a virgin. That's key.
Yeah, and I don't know if you remember what I said earlier about virginal creation. This is how I think. Even if Jesus, the historical Jesus, was born of sexual creation, even if that's the case, remember, the fall of Jesus has to like meld with the corporeal Jesus, the human Jesus. So then it's like the imagination of the idea of the perfect person, the platonic person, the Messiah, the anointed one. The idea is then meshed with a human physiological being. So
yeah, no, I'm agreeing. I think that they were really trying to create Jesus.
Yeah.
I think that they had a real virgin cult, and that the Magi came from the east to set this up and help them fund it. And they were giving them the myrrh and the frankincense and the oils and everything that they needed to get started. And it was the beginning of what you would see would be like the funding of the political power system that was going to be set up. And John came in and gave his giving you my authority. Hey, I can't even tie your sandals. Everybody, I want you to see that, this is the next guy that he's going to be giving he's the savior. He's the new one who he gives out the oil of anointing, right? If you want to be anointed in this high priesthood of Melchizedek, this is the guy that's the inheritance of all that stuff. And how did he inherit it? Well, he inherited it from his mom, the virgin cults. It wasn't just anybody.
So this is total speculation. I mean,
of course.
What if it wasn't simply that the Magi were following the stars and they were, they simply were communicating? What if they knew because they had been there 9 months prior?
See, now you're smelling the crime trail. It's like the Roman Empire is all involved in this too.
Well, Ariel, that would be true, and I'll tell you why. Because you can predict where the stars are going to end up. Mm-hmm. So they would have known months prior. So there's no reason why they wouldn't.
I think what he's saying is that they would have like specifically known.
Because they were the one, like as in one of them was the dad.
Well, I don't know about that. He was clearly made, okay? And like Ammon is saying, when they make these giants, 9 out of 10 of them don't survive the process. So if you were a guy who knew that if this woman who was in this virgin cult had been pumped full of these medicines for her whole life, and it takes so many times of mating with her for a baby to stick, And when one finally does, he's going to come out with some special powers. He's going to, I mean, whether he has any actual powers or not, it's not the point. He's just going to be like the inheritor of the cult. And when he comes out, he's the physical, like you're saying, we're drawing down from heaven, God, whether it's actually that or not, we're saying it is.
Yeah. And the saying putting of it's the creation. Yeah.
We're putting the crown on him. We're putting the priestly robes on him.
We are putting our intentions.
We're sending him to Egypt to get all the training so he knows how to revive people. He gets all the necromancy.
And then he went to in the 18-year gap, he went through Persia, he went to India, he went to Tibet, he went to China. He learned all these, gained all this knowledge, and then back at when he's fully bloomed, back in Israel to be disseminate into the world. So that's very true. And actually, Dune, I don't know if you've read Dune. The storyline,
hell yeah, huge fan.
The storyline of Dune is exactly the same, right?
He sees when he goes through his deepest trip, before he's becoming the Kwisatz Haderach, he sees the Holy War. He sees it, and he said, what does he see when he sees the Holy War? They're saying my name, and it's filled with power.
Yeah.
I fucking love it, man.
And I think the idea is that Jesus would have seen that as well. Like, oh my God, if I do this, these are all the terrible things that are going to be connected back to me. But then he has to like overcome himself and be like, but at the end of the day, in the long run, this is what needs to happen. In the long run, this will help untangle the world. So I just have to bite down on it and go through with it and accept the will of my Father. And in Gethsemane, he mans up and he's like, okay, I'll do it. So
it's like, what's a few genocides among friends as long as you're Jesus?
Well, I think this is the reason why I think there was something serious going on is because these guys from the Persians were setting up this cult. It was the Magi's cult. This isn't a Jewish. The Sadducees, and the Pharisees were like, this isn't happening. We were okay with John the Baptist. We got him knocked off, but he was okay. But what Jesus is doing, this is like, we're going to the Romans over this.
And you know what I think happened? I think in the Babylonian exile, when they crossed their holy texts with each other, I think what happened is the Zoroastrians went, whoa, their prophecy is the Messiah is going to come from their religion. The Son of Man is going to come from their genealogy. So then in the Zoroastrian priestly class, they were like, okay, we got to get in on this. We can't be left out of it, right?
Right, because there's I mean, I hate to use Jason Reza Giorgiani, but he uses a reference of the influence of these Persian Magi cults on like Islam, because there's evidence that a similar thing happened when Vlad the Impaler's brother was kidnapped. Was they tried to convert him?
Yeah,
and the way that they did it was similar to what's that?
Oh, the Janissaries.
Is that what he is?
Like how they try to they would take captured noblemen and like the children of noblemen, and they would basically convert them to Islam and turn them into their elite soldiers.
Right. Mm-hmm. So there was already some precedence of this kind of thing happening. And if you were to take this back a little bit farther, just pull it back in the past and say, if these were power, we're talking about the Persians here. These are this is Cyrus the Great. This is the real savior. If these had considered by the Jewish people to be the savior before and had been held in the highest esteem, to where it was like, if the Magi came along and said, this is the savior, then this is the savior, guys. Because this is the part of the priestly class. If they say that we messed up, then the Persians might come back and conquer us.
That could also explain why so many claimants to the Davidic line ended up actually being descended also from the Persian royalty.
Yeah, see, now you're catching what I'm. Wow. The wind is blowing from the east, guys. And these Persians are the ones who are carrying the political power of the Persian Empire. And they're saying, you know what?
So maybe there was in the Davidic royalty, in the court, in the nearby families, there was a division, and one side were like, these guys don't understand Judaism. We need to go with our friends in Persia and concoct our return back to the throne of what truly is our vision. So I think there's a lot. Yeah, that's crazy. Wow. Never.
Because I've been dealing with this, like I've been battling with this. What the hell is the reason that it's like, okay, you know what? John the Baptist was dealt with, he was dealt with. They didn't need the Romans involved, right? He was in jail. They beheaded him. End of story. There's no riots. The Romans don't come in and stomp us all to death. And the Jews were like friends with Pilate at the time, like Herod and Caiaphas and everybody. They're all in bed with each other, like making money, and we're making deals. And then Jesus comes along and he's just kicking over the tax collectors and he's making everybody pissed off and everybody's at each other's throats all of a sudden. Like, what do we believe? Is he the king of the Jews?
Do you think that maybe John the Baptist was killed off without Jesus's knowledge? Maybe he wasn't even.
That's what I'm saying. I think that there was some kind of like, there was like they had done a lot to set John the Baptist up, man.
Yeah, it's like hidden factions within hidden factions.
Yes.
It's spanning the geography of like a huge amount.
I read a lot when I was a teenager. I used to read a lot of books about mafia crime families. And I used to read all the different books about how they would make their deals and what laws they would come up with to make it like, you know what, if you break this law, that we get to whack you. And if you're a made man, if you're a true Sicilian blood, and you come across as a Sicilian, then you're untouchable. You're part of that family bloodline that we don't even bother with you. You can do whatever you want. So they're hearkening back to this old. They're carrying on an old tradition where they know that if you're part of this thing, then it's to the end. And there's certain things that you don't do. There's certain families, and everybody's connected with it. And it goes all the way up to the big guy at the end, the Godfather. And who's the Godfather in these stories? It always comes back to the Roman Emperor and Pilate, and they're giving it up to the next guy up. And first guy to get knocked off is John the Baptist. In all the stories, it's John the Baptist. And it's almost, who does it? It's Salome. It's the virgin, 12-year-old virgin girl. And who is she doing it under the guise of? It's her mom, who's the main connected lady in the entire. She's Herod the Great's. She was married to somebody else before. They passed her around. It's like these are important women.
Wait, who's her mom again?
And Herodias.
Yeah.
So she doesn't even have a name. Her name is the family bloodline. So she's the cult priestess. She's the leader of the cult, and she's the one who's probably been the virgin. I don't know what you call it, like the mama son, like the brothel owner.
Oh, you know what would be rich? What if she was Mary Salome?
Well, no. So here's the thing. That's why I think the name Mary might be like Salome, like Herodias. Like these aren't their actual names. These are almost cult titles.
Yeah,
that connect them with the family.
Oh, well, the way I see it is I see it in the mystical way that they are all Mary in like the way Yahweh is the God of Israel. Their personal who they are in this narrative is there being this figure of Mary, this higher dimensional idea of Mary. Do you think?
Actually, that's Mara.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think Mara, Maria, Mary. The divine Christian Trinity of the divine consort. Even Asherah is in a Trinity, like Yahweh is in a Trinity. I think that's the idea. That's why you have Mary, Mother of God, Mary Salome, and Mary Magdalene. It's like that's the idea.
Yeah, because like Salome, if you think about like the word that it uses, some of the phrases that it uses for what Salome does is like she's doing the same kind of dance that would control your mind, and
almost like the crocus.
That's what I'm saying. And there's words that's used in like the Greek phrase that's used for the dance that she performs is called a terpiskore. And the terpiskore is like a type of dance that would like put what the Greek magical papyri would call a spell for inducing affection. And in the phrases of the way Herodias, not Heros, sorry, Salome and is it Herod? The way he responds is he says, I'll give you anything. I'll give you half my kingdom if you'll do this dance. It's like it's not a normal answer to a dance. Like he could have just said do it or get some other chick to do it.
Oh my god. Okay, that's an esoteric reference. So you have that same thing in the Book of Esther, and there's this understanding that in the Book of Esther, or the Scroll of Esther, it's like when it says the king, it's esoterically referring to the king of everything, God. And when it says Esther, Esther means like Astar means I will conceal. And so it's this idea that she's the concealed or the hidden Shekhinah, that she's like the hidden feminine divinity within the story, and then basically that she's like dealing with the most powerful masculine entity within the realm, and in a sense, what she's doing is also like like there's this lower and higher sense. But another thing that's interesting with that is this idea of giving half of the kingdom. It's almost a sense of giving over the power, and you could almost view it as this inversion of the power.
And it's also like Jesus and Satan getting tempted and saying, "Oh, you know what? I'll give you half this kingdom. I'll give you half the world if you just bow down to me."
So that's actually one. Apparently, I was talking to my professor Blake Hartung about this, and he was saying that what was it? That there's still this one non-negative reference to Satan in I think the Gospel of Mark, he said, where in the temptation of Christ, where it's like basically he's not seen as like, oh, he's not trying to get Jesus to fail. He's understood as like he's trying to test. He's trying to ensure that like basically to confirm that Jesus is in it for the right reasons.
Yeah, because just like you said earlier, that this is like the meta narrative is that it's meant to happen already.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, it's like so it's just a process. It's like it's like a verification. Is it happening? It's like somewhere in the higher realms. Okay, is it happening over there? Well, I don't know. Let's send this signal process thing to test it out, and we'll get a response in return. That type of thing.
Because it seems to me that like this is like, I know everybody likes to say, is historical Jesus real? Was he not? I mean, it seems to me that like these were real cults that were really doing this stuff, and they were trying to perform something. And remember, they really were trying to birth a kind of God or a giant, and it was working enough to where it was like, these are some powerful people, whether they were physical giants or whether they were just like, like the leader of a powerful group of people, or they had a lot of power in that respect, that they were still able to do a lot of things in that world. So if it was like, if Jesus was able to be born in this virgin cult the way he was, and the three magi and everybody came and set him up, it would make sense that it would take a political power like an espionage act to come in and undercut it, to remove it from the scene, so that it doesn't gain any more political traction. Because look what's happening.
You're onto something, because think about it. This was trying to cause instability in the Roman Empire.
In the Roman Empire, yeah.
In order to allow Persia a chance to increase their control.
Right. So what happens if Persia is the one setting these spies up into the kingdom, and they're the ones who are actually causing, and they got all the Jews convinced, man, this is their God.
Wait, so in other words, basically, according to this theory, the ones who secretly control the universe are actually the Persians.
Well, think, dude, if you know anything about world history, the Persians are the guys. They come in, they stomp the Babylonians, they capture all their gods, they grind them to dust, and they say, now you guys don't even have gods anymore. Sorry. And that's the reason why the Babylonians end up getting wiped out, because the Persians were the ones who figured it out. Like, if we can capture their gods, then they can't even form armies anymore to fight us back because they give up.
And then you have the Greeks, who burn Persepolis to the ground.
The way that Dan Carlin talks about it is like the Greeks were like a minor disturbance in the edge of the corner of a shadow of the empire of the Persians that they could have cared less about. And the Greeks rewrite history to act like we're the important guys in the whole world, in the city, and we were fucking stomping the Persians, and we fought back on the scene of his. And that's not what happened at all. The Persians were like, "Oh, what happened over there? Sorry, we might send a couple hundred guys."
Do you think that? How about this for an idea? So they were planning this before Jesus was brought. The human Jesus was brought into the world, right? So the child Jesus had no knowledge of all of this, right? All these things people are expecting of him to do, right?
Yes.
So he was the innocent one in all their scheming, right? So this is how you can syncretize it all by saying, okay, maybe all the people around him had these personal intentions, these selfish intentions, because they found out we can birth the perfect Son of God into our world. And with this knowledge, Satan entered their minds to like, the Persians were like, we can use this for this. We can get.
And you know how I have come across this idea? You know, I didn't just like fucking wake up one morning and come up with this. Like, I've been working on this shit for a long time. And you know how I came up with it? Was because of Hesiod's catalogs of women. Why would he feel the need to make a list of all these women? And who are they? They're not just any women. They're the women who make the gods. They're the women who make the heroes, or the women who make the giants.
It's like trying to source it's like technology. It's like working out.
Yes.
It's like working out.
We're saying, okay, if I'm a king and I come from this royal, we're trying to create gods and kings, and we're trying to birth kings that become gods, and I need to make sons. What's the number one technology for me as a king? Is I need to get a midwife who knows how to raise babies. So Medea, Europa, the whole list, dude.
Yeah, and that's what genealogy is. That's what genes is. It is a technology, you know.
So basically, you're telling me that Mitt Romney was not original.
What are you talking about?
And one which I learned a great deal about, particularly as I was serving as governor of my state, because I had the chance to pull together a cabinet, and all the applicants seemed to be men. And I went to my staff and I said, how come all the people
binders full of women
are all men? They said, well, these are the people that have the qualifications. And I said, well, gosh, can't we find some women that are also qualified? And so we took a concerted effort to go out and find women who had backgrounds that could be qualified to become members of our cabinet. I went to a number of women's groups and said, can you help us find folks? And they brought us whole binders full of women. I was proud of the fact that after I staffed my cabinet and my senior staff, that the University of New York in Albany did a survey of all 50 states and concluded that mine had more women in senior leadership positions than any of the states in America.
Dude. Can't believe you thought of that.
But yeah, seriously, if you want to be powerful, you need to have powerful women behind you, if not in front of you.
And I think like there's a reason why. I mean, I don't know how far back Hesiod's tales go. It's something that we can't prove. But I've been digging into like just the Europa and Zeus myth. And there's so much going on with, you know, how the Phoenicians are the ones who were creating the purple dye. So they were the ones who were, well, maybe not the Phoenicians, but the Minoans. And we know that because of somewhere in the Aegean Sea that they were worshiping this snake goddess, and they were bringing the technology of the snake venom and creating kings. And they were using virgin goddesses to do it. So all of this goes back to like Neolithic period, so 9,000 something years ago. I found the evidence today to prove it. And then 4,000 years later, they migrate from the mainland to Minoan Crete and somehow get connected with the Phoenicians, who are the seafaring people whose name comes from the purple dye. So they were using boats to pick up these women from all around the world. So that's how I know that they were picking up, like, they had to use the people who had the best boats to get the technology. Because if you're going to spend all your money to get all the 20-year-old men who are the best men in your kingdom, and then they're going to get all the best warriors, then you're going to send the supplies with them and the boats, and then you're going to get the women. And if you fuck it all up, you're stranded on another country with all your best shit. Your kingdom's screwed forever.
There's another connection. So what with King Minos, what did people have to send to him as tribute?
What?
So
concubines?
What?
Concubines?
No. So remember, basically he needed people to feed to the Minotaur, supposedly.
Right, but the Minotaur is actually cannabis.
Yeah, but I mean, like, but keep in mind, how was the Minotaur born?
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm digging. I'm following.
So basically, like, maybe the whole story is just a mythologization and like a way to scare people into not trying to come back for their kids,
for their women.
Yeah.
Because you're right. Because what happens? The kids that Zeus makes with Europa, he leaves there to be raised by King Minos' son.
Wow.
He leaves all three of his boys there, like, I'm out of here. You can raise them.
And it's like, I'll be back. I need to go for cigarettes.
For some milk.
I think this is a very important point, because you're basically finding the connection between our modern religions with thousands of years before, like even pre everything that survives. And I think the connection is we are vessels that through ourselves we let through the gods, right? Sort of Neoplatonic idea that it's like who we are here. We are
the word's phoibolamtos, possessed by Phoebus.
Right. Mm-hmm. So like we're like the gods are like injecting into the world through us. We're being its whatchamacallit, its avatars, right? And
yes.
And I think that's what even 50,000 years ago consciousness knew this, right? 200,000 years ago consciousness knew this. So I think that's the connection. And thousands of years ago, it's like our religions are still developed. We're still honing in on the process. We're still developing our philosophies to it. And like it's like the mysteries happening, forever, basically, until the world ends, right? That's the idea.
It's almost like we're possessed, like within that sense, but also just within the sense of like possessed as an owned, but like not necessarily this concept of permanence, but just this like temporariness. Not to say that it can't be temporary for the rest of your life, but just kind of like not constant. But this idea of a possession and consumption by the gods or by these forces. It's like where they consume us, like possess and consume us the same way that we possess and consume substances and food.
Exactly, yeah. And it's this idea of consuming each other, like everything's about food, everything's about consuming, everything's about killing so you can eat them, so you can put it back in your process, go through your chakras or whatever you want to call it. And this is going through the chakras of some other higher being, and it's this interplay, it's this hermeticism that's going on, and that's the next step. I think we have to see it in a multi-dimensional way. We can't see it from just things that happen here. That's the next step, and I think that's why Plato was really important. That's why the Hermetica was really important, and then Christianity and Neoplatonism, they further developed it, but then like Islam came, and Islam said, well, wait a minute. The dimension of God is completely separate from our dimension, and they never interact, and they never do anything with each other. And that makes no sense, because there's a heaven in Islam, but how can there be a heaven in Islam if we can never know God? Like,
well, then there's the whole mystic branch of Islam. They're like, oh, we're gonna keep the real stuff on this side with the Sufis.
Well,
the Sufis know everything.
It's really interesting though, because, and this might be kind of crude, but in a way, I think it gets to what you were talking about, adversarialism. That the same hole the hole that we put food into is technically the same hole that food comes out of.
Yes. That's a classical. That's something you hear in biology class. I think I heard that. I think one of my teachers would have said that at some point. Yeah, that's so true, and it's connected because the two holes. It's like, well, one hole sends out excrement into Sheol, right? It's death. But then the seed is planted into that. Mushrooms grow out of that. Plants grow out of that. So
it's very, very Ouroboros.
Exactly, it is. Yes, it's. I call it the crucifixion machine, the self crucifixion machine. Reality is constantly eating itself in on itself. So it's using. We're using reality to develop ourselves, and then we're being used as well at the same time. That's what we were. We are in Eden. What were Adam and Eve to the Elohim? They were technology. We're a thing they
were just something to mate with.
It's kind of interesting, because if you think about it, like, say, think of the worst experience you've ever had on the toilet. Maybe you had the best food, but all of a sudden it doesn't feel so good, and you're regretting it. Yeah. At the end of the day, how much worse would that be if you were eating shit and shitting out whole food? Like, think about that. Like in the grand scheme of things, there's this, like, it's like if you reverse the order of things, then well, first of all, you die. You'll probably start to get like internal hemorrhaging thanks to the food that you're eating, and then you're simultaneously going to get food poisoning from the stuff that you're eating because it's crap, literally. And so with this, it's like that, life can't exist like that, but you flip it around, and that's how life has to exist. Without that, life can't exist.
It's kind of Saturnian the way you're putting it like that. It's like there's only one order of things, and it has to be this constant reversal.
Well, that's the idea in science, that the paradox has to exist for it to make sense. It's like the paradox is paradoxical. So like paradoxes have to exist for reality to weirdly make sense, So
it's just like we were talking about earlier with the idea that like reality doesn't happen until you interact with it.
Yes. And
the virginal creation idea that you were playing with earlier, which is like, if reality isn't created until I create it.
Exactly.
And it's constantly, I had this idea a long time ago, like when they first created Minecraft, because I really believe that we're in a type of simulation.
Oh yeah, definitely.
When they created the voxel technology, it was a type of code that only generated when the player reached the end of the map.
Right.
So
exactly.
It self-generated. It didn't exist until you reached the edge of the map, and then it self-generated a new biome depending on what was already generated behind you.
It's like quantum mechanics. There had to be an observer.
Yes. Yeah. And it tickled my brain so much when, not the game, but the whole coding behind this idea. The voxel technology was pretty advanced, and the idea that it would create an environment that constantly generated in itself new biomes that were based off of a reality that didn't exist.
So what would that be? Autogenos?
Yeah, see, so it's auto-generated, right? So, but the generation only comes from interaction with the player.
So I'm personally of the opinion, because this is something we've been talking about in the Discord, is like, you know, how like because I think like Amon, he wants to do some sort of like museum of the muse or something. I mean, it's a cool idea, but at the end of the day, you know, you're inherently limited based off like location. But something I did think about is like, and at first I was like, I kind of second guessed myself, like, you know, is this really a good idea? But then I thought about it, like, at the end of the day, if we just make sure that, you know, we're vetting who's joining, then there'd be no issue. But like, imagine if we got like a Minecraft server and we basically just used it in order to like conduct ritual and in order to build temples and like, you know, in order to like basically use it as a medium. And not only that, like, you literally have the game that's made out of blocks. And what do blocks or cubes represent at their core? Materiality.
Yeah, I think the problem would be everyone's got to pay $30 to buy Minecraft just to get in it, you know? And then people would have to learn how to install it and make a game, and that's a big leap for just people who are not really game or any computer inclined.
Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, not everyone would have to. People could just watch a stream of it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, participation, I think, I don't know. I think you have to do it yourself in real life. You have to be there in person for the energy to interact. Like, we're talking about science here. Like, we're talking about a magical technology. We're talking about my mind interacting with your mind. Like, for me to like physically give you like a fucking fist bump or like a encouraging, like, come on, we're gonna do this. You're gonna get hyped up. Like, your buddy's there to give you the smelling salts, and you're gonna lift some weights. You get like extra jumped up, like from having a buddy who's getting you, you know, like involved in the ritual. And like somebody who's just gonna sit at home in their room and be like, oh, I'm in a Minecraft server, guys. I don't really feel a part of this. You know, I can really see that their difference would be in like the power of something like a museum, for example, or as if I saw a statue and it caused me to have like some my point though is that like if you think about like a, you know, how do you make it not just something you read in a book or watch somebody else do? You know, how do you personally, you're the one that gets the experience?
I mean, honestly, like, I think on some level it's possible. You just have to have the right medium. So like, for instance, you can get that with something like Assassin's Creed. The only problem is it's single player.
Yeah.
But like, imagine something like VR. So that,
which is what I was thinking of originally, was like, because I have a VR headset, you can put that on and go into a virtual chat room, and it's pretty amazing. You can build like a whole environment, have people go there, you know.
You know, when you were talking about code, do you think this is a thing? You know, when I actually had a friend who was a coder, and I would watch him write. He was making a video game. I'd watch him write the code, and then he would press render, and then
boom, and you start playing it.
Yeah, what you wrote, it's now you're into it, right? Now it's now it's logos, right? Logos. I think there's a connection there with logos, because it's like when you press render, is us speaking now, is that us the someone pressing render and we're the ones speaking?
Yeah, see,
you know,
I love it, dude. I love it. See, now what we're doing with this discussion, we're the first people who aren't going to get burned at the stake for saying Jesus is Lucifer. We're rendering out the future right now.
Exactly.
And we're saying what's going to happen when we play the game, though. We haven't played it yet.
I mean, to be fair, the church said that Jesus was Lucifer before we ever did.
No, this is coded in the scripts, and it's never blatantly discussed. And people who talk about it, it's heresy. And you know, I know personally, like if I were to just come to Christians in my family or my life, and if I said this to them, they'd look at me like, "What the fuck? You're a devil worshiper now?"
Well, but see, that's the thing. It's inherently based off of this idea of Satan or the devil. Well, that's the thing, of Satan as the devil. What does the devil mean? Diabolos, the diabolical or the evil one. That's not what Satan means. Satan just means the opposer.
It just means the adversary. You're right.
Basically, if someone has an issue with someone calling Jesus Satan, first you have to ask them, are you a Catholic? If they say yes, you have to ask them, well, why are you okay following someone that your Lord and Savior called Satan?
Well, that's what I'm saying though, is people don't dig into this stuff to have any actual knowledge.
I think one of the problems is you can't just say it like that. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Because it comes,
yeah.
It comes with so much baggage that they're not even aware. Like you gotta sort of you can't go at it like that. So gung ho. You sort of have to have a little bit of sensibility and be like, okay, let me actually ease them in, because otherwise I'll lose them straight away, you know. But that's easier said than done, though. So
keep in mind, this is like I generally also like I wouldn't say, like, honestly, even if this were the case, and so say that everything were the case and I had the same opinion, but I actually had the opinion that Satan was somehow bad or that the devil was like evil. I mean, at the end of the day, you shouldn't do what the devil tells you, because the whole idea is that the devil's testing you. So it's not that you shouldn't do what the devil tells you because he's evil. It's because he's trying to test if you are.
Yeah.
And so like with this, I think that really at the core, and like, yeah, I definitely wouldn't phrase that that way if I was talking to someone who is like a hardcore fundamentalist. And I don't even mean like hardcore is fundamentalist. I just mean if someone was like a hardcore religious person, or if they were fundamentalist, or even if they were just, you know, like basically if I didn't know that that this type of stuff would, like, that they were cool with this, because then I would definitely phrase it a different way. But like for context, I've also talked with Catholics about the fact that there's these parallels between Jesus and Baal.
Well, let me bring something up here, because this is from Neil's video earlier. Somebody commented on his video, and it says 2 Samuel 24:1. Anger. It says, again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he incited David against them, saying, go number Israel and Judah. Right? 2 Samuel 24:1. And then 1 Chronicles 21:1. Then Satan stood against Israel and incited David to number Israel. It's saying that the Lord is Satan.
Wait, repeat that one more time.
Okay, 2 Samuel 24:1. Again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he incited David against them, saying, go number Israel and Judah. And this is 1 Chronicles 21:1.
So it's not saying that he is Satan, it's saying that he's commanding Satan.
It says the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel. So Satan is the anger of the Lord?
Yeah, because he's saying he incited him against them.
Right. So it's the same thing, though. It's like,
so like
the language is like God's using Satan again, like his right hand man.
So have you seen the TV series Lucifer?
No, I've heard people bring it up quite a few times to me, though.
Have you read the original comic book by Neil Gaiman?
Not yet.
Is it a Neil Gaiman comic book?
Actually, it's not Neil Gaiman. He
created the characters, but it's written by someone else.
Okay.
Yeah, not as good of a writer, but just like the step below.
But good, yeah, though. Like you have like they bring in Mom, or God's wife. It's very clear it's Asherah. Like, just so, I mean, I love how they did it, but they depict Lucifer as this. I mean, basically, he's an anti-hero. He was forced in I forget exactly like how they explained the rebellion, but basically, that he thought that God was tyrannical, and so he stood up to him, and so he was cast out and sent to hell, and basically made warden of hell. And so eventually, after a certain amount of time, he just gets sick of it, and he doesn't want to be responsible for torturing people anymore. And so he goes to Earth. And I don't know, it's just really interesting, because you see a lot of these parallels with like basically the idea of like, you know, the devil having mercy, but simultaneously, how can the devil be merciful, and how can you also have Jesus be wrathful? it doesn't make sense.
That's why you, like you said
Unless
earlier, Jesus
exactly.
comes to baptize with fire.
Yeah,
It's very
unless they're the same exact being, but in different minds, in different parts of the world, in different parts of reality.
Yeah.
It's like it's using one part of it and another half. That's the dualism. That's the crucifixion into dualism. That's the baptism of fire. It's like this one singular monist thing that is the coming of God arrives, and then it's the reality below that takes aspects of it and thus creates the opera of adversaries. And I think that's where the word opera in the Sator square, I think that's there's a connection there, because if you notice, Sator, the savior, Arepo, the reaper, the harvester, tenets, the seed, right? Tenets are laws, also the seeds, right? He's planted into Shaul, and then out comes the opera, out comes life, all these different lives, right? And then the final one is what was it? Oh my god, Rotas. Rotas is back into the world. It's put back into rotation, i.e., Sator, the savior, consumes it, eats it, and it's put back into the Dharma. It's hence, and the arrival of God is like the arrival of seed, and then your stomach is it crucifying it, and it's using it. Your body's using the food, the nutrients in all sorts of ways, which is why we're using the arrival of God in all sorts of different ways, in all these adversaries, in all these different aspects. So I think there's actually, it's the duality of Lucifer and Christ. It's even deeper than that. The plurality is infinite. It's like adversaries upon adversaries, sages upon sages upon sages, if that makes any sense.
Wow, I've never seen this before. This is the Saturn square?
Yeah, the Sator square, yeah.
This is actually amazing? Chinese.
Well, I have a theory it's actually Judaic in origin.
Yeah, no, I've traced this back 4,000 years to China, though.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this part of the creation of Taoism. One of the Taoist masters saw a turtle crawl out of the ocean, and it had the Saturnian, it had the square of Saturn on its back. And the Christians, when they went to China for the first time, they were trading with them because they were super interested in math. And they had picked up that they were using this, what they were calling the square of Saturn.
Yeah, and also
and it wasn't words, though, it was numbers.
There's a connection because Sator, the savior, comes out of darkness. He comes out of Saturn. You see? Like the seed is planted into Sheol. The seed, God arrives into darkness. The light arrives into darkness. The star Big Bangs and creates the opera of the universe. See? And it's put into rotation. It's rotas. It's like time. Go. Let's start doing this. Start telling the story. Let's start being conscious. So I think that's the idea.
But yeah, it also kind of ties back what you were saying with the baptism by fire or whatever. I don't think it's purely within this context of punishment, because you also have this idea of the fire being the Holy Spirit, as well as the idea of
wrath.
Well, not just that, but the idea of the fire of, so I mean, it's connected with the fire of the Spirit, but the fire of the anointing oil.
Right, yeah.
Like, that it causes because it causes a burning because of the cinnamon. Yeah,
well, if you put pure essential oil on your skin, it freaking burns like hell, you know?
Yeah, but this was being diluted into olive oil.
Oh, I see. Yeah, well, that's what they do. They call it a carrier oil. They sort of, to take the sting off, they dilute it in like just a normal oil.
But yeah, definitely. Here we have like I think it's 2 minutes left of the video, but
5 whole chapters. The story of Babylon gets about half a chapter. And if we look at this tent, we can see it's very intricately described how far apart the hooks are and all this kind of stuff. And it's a very tightly sealed 3.5 meter cubed chamber at the back of the tabernacle. And it's extremely tightly sealed. There's two
cubed
materials are skin.
Wow! How did I never see that before? The Holy of Holies is a cube.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Did y'all know that before?
Yeah, heck yeah. It's a cube within a cube, actually.
Wait, how is it a cube within a cube?
Look at the Holy of Holies altar as a cube. It's a perfect square cube.
Wait, what? No, the Holy of Holies is, but what's inside it is a rectangle.
Oh, okay.
Almost. It's almost perfect. If it would be the incense altar, like this altar that's over here, that was there, then it would be. But
well, it's like a rectangle within a rectangle, right?
Okay, well, yeah, you're right there.
To make a great big hot box in the desert, and this is where the spirit of Yahweh would descend into, dwelling place of Yahweh. So this dude, the high priest, would take handfuls of this stuff, put it on a censer, 5 minutes.
And okay, so
put it on.
When God talks about this when He's giving the instructions, He says, "Asuli mikdash." So it's a commandment, like build for me, or so no, it's not mikdash, it's a mishkan. Asuli mishkan, build for me a mishkan, a tabernacle. The eshra, or the eshra shechinati betocham, and I will appoint my presence among you. But what's interesting is when I read this, I didn't see Eshra or like Ashra Shechinati. I saw Ashera Shechinati. And what's interesting is either way how you read it, I will place or I will appoint my presence in your midst is not that different than saying Ashera, my presence will be in your midst. You see what I'm saying? Because Ashera is the presence of Yahweh.
Yeah, check this out. I share my screen here. This is the legend of Taoism of how the giant tortoise came out and it had the magic square on the pattern of its shell.
Holy crap. I had this thing when I was a little kid. Oh my God.
This is how the origination of divination was created in China. So this is the 8 trigrams. This is the Pakwa square.
But isn't Taoism full like 1st century BC?
Oh, I mean, if you believe the Chinese, it goes back into pre-dawn.
Okay, this is like actually kind of freaking me out because when I was a little kid, I had this one thing. It was part of a board game, but like I'm not kidding you. This resonates with that. I have no clue how I'm going to find it, but it's a long shot.
So look at the middle. Look at the computation in the middle. No matter how you add the numbers up, they equal 15.
Yeah.
And you can go to this and do larger order squares like this. Sorry, I can't see. Oops. So you can keep doing it to just keep making larger and larger squares. So this would be the next figure up to be 9.
Well, that's the idea of like Hades or Saturn. It's this infinite dormant darkness that's ready to be written by consciousness. It's ready to be rendered by consciousness, put light into, be animated. So if the idea of, if it's a void, right? If it's a void, then mathematically it's supposed to like stack up onto each other in cubes. It's like an infinite cubicness of nothingness, right? You know, like empty void space that's ready to be put light into for a start of Big Bang. So like life can be like seeded, sowed into it, you know?
Yeah, this is like really one of the like underpinnings of how Taoism was formed. And I mean, like I said, it's one of those things where with China, you have to take it with a grain of salt because we don't know. It's really hard to trace how it might have been transmitted to, Westerners.
It's even in the symbol, you know, it's the darkness and light, the light and darkness, you know, it's even in their symbol. So
it's really like part of like the cosmological belief system of early Taoism, where like this was how they saw the universe creating itself. It was an interplay of these numbers. And, it was the idea of the monad, I'm pretty sure comes from the Chinese, because this is how they were like if you look at the 2 gods of Chinese creation, it's a female and a male, and they're both snake from the waist down, and they're holding a plumbing line and a and a square, a plumb line and a square. So like it's math and it's computation and it's the creation of numbers and how numbers flow from zero, from nothing comes everything.
Yeah,
so
well,
it's like how the philosophy of Zen kind of got born.
Yeah, well, also think about this: the I/O, 1 and 0, the binary dualism, the yin and yang. You know, the darkness, the 0, the darkness, the light, the one. You know, the platonic one, the anointed one. You know, the Pisces of the 0. It's like the Pisces gate. The one is like, you know, the phallic going through the, you know.
Definitely, yeah. So, was there anything else with the Sator Square?
No, that was. I just thought that was interesting that he brought that up.
It really is.
And the smoke would fill this chamber, and we have lines like, through the agency of the cloud, I will appear upon the ark cover. That's translated by Rick Strassman. It seems that the cloud itself was what gave the experience that happened in the tabernacle, which was seeing angels, hearing voices, so on and so forth.
And remember that one verse where it talks about that he will cause them to ride upon the heights, and that he will, you know, that they will suckle the honey from the rock.
And it was talking about rock oil.
Yeah, it's so strange.
Well, aren't what's the word for when mushrooms grow on the ground? Truffles. On truffles, they basically look like rocks.
Sclerotia.
Oh yeah, you mean that? Yeah, there are certain species of mushrooms that are actually called rock mushrooms in China.
They literally look like rocks. Like if you look at them from afar, just blink, you'd think they're rocks.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Reasons it doesn't have to be interpreted as descending. It could be ascended, and it doesn't ascend from the tabernacle from there. It ascends from the door. So you can imagine the high priest pulls back the veil, and this massive amount of smoke rolls out through the tabernacle to the door, and then rises up into the sky. And all the people saw the pillar of cloud arise at the tabernacle door. So we had this idea of the Israelites following the pillar of cloud in the Bible. Back in the day, in shamanic societies, the shaman might go off on his own or on her own with their ayahuasca or their mushrooms or whatever it was, and do their kind of war divination or work out the next moves, work out cures that they wanted to do, and bring them back into the tribe, right? What we have here is the high priest going off on his own into this do their kind of war divination or work out the next moves, work out cures that they wanted to do, and bring them back into the tribe, right? What we have here is the high priest going off on his own into this hot box with his magical objects and various psychoactive chemicals, and then coming back, taking instruction from the cloud, the pillar of cloud. So the Israelites following the cloud, perhaps we're talking about the Israelites following the shaman following the cloud. Right, the showbread, we're going to go through this really quickly. There's actually loads of psychoactive chemicals, things in the tabernacle. Another one is showbread. We don't know what's in it. This was a great perplexing thing to Maimonides, who wrote a guide.
This is actually really interesting. So there's this one mention when David's hiding from Saul, I think in the desert or whatever, he sustains himself using showbread. And this is something that's meant only for the priests.
Yeah, that's the showbread.
In that journal I gave you guys, that's one of the he tries to work out what showbread could have been. That's one of the headings.
Yeah.
I don't remember though.
I think it's likely that it probably was made using ashisha or hashish basically. But probably like frankincense and other things as well. But it's interesting because the name literally, lechem hapanim, it means the bread of the presence or of the face, like being in the presence of the face of God.
That proves it has to be psychoactive, because when you trip, you see this huge face or faces, like infinite faces, right? Like, like that's what I see. I see the symmetry of like eyes and a mouth moving, and there's like, I look away somewhere else, and it's like the reality around you just sort of morphs into faces, right? It's like God saying, I'm seeing you, I'm here, I'm present, you know. And I think that's connected also to when Jacob wrestled on the face of God, right?
So not only that, but so do you know why Esau is known as Edom and why his descendants are called Edomites and not Esauites?
Why?
No. Why?
So this blew my mind, and Neil found it. Like, I mean, I'm telling you, this man, he's tuned into something else. I don't know how he knows about all these references, but I have the Semitic background to be able to. I don't mean because I'm Jewish. I mean because I learned Hebrew literally majority of my life. I did not know how to read the Hebrew of this. So, here, so let's see, and this is huge. So, it's when Jacob tricked him. So, here, look at this. So when the boys grew up, Esau became, wait, here's it. The first one emerged red. So Vayetze Harishon. So the first one came out Admoni, ruddy, or red, like a hairy mantle all over. So they named him Esau. And Esau, synonym of Seir, Seyar, meaning hair. Then his brother emerged holding onto the heel of Esau, so they called him Jacob. So heel is Akev, they named him Yaakov. Isaac was 60 years old when they were born. When the boys grew up, Esau became a skillful hunter, a man of the outdoors, but Jacob became a mild man, raising livestock. Or, Yoshev Ohalim. Oh, it's someone who dwells in tents, or who stayed in the camp. An idiom for a pastoralist. Isaac favored Esau because he had a taste for game. He had a taste for game, literally. Game was in his mouth. But Rebekah favored Jacob. Once, when Jacob was cooking a stew, Esau came in from the open, famished. And Esau said to Jacob, "Give me some of that red stuff to gulp down, for I am famished," which is why he was named Edom. So,
wow.
What?
Yeah.
What was the red stuff?
So Neil thinks it might be some sort of like ayahuasca analog from the Near East.
Well, the classic ayahuasca brew from South America looks reddish brown. If it's
And the red powder of John Dee, the angelic red stone.
Oh, the cinnabar, is it?
Wow.
But
why?
but
What Edom means red?
Yeah, and not only that, but so it gets translated, but I can only really find the first reference, it seems, like after things have already been written. So it seems like it's an interpretation, but where they try and say the red stuff is lentils, red lentils, but it's not actually in the Tanakh. And so, so Jacob says, "First, sell me your birthright." And Esau said, "I am at the point of death. So of what use is my birthright to me?" But Jacob said, "Swear to me first." So he swore to him and sold his birthright to Jacob. Jacob then gave Esau bread and lentil stew. So this is and Jacob gave to Esau lechem v'nazid. So,
is that red stuff?
So nazid is boiled food, and then adashim. Adashim is lentils, but it only mentions it after. Ooh.
Yeah, it doesn't say that that's the red stuff he gave him to gulp down.
Oh, wow. It's a double trick.
It is. It would have said again, then he gulped down then she gave him some red stuff to gulp down. Instead, it says he gave him some lentils and some other shit.
Not just that, look at this. Let's see. So Jacob was cooking a stew. So Yaakov V'yazed. So Jacob was stewing or boiling up. So Jacob was boiling up a nazid.
He's making some DMT. He's making some ayahuasca.
Maybe, but
you got to boil those roots for like hours. It takes a whole day.
And I'm telling you, it looks red. It looks like a red stew.
It does come out as a red drink when you're done making it.
Especially if you use the red vine, because you know how it's the yellow vine, but even the yellow vine comes out red. Even so,
it's almost like the blood of Hermes.
But the red wine, the red vine of ayahuasca is super, super red, and that one comes out really red.
Yes.
Wait,
if you look at it in a bottle.
And also, I think the red hair, that's a motif since the start of the Bible. Like Eve had red hair, right? David had red hair. Jesus and Mary Magdalene had red hair. So are we seeing the genealogy like right there in front of us, you know?
So this is really interesting. So it says that it doesn't say that he was hungry. It says that he was ayef, faint or weary, faint, exhausted, weary, dark, faint, weary. But it doesn't say hungry. It doesn't say that he was famished. It doesn't say that he was ra'av. He wasn't ravenous.
Right.
He was exhausted or famished, or he was tired. And it says, give me some of that red stuff to gulp down, for I am famished. But like, let's see. So it says, and he said, and Jacob said, or Esau said to Jacob, basically like, feed me, or like, cause me to swallow, please, from the red, this red. Interesting. He specifies which red. He doesn't say from the red. He says the red, this red. So he specifies not another red. Because I am exhausted, and I am therefore Kara Shemo, and therefore his name was called Edom. Interesting. So then Jacob says, first sell me your birthright. And then Esau says, Vayomer Esau, and Esau says, Hine Anochi, here I am, Holech, walking Lamut, to my death, Velama Zeh, and why is this for me, Bechorat? So what is the birthright to me? So he thinks he's dying, or he there. I don't know. There, it seems like there's like, what does this mean? It's just so interesting.
Yeah, there's definitely something more going on here. I'll have to just reread it over a bunch of times. This is Genesis 25.
Yeah, just type in lentils or red stuff and you'll find it.
Also, Ariel, can I ask, isn't Adam Kadmon, isn't one of the translations of that like the man from red clay or something like that, the man from red earth? Isn't that one of the isn't Cad connected to red?
No, so it's Kadmon is from Kedem. It means origin or primordial or primitive, or soul, like the beginning. And so in this context is saying the first or the primordial Adam.
I see. I definitely, there was some sort of Jewish website, I swear I read this, that one of the ways you can translate it is
it might be wait. No, that wouldn't work, because it's Kedem is with a kof, but if it was with a kof, you could say it's Adam Kedamon, but that would still be a stretch, and so it's a completely different root. But
I think there's a connection, because he comes from red clay, right? That's how he's made, and Eve had red hair, or so as tradition says.
So the connection is Adam. Adam is just the root for Edom, which means red. So Adam.
I see. Yeah,
it's basically he's called Adam because he's made from the earth, and it's this idea that the earth that he was made from was red, that it was like that fertile of the soil.
But I think red is such a big thing that comes from both the New Testament and the Old Testament. It's I don't know. And then red, obviously, Zoroastrianism is a big thing. So.
And interesting, because also the reason for soil being red is because the amount of iron in the soil, I think, right?
Right. And actually, I think there's theories that they've pinned. I don't know if you've seen this, Ariel, but there's theories that the red clay is there's a part of Anatolia that's there's like a huge hill that's very reddish. So there's like a theory that was the earthly Eden there, you know? I don't know, maybe.
There's is like you already have people existing. Like, for instance, in Mary's, I mean, later in Jubilees, it gets interpreted that it's his sister, but in the Bible he just marries a woman from the land of Nod. You know, that implies there were people in the land of Nod already.
So yeah, it was already there.
But here, let's finish this video on the because the
consent in it, so we know it's got at least one psychoactive ingredient. In Simeon the Upright's time, a blessing was sent into the Omer, the 2 loaves of bread and showbread, and every priest who received only the size of an olive became satiated, and some was left over. So the dose of the showbread, which was what the priests ate in the tabernacle, much as here, my high priest, these things, and every priest got only the size of a bean. The delicate the religious ones accepted and consumed. It once happened, one took his own share and his fellow. He was nicknamed Robber until his death. So we get a few things out of this. We get very small doses of something which was moreish and too much for. All right, I've just got probably 1 minute. Talk about in the Bible.
What the fuck, dude? It's breaking up really bad for me.
Falling apart. Now, this particular line.
Yeah, I think the internet's slow.
Internet might be getting a little bumpy right there for you. It's taking up all your bandwidth. You playing that video for a minute, I think. Probably hosting the streams, probably weighing you back a little too. Yeah, is he frozen for you?
He has, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has. Oh, he's back.
I can hear you. You're coming back every once in a while, but you're still frozen. Sound like you're drowning. Man, this red reference got me thinking about Isaiah 63.
What happens there?
Where it says, the verse just says, "Why are your garments red like those of one treading in the winepress?" So I looked it up and I was like, what is it talking about? And it says, "Who is this coming from Edom, who is robed in splendor, marching in greatness? It is I proclaiming vindication. Why are your clothes red and your garments like one who treads the winepress?" It says, "I have trodden the winepress alone, and no one from the nations was with me. I trampled them in my anger, and in my fury their blood splattered my garments, and my clothes were stained." And my Bible Hub says the cross reference is Revelation 14:19, when the angel swung his sickle over the earth and gathered the grapes of the earth and threw them into the great winepress of God's wrath.
Yeah, well, that's the Eurobos self-annihilating machine. It's basically all over the Old Testament. It's crazy.
It's and the next one's just a little bit farther in Revelations. He's dressed in a robe dipped in blood, and his name is the Word of God.
Well, yeah, that's the. It's almost like it's, you know what it is. It feels like because we are fallen, we have to see the image of God dead for us to understand God. It's like we are the ones who have to kill him, right? So it's like, so that's what the priestly class did to Jesus, and that's what the Egyptians did to the Israelites when they were in bondage. That's what the Babylonians did.
Go back a second, because that went by me a little fast.
Oh, sorry.
Why do we have to kill God?
Well, it's like because it's almost like we can't grasp it, we can't understand it, so we have to kill it into dualism. We have to break it apart. We have to tear it apart. We're the charging bull. We're the Taurus charging at Aries. We're coming at Adam, right? It's like, that's the idea. You know, it's our satanic, it's our Luciferian part that is, we're we're the Chronos. We're siphoning off from this Platonic knowledge. We're, you know, so it's like, so really the idea that we are gods, well, yeah, kind of, yeah, because all reality is God. So hence, isn't what you do, isn't that in the narrative of the divine order? Isn't that part of it all, you know?
Yeah, it seems like it is, doesn't it?
That's why I said the Torah. That's why I say it's light torn apart. That's why I say there's a connection there.
It's very Dionysian because in the Bacchic rites, like Pentheus gets torn apart just for trying to participate in the mystery.
Right, and it's all over. Orpheus was killed for what happened to Orpheus? He was pure. The women were like,
I mean, he was. I mean, what do you mean he was pure? He was also plucking the flower of virginity from little boys.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, that's like, well, that's the idea of. It's like, well, that's why Christians say that Christ is above them all, because in the stories of the other gods, there's like little bits of evidence that, like, wait, there's like, oh, you've sinned, like
Christ was the one touching all the little boys, though.
Like, here's evidence of Apollo fucking up. Here's evidence of Helios screwing up. Here's evidence of all these different gods just failing at like Horus shined brightly and he fucked it up, right? Apollo shined brightly and he screwed it all up. It's like he was being anointed, you were being the one. Orpheus, I was trying to make you into the Buddha, I was trying to make you into the Christ, and you screwed it up for me.
Wow, because I've always made these parallels with Orpheus and John the Baptist, because Orpheus's head gets cut off and becomes a living oracle. And in all the Templar myths, John the Baptist's head in the Arthurian legends, it's the same thing. The severed head becomes an oracle. The severed head of John the Baptist. So this is a continued motif of like severing the divinity and using it. And
exactly, yeah. That's the meta narrative. That's kind of that's the universal story. That's what Jung would say is the underlying universal strand that we're experiencing. If you think about it, think about your own life, right? It happens in your life constantly. You've had the experience where like you were in the right, but then like for some reason everyone around you just feels like you're the bad guy when deep down inside that's not quite true, right? It's happening absolutely all the time. So it makes sense that then this reflects back onto our scriptures, or what we deem as scripture, right? So I think looking at it we have to start looking at these things from these modern ways, right? We have to we can't separate. We have to syncretize modern philosophy with ancient knowledge, because if we don't do that, then we lose this connection of
exactly.
No, there's like this is the same strand. We can't just abandon these things like these atheists want to do. We can't let that happen. I hate
that idea. I agree. Yeah, because like that's one of the reasons why I brought up the compendium and the Sibyls, because it seems to me that like with just these two examples, they're carrying on a tradition that goes way back. The compendium is talking about witchcraft practices where they have a specific thing that they're doing here, and it takes a lot of church power to root this stuff out. And it's the same.
It's like within the house of God, the churches of all these religions, it's like then within it becomes a adversarial, it becomes the satanic. There's a faction of it that is fighting against itself. It's strange. But I guess that's the revealing story that we're going through, I guess, right? So definitely 100%. Well, what was that called, by the way? What was the full name of that compendium?
Maleficarum.
Maleficarum. Cool. Who wrote this? Oh, it was like a Renaissance hermeticist.
Yeah, it's a compilation. So it's a compilation of like all the different stories of the different Catholic clergymen that they were able to gather up about, and it basically translates to the hammer of witches. They were going to use all the things that they learned about witches from witches to smash them with.
Oh, like use it against them.
Yes.
Stuff.
So it's like we learned all their theology and all their practices and all of their rituals, and we're going to use that to destroy them from the inside. So this is one of the reasons why I bring it up, because they took the mystery. They gathered it all up from every folk. This is the power of the Holy Roman Empire. The German Catholic clergymen were coming in and they were like, we're going to root it all out and collect it all so that we got it in one book and we can use it to persecute them. But I don't think that's what their real plan was. I think their real plan was we needed to compile all this lost knowledge because people are turning it into this is against Christ. And then we're going to say that, yeah, that's exactly what it is. And we'll burn you and put you to death if you don't follow along with us. But what we were really doing is trying to figure out what to do. We wanted to find out what the pact is that they were also doing.
Yeah, well, I guess it's like the theory of relativity. It's like it's kind of obsolete right now with modern eyes, but we can't lose that knowledge, right? We can't. That still illuminates our modern reality, even though now science is sort of like progressed where it's like, oh, maybe that's not really it, you know. It's just like you still have to preserve that knowledge, you know. It's which is why like things like Alexandria being burnt down and like the Spanish conquistadors burning all the Native American books and stuff like that. That's like the worst sin you can almost commit, right? It's like,
yep, lost knowledge is like the worst.
Yeah, because that's people's like passions and people's intellectuality. You're just erasing from the face of the earth. It's like people put a lot of effort into that. People, the amount of toil, the amount of self-reflection, the amount of mental fatigue people have to go through just to even grasp this world. It's like you're just going to destroy it. Like that's the worst thing you can do, you know.
Yeah, it seems to it's like after reading all this stuff, it starts to become clear that like what they were rooting out was the fact that they were using psychoactive plants, and the witches were using plants, and they held all these myths, these agriculture myths, and these God's blood turns into a plant myth, and this plant's this, and this plant's connected to a river, and it's a god, and this god's name, and they're hiding the names of all the plants.
And they were stealing it for themselves.
Like Pliny the Elder says in Natural History that it's like he says, the more highly esteemed plants of which I am now about to speak, and which are produced by the earth for medicinal purposes solely, inspire me with admiration of the industry and laborious research displayed by the ancients. So it's like they knew that it was a labor to go into this. And he says later in the paragraph, on the contrary, at the present day, we make it our object to conceal and suppress the results of our labors and to defraud our fellow men of blessings.
Wow.
Interesting. And I do think that this is part of the reason why the Septuagint was probably mistranslated, in order to avoid that knowledge being, taken by the Greeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, not to say that it's not stuff that they didn't already have, but it was specifically their association of that with their ritual.
And even now, every single country, psychedelics are illegal. We're still hiding it now. The story is still going on. The mystery being hidden is still going on. It's like the Bible never stopped. It's
Yeah, that's why one of the things I think we might bring up for our next discussion is, if they were creating God to kill him, or if they were creating God to bring him into reality, then the Antichrist is what's next. Hasn't been made yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I keep talking about the second coming and the Antichrist has to come and all that, and that's like the world wars and all that are kind of turning towards this next step is what's going to be the next impetus to get people to sign up for that war. It's got to it's got to be something big.
Interesting.
You know, right now
and the idea is we can't avoid it. It's just going to happen. That's
what I mean. We're not in control of it. It seems to be the archons, and they've been placed over the different nations, and each one's going to follow the directive of that guardian angel. It's not up to us.
Yeah. But I guess the idea is in monism, the eventual outcome, it will all sort. It's like after all the terrible diabolicalness, the idea is it should untangle itself, and you, like in meditation where you achieve stillness for the first time, the Buddha will call that the Tathagata without thought. You finally just stop all the
spontaneously emerged. Yeah,
you just stop all the BS, right? Like, and everything just sort of like plateaus into, you know what, we don't have to. I don't know. It's weird. It's like you get to a state where you realize I'm above this, right? So after all the wars happen and the Antichrist, we just all go, aren't we all just above this? And when that happens, that's our transcendence. That's when we move up into the world, right? When we just all admit, aren't we all above this, right? It's like you're speaking into reality. We are above. Boom, it happens, right?
Yeah.
So,
well, that's really interesting. Also, I think I might have a better connection now, so I can go back a bit.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Theologians in the Bible, but all together, but the voracious ones accepted and consumed. It once happened, one took his own share and his fellow. He was nicknamed Robber until his death. So we get a few things out of this. We get very small doses of something which was moreish for some and too much for delicate priests, also introducing them to extraordinary things. All right, I've just got probably 1 minute left. Talked about entheogens in the Bible, but also entheogenic experience is something rather interesting in the Bible, right? Here's this interesting line from Mount Sinai. And all the people are seeing the voices and the flames and the sound of the trumpet. You don't normally see sounds unless you take in a big dose and the edges between sensations are falling apart. Now, this particular line comes from, it's one of the only example, well, it is the only example in the Old Testament of a collective revelation. And in fact, it's one of the only examples in religious scripture throughout the world of collective vision. Often prophets will see Krishna, for example, on their own. But this time, they all see it together. They all kind of have this synesthetic experience together. And this is the only time, or this is the time at which everybody is eating manna together. There's a whole rap I've got on manna. But I don't think I'm going to have time to go into it in any great detail, except to say you can find it in my book, which is this book here. And what else do I want to say? That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
So, yeah, I mean, there's definitely something to this. What the? Oh, that was just a weird sound, but it was just someone on a motorcycle. But, what was it? Y'all know the reference that's like commonly, like the one that gets, what was it? Hillel ben Shachar.
That's called synesthesia, by the way, when you see sounds when you're on psychedelics.
Oh, yeah. Let's see.
And isn't that connected to, because they say that the word of God it produces a sound frequency, right? And that sound frequency changes the reality around you. So it's like the vibration transfigures what you see, right?
So let's see. Here's what it says. So Horad She'ul, you have been brought down, or Geonecha, your pride has been brought down to Sheol. What is this? Hemiat. Hemiat, the sound of Nevelecha, the sound of, what is this, like jugs or pitchers, Tachtecha, of your underparts. I'm not sure. Yotzei Rima. Oh wait, this must be something else. Under the underpart. Yeah, I'm not sure. It says your pub is brought down to Sheol in the strains of your lutes. Worms are to be your bed, maggots your blanket. Ich naflat, how you have fallen, Mishamayim, from the heavens, Hillel ben Shachar, the shining one, son of the dawn. And so notice one. So Hillel ben Shachar, this is what gets translated as Lucifer and gets understood as Satan. This literally is just Hillel, which means the shining one or morning star. Hillel means morning star. Jesus is the morning star. But then you have Ben Shachar, the son of dawn, the son of Eos, or son of Eos. And also keep in mind, who's the morning star or the son of the morning? Like it's basically saying the son of Venus.
Lucifer, right?
Yeah. Nigdata, what is this? How you Gada, how you were felled la'aretz to the earth, cholesh al goyim, was this chalash, a weakener upon the nations, ve'ata amarta, and you said belibecha, in your innermost self or in your heart, hashamayim ele mima'al lekochavei el. So I will ascend from upon or like above the heights to the stars of God, or higher than the stars of God. And notice this idea of going up to the stars as opposed to drawing down the stars.
I think. Sorry.
Oh wow. No, go ahead.
Well, so I think this really does all tie in, and at the center point, there's no fear. There doesn't need to be any fear with seeing Jesus as Lucifer or Christ as Lucifer, because it all makes sense. Like Adam is also called morning star, Jesus is called morning star, and in this context, how far, how are you fallen from heaven? So Christ has fallen. This isn't. So he has fallen. Adam falls as well. Who from the genealogy of Adam redeems? Jesus. So Jesus is Adam. So do you see what I'm saying? It's
I'm following.
The idea of Christ falling and being Lucifer, that's not heretical. It's actually
actually what they're trying to tell you.
Yeah, exactly. Because Adam fell. Adam is called the morning star. I'm pretty sure that's in the Torah somewhere, or one of the translations. And Jesus is the morning star as well. He's called that. And in this context, we have the context. And then look, he climbs back up, right? And then his image is like supersedes Yahweh. It's like, well, this is like the greater image, because now we've like, it's like an interaction, and then we've produced this. This is not our product. We've created an even greater image, an even purer image than Yahweh. And this even sits above that throne. The Son has usurped the Father, right? This is a motif in all of paganism and all of the idea of the Father being perfect. He falls, he sins, and the Son betters him. Like Horus becomes the new anointed one, right? Like Apollo is great now, is like Zeus is now tyrannical, Apollo is now the one, right? Apollo is the pure one. So like it all, not even just within Judaism and Christianity, even with paganism, it's all syncretic. It's not this monotheism, polytheism thing. It's all part of the same strand. There's just
the idea alone, though. Like if you say to somebody, like, "Hey, I worship Lucifer,"
right? That's
a
baggage,
completely
right?
backwards. Yeah, it's a completely backwards way of saying it. But it's not any different than saying Jesus is my savior.
Exactly. Oh, guys, can I just say I've got this great theory about Revelation, and this ties into the whole Jesus is Lucifer thing.
Let me hear it.
Because if you go ahead, Ariel.
Yeah, just before you do, so this is huge. So the King James Version has it as, "I will sit in the mount of assembly," or the mount of the congregation, on the side of the north. This is literally on the summit of Saphon. You know what that's saying?
No.
The abode of the
Abode
gods.
gods, right.
Saphon is where Baal has his temple.
Olympus?
Wow.
Basically, it's the Canaanite Olympus.
The abode of the gods. I've never heard of Zaphon being abode of the gods before.
And Ariel, you remember in Revelations, there's that hallway of the anointed ones, right? There's this hallway of like, you'll have Buddha there, you'll have Orpheus there, you have Zoroaster there, you have Jesus there. This abode of the gods, this like, it's like these images, these statues, right? Of like, you know, this is like one of the images that we've quantumly entangled to be, at one point in their lives, they were sinless, they were pure, they were platonic, right? And it's like where the image is, we're like painting it over and over again. We're like over painting on it, and we're like refining the image of God. So like, hence how, like, that's, I don't know, does that make sense?
A bit, yeah. Oh wow, this is huge. So then Lucifer says, "E ele albamate av." I will ascend upon the heights of a dark cloud, of darkness, of cloud, a thicket. It's also an architectural term meaning dubious, perhaps projecting roof, landing, thick beam, or plank or threshold. Projecting roof basically means something that casts a shadow. So I will back the mount. I will ascend to. I will ascend upon a dark cloud. I will ascend upon the heights of a dark cloud, or the heights of darkness, the heights of the dark cloud. The edeme, and I will resemble. I will be like Adma le Elyon. I will be like the Most High. Achel Sheol, instead to Sheol, to Arad, you are brought down. El Yerachtie Bor, to the Yerach, to the flank, or to the like recesses of the bore, of the hole, the cistern, or the pit. They who behold you stare. Whoa! They peer at you closely. Is this the man who shook the earth?
Poseidon?
No, think about it.
Earth shaker?
Just Jesus.
Or any sort of like bringer of illumination. It can be Jesus. It's like any sort of figure that is that Luciferian bringer of sage wisdom, right? That's the idea. He shook the earth, right? He like, his knowledge was so, the knowledge he injected was so like huge. It was so big to our minds that it shook us to our core, you know?
That's not even how I'm looking at it. Isn't it said that there was an earthquake after he was killed?
Yes, that's true. Yes. When Jesus, there was an earthquake. Yes, there's an eclipse, earthquake. The veil of the holiest of holies was torn down. Yes.
So it's saying they who behold you stare, just like you have this idea of staring at the Nehushan. They peer at you closely. Is this the man who shook the earth, who made the realms tremble? And there's this idea that when that happened, they asked, was that because he was killed?
Right. Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. It's like the begotten Son who becomes the Son of God. The killing that has to happen. It's like the dimensions above won't get that signal that it has happened in that lower dimension unless that signal is sent. And how is that sent? It's like the killing of the Son of God somehow, it sends this radio frequency signal that, yo, we're worth saving. You know, don't send a thunderbolt to destroy us all. Don't send a comet. We're worth saving here. You know.
Yeah.
So
this is interesting. Philip Demick said, what was it? It sounded like he said, "I will cast a shadow to match the Most High." Let's see. So it's I will ascend upon the heights of a cloud.
Yeah, what is it saying? What
I will ascend upon the heights of a cloud. Yeah, the heights of the cloud. and I will match the Most High. That's the most literal definition I can translate. But so, this is interesting. So, who shook the earth? So, what's this? Ha'ish Margiz, the man who shook Haaretz, the earth. Marish, who caused to tremble mamlachot, who caused the kingdoms to tremble. So notice this. Margiz is paralleled with Marish.
Is it trying to say like earthquakes?
I mean, yeah.
That's Poseidon, dude.
Yes, but I like obviously. But what I'm saying is, within the context of the New Testament, this makes more sense as Jesus than it does as Satan. Well, or rather as like quote unquote the devil, I guess would be a better way of saying it. So who made the world like a Sham Tevel, who destroyed the face, Kamidbar, who made Sham, who placed who set the face of the world like a desert or like a wilderness, Varav, and its towns, Haras, he tore apart. Asirav, let's see, his prisoners, Lo Patach, he did not release Beta to their houses. Kol Mlache Goyim, all the kings of the nations, Kulam, all of them, Shachvu, rest, or they lie, Bekavod, in honor, Ish Bebeto, each in his, or like a man in his house. While you were left lying unburied, Vata Hashlachat, you were sent, or like you were left to be, you were cast out, Mikir Becha. Okay, this is you were cast out from the grave. Interesting. Kenetzer, like a netzer, like a. This is also connected to the root for like Nazareth is from the root netzer. A sprout, shoot, like a shoot of mutav.
But they're talking about the king of Babylon here.
So
that's the context of this conversation. They're talking about the king of Babylon.
But again, what is there any parallel between the king of Babylon and Jesus? Think about it.
Well, yeah, exactly. I really have to like put it in. Remember, this is how the Bible and New Testaments were written. It was like, yes, these were narratives that happened by us. We lived them, but they're seeing patterns of what they lived through in like the gods or like other parts of time. Like, well, this is what Moses went through. This is what the prophets went through. It's like they're making it poetic. They're making, it's like literature. They're making, it's like Frank Herbert. You know, it's exactly what he did. He's making symbolic connections, right? It's the same thing. So it's like you have to put it in this more macro perspective.
What's really striking is that of all these references and again, not saying all Christians, but there's people who they'll probably be like, hey, don't you see Jesus is in your own, Hebrew Bible? It's like, well, no, that's, reading into it. But what I think is interesting is how this is a very clear example of one, but it's never used because of the implications, not because of what's actually written there, but because of the mere implication that this is referring to the devil.
Well, this actually goes into my theory of Revelations quite nicely, actually. And guys, I think this will blow you away. I really think it will. Because I think if you read between the lines in Revelation, so what's going on? So you have the Antichrist, right? And he's ruling over the people who are left over, who were not good enough to be saved, right? And he's basically being he's Caesar Nero taken to the nth degree. Like imagine Nero, but even more diabolical. That's like what the impure are going to get at the eschatology. So they're making a connection. So what happens is Apostle John, he sees Nero's rule of Rome. He's like, this is screwed up. This is terrible. So he's saying, wait, wouldn't this be like the rule of the Antichrist then? It's like a similar image, like images of God. That's the idea, right? And so okay, so what's going on? So the Antichrist, right? So he's ruling, and behind him is the apparition of Satan controlling him, like a puppet. Like what he does, Satan does. It's like, so if you're literally looking on the throne of the Antichrist, if he moves an arm, you see behind him Satan move an arm. You see?
Wait, so are you saying that basically that Satan in this context is Jesus, and that the context of Antichrist literally just means before Christ?
Yes, exactly, 100%. And look, if you read between the lines, right, what happens? Satan just in the clouds dissolves into what? All of a sudden, Yahweh appears.
Did you say Satan in the clouds?
Yeah, because that's how it.
I will ascend. I will ascend upon the back of, or I will ascend upon the height of a cloud.
Yes, the back. So Satan, the image of Satan devolves, and behind him is Yahweh. He was on the back of Yahweh. And then the Antichrist below, he transfigures into Christ. He was, the Antichrist was Christ all along. He just forgot, and he needs to remember that he's Christ. And he's like, what? He just looks down on his beastly rule, and he goes, what am I doing? Wait, oh my God. Then he looks behind him, and there's Yahweh just like waving back. And then he has to wave back because they have to do the same thing back to each other. If you read between the lines, Satan dissolves and Yahweh appears from behind him. And then all of a sudden, the Antichrist transfigures into Christ. They're the same person. Isn't that crazy?
That's another Trinity.
Yeah, they call it the Satanic Trinity, which is just the shadow of the. So the Satanic Trinity is the Platonic Trinity. It's just the different states, the different modes at different point in time.
This is an amazing parallel. So one of the things that we found last night. So there's this one tradition where, and this is the reason why I brought it up, but a tradition where where Shechem, who's the one who abducts Dinah, and eventually gets permission to marry her, but then is killed by Simeon and Levi. So Shechem, his father is Hamor, and there were some Hellenist Jews who were syncretizing Hamor with Hermes and Shechem with Sichemius. And so they basically, the tradition in ancient Canaan was that Shechem was a fertility god that was associated with protection and with, fertility. And so what happens to him in the Hebrew Bible, he gets polemicized into a rapist and basically a violent rapist who takes whatever he wants, as opposed to a protective lover who attracts. But again, there is this. It never says explicitly that he does violence to her or even that he rapes her. That's always implied in order to justify the actions of Shimon and Levi.
Right.
But keep in mind, their actions is why they're disowned from being in the line of they lose the right of firstborn, because Reuven screwed his dad's wife or concubine, and so he was taken out of the line of inheritance for that. Then it goes to Simeon, but he takes part in the thing with Levi, so it skips Levi as well. So then it goes to Judah, the fourth son. So, because of this, we know that their actions aren't understood as being justified, and it's only later that they have to be justified because, you basically have the spiritual rulers of the Jewish people becoming the Levites and the Kohanim, and if they're descended from Levi, well, that's problematic. So you have to make Levi a good person by saying that Dinah was raped, but it never says that explicitly. And so they turn Shechem into an evil person, and in order to justify the actions that happen against him and his entire people, and then the town's suddenly just conquered by the Israelites, and then or not. No. Actually, I don't even know what happens to the city afterwards. How does it get explained that the city's still inhabited?
Well, wouldn't the Jewish apologist response to that be that because that was implied, now we've fully realized what happened. It's been fully revealed to us. God, the Holy Spirit, the Shekinah has revealed this to us. That's how the mystical angle of it can be brought into it, right?
Yeah, but I mean, they like, for instance, to them, Shechem was merely a given. I mean, they would have polemicized it differently if they would have had like knowledge that Shechem was worshipped as a god, because then they would have been like, well, and see that's the whole thing. They like, how do you explain the fact that this character literally, like, it's kind of like with God. God is also the name of a luck god, and so you have the human god and you have the god, and then you have the human Shechem and you have the god Shechem, and you basically have to distance yourself from that idea. And so they polemicize these. Well, not in the case of God, but like well, actually, there is a mention of Kamosh God, the which might, I don't know. It gets tricky, but I do see what you're saying, that like at the end of the day that could be something that they would respond. But at the end of the day, I think that it's more key that sorry, what were we saying? What was it about? Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Shechem and
right. So basically the understanding is, and this is how I think, I forget who, maybe it was one of these Hellenistic writers in Judea that was talking about this, but they basically write that something like the idea to slaughter the Shechemites, that idea was put into their head by God, so it's okay, don't worry.
Well, the idea is that it's like we don't know the grand scheme of things, so it's because we're already sinful and fallen. It's like we are forced to commit evil, but in the grand scheme of things, this should help into begetting the savior, right? I guess that's the idea. So that's the Jewish apologist, and I actually do agree with it. I think that is a genuine argument. That is a genuine response to it, and it has merit. It's not like a thing you can explain away. No, I mean,
I don't know, because you do have this idea that what was it? This idea that because the Shechemites were willing to get circumcised and to make a covenant with God. Like, at the end of the day, if it wasn't merely a thing about tribalism and it was actually about the greater good, then they would have accepted them into their fold. And they because at the end of the day, like, it literally says in the narrative that Shechem, that he falls in love with Dinah, that it's not just a mere affair, and he wants to marry her. And so he goes to his dad, and they set they set up this agreement with Jacob, and Jacob agrees. Like, they literally, it said that they're going, that Levi and Simeon are going against their father's wishes. But arguably, if God wants people to know him, then they're going against what God wants as well.
True, but if you see it from this way, though, because if you see it like this, right? Check this out. So, okay, so let's say Yahweh had a more direct path, where like this is like the quickest way to salvation. This is like the least painful way, the least most suffering way, right? But then we become the satanic part who like, now I want to deviate. Let's try that. Let's try this. So the mystical explanation of that would be someone got selfish, someone got satanic, they became the avatar of that negative side of dualism, and they became tribal, and they're like, let's go kill the Shechemites, right? And then that would have like deviated from the path more, right? but God is still so like absolutely powerful. It doesn't matter how much you deviate, how much you run away from the divine will. It doesn't matter. Eventually, like you're just prolonging your salvation even further. So it's like you can still be. It's like, even though that's true, and then from the modern perspective, you might go, that doesn't check out. Why would God? You might say that, but then if you sort of like recontextualize it and like, well, if God is absolutely powerful, it doesn't matter how much you personally screw up, how much you personally run away from His will, from the straight direct path, the path of least suffering, right? That's a Buddhist idea. So that's what that is. It's like Yahweh is giving us the pathway. This is the way where you can get there with the least amount of suffering, but the calamity that might befall you, that is on you, because then you get the idea of, oh, let's go kill the Shechemites because tribalism and we don't like them. But in the grand scheme of things, it won't stop His will. It'll just slow it down.
So
do you think that has any merit?
It's almost like if you have like a container that has two different you have two different liquids that have different densities, and so it's like layered, and you can shake them up and it'll it'll intermix, but eventually it'll start separating back out, and then you can start shaking it up again, but eventually the more you shake it up, the more just the longer it takes for it to go back to normal, but it doesn't mean that it won't go back to normal.
Exactly. And it's like the divine will, what's going to happen, it's absolute. That's the Torah, that's the natural law, that's the tenet of the Seder Square. It's, you cannot infringe upon that. You can fall as much as you want, you can run away from it as much as you want, but it's Yahweh is still the highest God, even though here the Old Testament is basically a compendium of Israelite sin. It's a compendium of Israelites running away and screwing up, like the way Orpheus screwed up, like the way Apollo screwed up, right? It's basically a reasons why we haven't gotten there yet, why our spiritual growth is so slow, you know? And like that's the idea you were touching upon. It's our relationship to the scripture. It's us inputting ourselves. It's like that's where the mystery happens, you know?
Yeah. It's like the oracle is just there in the dark and it doesn't do anything until you start interacting with it, and then suddenly all this stuff starts unfolding out of it.
Yeah, and it's like it's like that oracle, that darkness is like it's by itself. It's like it's, you're the one who steps into it, you're the one who goes up to it and asks it, give me the knowledge. But then the knowledge is both a gift and a curse, because you get the power, but with power you get temptation. You're tempted to misuse that power, which then slows down your spiritual growth, slows down your the overall narrative would be, the Jewish eschatology would be the Messiah comes, right? So you're slowing down that begetting of the Son of God. You're slowing that process down. And like, and like that's why I think we need to recontextualize the Old Testament. That's how we can defend it from Gnosticism. I'm not saying I love Gnosticism. It's the knowledge in the Nag Hammadi is incredible, but it doesn't mean they're not interpreting the Old Testament wrongly. They're too gung ho in their conclusions. They're not just sitting still for a minute and going. They're judging. Jesus said, "Don't judge." They're doing the thing.
Judge not lest you be judged.
Yeah, they're doing the thing the Savior said is the worst thing you could possibly do, and then so that's why I think Judaism and Gnosticism and even Orthodoxy, and they could all work together, but it's making sort of just understanding each other. It like the dialogue is what's important.
Something that's interesting about this, I was literally talking about something similar with this with my professor today. And well, one thing was this idea of we were talking about this idea that Richard Carrier is completely like he screwed up the scholarship on, like this idea that Jesus has this like pre-existence as an angel, as opposed to Jesus didn't exist physically and the idea pre-existed as an angel. Those are two different things. But basically, one thing that my professor was telling me is that I forget where he said this was from, but I'm sure you can correct me and I'll always just correct myself later or edit it or whatever. But basically, that Jesus is actually referred to as higher than all the angels.
Well, yeah, that's why all knees bow to him and all tongues confess. It means all. It means the angels too.
But like it seems like it almost is implying that he's above the angels. Like
well, yeah, that's one of the reasons why the angels were so mad, right, in the creation of man, because they're like, you placed these guys above us.
Yep. Yeah.
So the thing that really sticks out to me, because we're talking about this, that is in this one reading I had that we had for the class, it refers to the Holy Spirit as He, which is really interesting because the earliest references to the Holy Spirit are as she.
It's always a she, yeah.
Yeah. And so not only is it saying that the Holy Spirit is a she, is a he, it's also saying something that we just typically accept that makes sense, that is a he, that Christ is a he. But really, I don't think that's the case at all. I think that we, that our society kind of back translates Jesus into Christ, and so whenever we hear Christ, we think Jesus.
Yes, Ariel, that's an amazing point, because the human Jesus is different, is fallen. He's not pure. He's not perfect. It's only when he transfigures that's when he becomes the Christ. So it's like you being at 99%, right? And then boom, that 1% is that threshold is gone over, and then boom, you're now the Christ. And that's a very good point. That's a very important point.
Wow, it's almost like he doesn't become God until you kill him.
Yes, that's the exact point where when the breath leads him, it's a split second in time. It's binary, either before him and after him. It is like a split. That's what because I don't know if you guys know about modern mathematic philosophy. There's the idea that like the dualism is the veil, right? It's like the dualism is hiding God from us. So the face of God is right in front of us, but the binary dualism is that's the veil. That's the veil that needs to be pierced. So there was a single moment in time when that veil was lifted. That's why the veil is torn at the holiest of holies when Christ is crucified. There was a single split frame where we like sort of in our minds, in our subconscious, we saw the veil lifted. We saw the face of God. It's like, wow. And then boom, instantly the next frame, it's like the archons brought back the frame of deception back over our eyes. And then do we admit what we saw? So
it's almost like a dream that you see it, but then you can't hold on to it.
Exactly. It's like psychedelic. It's literally like a trip. You get flooded with all these things, and when you're coming down, they just start disappearing. Yeah, you can't remember them.
So hear me out in this. So if this understanding is that split second is a moment where you have that like break in duality, do you think that's part of the reason why sacrifice is seen as such an important part of ritual?
I do, because look about this, right? Lamb and goats, Christ and Antichrist. It's like Yahweh gave the law, sacrifice both. Why? Because they're literally the same, right? It's like he's like programming, training us. So when the time comes, we automatically, oh, there's the Son of God. It's like pre-programmed into us. We have to go and kill him. So it's like, that's why and he uses symbolism. He uses imagery. He implants things in our minds. Like when you see the lamb, associate that with the pure version of Christ. When you see a goat, associate that with the Antichrist, the negative form of him. But at the same time, they're still the same person. So that's why you have to that's why the law is sacrifice them both, right? I really do think that is definitely connected. That's why that's the dualism, the lamb, the goat, right? That right there is the dualism. So literally in the Torah, it's God saying, it's there's dualism in the Torah. So the idea that Zoroastrianism imported dualism is not entirely true. I think the Jews were like, no, dualism was already in our scripture. They realized it, right? That's why they found so much commune between each other. That's why they felt like, wow, we do understand each other. This is not like Egypt's pantheon. This is not like Babylon's pantheon. There's something here going on. So I really do believe. And also, what did Zoroaster bring to the world? Zoroaster brought the idea of dualism into the world. You know.
So this is huge. How much do you know about Kanum?
Not a lot.
I don't even know what that is.
So, do you know the reason why? Wow, this is huge. So, do you know why? Wow. Okay, this is really huge. Especially because the story of Passover isn't necessary. It's actually thought to be not as old as people think it is. Like, I mean, without going into the historiography or historicity of it, what's really interesting is, do you know the reason why the Israelites were commanded to slaughter lambs? Why specifically lambs?
No, why?
Oh, Errol, you're breaking up.
Yeah.
Oh, you're back now.
Yeah. Adversarialism. What? Do you know why the Israelites were commanded to sacrifice lambs?
I remember reading that part of the Torah, but I need to reread it again. But is there an extra literature? Is that why? Is there something in the extra rabbinical sources?
So, I mean, probably, but this is more so based off of just an ancient Near Eastern context.
Oh, okay.
But actually, furthermore, I misspoke. They didn't sacrifice the lambs, and this is a key point. They don't. Well, I mean, actually, like, yeah, it gets referred to as a Passover sacrifice, but at the end of the day, I really think you could argue that it's not actually a sacrifice. What it is, it's a ritual slaughter.
Exactly. Yeah, definitely.
Because, and this is the thing, it's not supposed to be a sacrifice to God, like not in the traditional sense. It's a show of faith. It's a show that you don't believe in these Egyptian gods because the lamb was associated with the Egyptian god Kanum, and Kanum was primarily worshipped in, of all cities, guess which city?
Oh, hit me.
Rat King.
I don't know
What city in Egypt is most closely associated with Jews?
I remember there being like a Jewish like quarter and a settlement, right? I forgot the name.
Settlement, Elephantine.
Okay.
So there was actually a Jewish temple to Yahweh and not Asherah, Anat. This is really big because it's clear they were worshiping him more along the lines of Baal. Like this idea of like the divine, the hieros gamos between the virgin and honestly, this is probably also where you get some of these like Alexandrian ideas that fit in a lot more with Hellenism. The idea of the virgin as the consort of God.
Well, the divine consort, like the Platonic consort, I guess they would say. It's like it has to be virgin. It has to be virginal because, it can't be Platonic if it's not virginal, right? So it's logic. So it's like Plato was just using just logical. It's like the Greek philosophers. They weren't really mystics. They were like logicians, but they were like talking about mystics from the viewpoint of logic. So yeah, that's definitely true.
Anyway, so here's what the OpenAI with the ChatGPT told me. So I mean, given I could look this up on Google or Wikipedia, but it's basically just going to be the same thing. So Khnum is an ancient Egyptian god worshipped primarily in the city of Elephantine. He was considered the god of the Nile River, creation, and the waters. He was depicted as a man with the head of a ram, symbolizing his role as a creator and a source of fertility. He was also associated with... Oh, what's that noise?
Oh, sorry. Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
No worries. He was depicted as a man with the head of a ram, symbolizing his role as a creator and a source of fertility. He was also associated with pottery, as he was believed to have molded humans on a potter's wheel.
Wow. Well, I think, well, also, Abraham said, or not Abraham, but like, well, Abraham said that like the idea of Christ or the idea of Yahweh was already in Babylon's pantheon. If you read between the lines, that's basically what he's saying. And then Moses.
What do you mean?
Well, because actually, Ariel, can I recommend a book to you?
Mm-hmm.
It's called Babylon by Paul. I'll just write down. It's like a Polish name. It's by a historian who specializes in Babylon, and he makes some interesting connections between Judaism and the Babylonian religions, and there's every right, because remember in Babylon there's also movements of like, okay, which one is the God we should worship? Which God is the real God? Which God shall become the one who's chosen above all the other gods? Right? Same idea of Yahweh among the Semitic pantheon. Right? It's the exact same idea.
So get this, because this ties directly into it. So, do you know about Eshmun at all?
Yes, I do, but not. I have come across that before.
So Eshmun is syncretized with Adonis. Adonis is syncretized with Tammuz. Tammuz is another name for Dumuzid. Now, what's interesting is Dumuzid, break this down. So you have Damu Zid. So you have Da, so you have DA. And what's key here is that, so you don't, in Dumuzid, you don't have a V. You don't have a, like, so in David, you have a, David. But the thing is, that's not actually original. Originally, it would have been Dawid. So, Dumuzid, technically, you could argue that it's the Damu, because David could, well, in Arabic, it's Daoud. It's not Dawid, it's Daoud. So,
wow, that's interesting. It's
crazy. So Damuzid, that you have the name David in Dumuzid. And furthermore, if Dumuzid is Eshmun, Eshmun is the 8th son of El, or no, the 8th son of Sedek, sorry. And Sedek is another name for El. But so notice this, he's the 8th son of Sedek. Do you know? Well, also Eshmun literally means, like, it's from the root Shmona, as well as Shemin, and it's this idea of he's the 8th. But also,
and also, isn't Jesus' number one of Jesus' main numbers is 8?
So the isosophy of Jesus is 888.
Right.
But so guess this. Do you know who else was an 8th son?
Yahweh?
King David.
Oh, wow.
And not only that, but actually here, let's see. I'm going to say, what are the parallel? Let's see. Oh, dang it. Okay.
That's crazy.
What are the parallels between Eshmun? Oh, I'm going to have to type that out. Let's see. Actually, wait, I'll just do it on here. That way y'all can see. Okay, so let's see. So, also I found Mara was a goddess worshipped in ancient times. The name Mara has its roots in the Akkadian language and means bitter. It also means the same in Hebrew. In ancient Near Eastern cultures, Mara was often associated with salt and bitter water and was worshipped as a deity of the sea and of healing. The worship of Mara is thought to have originated in Mesopotamia and spread throughout the ancient world, including the Levant. In some cultures, Mara was also associated with the underworld and was also believed to have the power to grant or withhold water and fertility. Let's see. So, we're talking about what are the connections between Eshmun, King David, Dumuzid, and Jesus Christ?
Oh, that's so freaky. AI can do that.
Oh shoot! After reload.
I'm gonna have to get to bed here, guys. I gotta work in the morning.
Okay, take care, man. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah, for sure. We gotta do this again.
Definitely, and we're going to have a lot of good footage to edit down.
Yeah, hell yeah. All right, you guys have a good night.
Take care.
Good night. Take care.
So, here, let's check this out. See what it gives us. Okay. Eshmun, Dumuzid, and Jesus Christ are deities worshipped in ancient cultures, with Eshmun being a god of healing worshipped in Phoenician god, Dumuzid being a Babylonian deity of agriculture and vegetation, Jesus Christ being the central figure in Christianity. King David, on the other hand, is a historical figure who is considered a king of... Okay, there's no direct connection between these figures. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Don't they all have connections with the idea of the return of divinity and the number 8, as well as its factors? Or no, products. Would it be products or factors? It's been so long. Products, I think.
Yeah, well, products will be the sum, right? Factors will be like within.
Maybe derivatives. That should work.
If you're going to use derivatives, that's probably factors, right?
I'm not sure. Okay. The idea of the return of divinity, also known as the return of the gods or apotheosis, is a common theme in many cultures and religions, and it can be seen in the stories and beliefs surrounding Eshmun, Dumuzid, Jesus Christ, and King David. However, the specific connection to the number 8 and its derivatives is less clear. In some religious and cultural... No! Okay. Let's see. I'm going to have to push it on this. In the case of King David and Jesus Christ, wait, what? Okay, so Jesus Christ is seen as having risen from the dead, and his return is prophesied in the Bible as a central event in the end times. King David, on the other hand, is not directly... Holy crap, this is really long. All right, let's see.
Wow, this AI is going in.
Isn't King David aren't King David and Eshmun both the eighth sons of their fathers?
I wouldn't be surprised. I actually already believe it.
Yeah. Yes, that's correct. King David is described as the 8th son of Jesse in the Old Bible.
Wow.
Old Testament of the Bible. Similarly, Eshmun was described as the 8th son of the god Baal, according to the Phoenician mythology. The significance of this coincidence is not clear, but it's possible that the number 8 was associated with these figures due to its association with renewal, new beginnings, and resurrection in many cultures and religious traditions.
Well, how could they be associated if they were actually the 8th son? You know?
Well, because Eshmun, I mean,
unless you're seeing it from an atheistic point of view.
Let's see. Well, keep in mind this is an AI; it doesn't have opinions.
All right.
No.
I'm not criticizing the AI. I guess I'm sort of what's the word? I don't know. Like thinking about it in a more macro way.
Ooh, let's see.
But Ariel, isn't the connection because like what I'm seeing is the connection is the farmer planting the seeds, right? And then it blooms, and then he reaps. So that God figure, that El Elyon figure, is both the sower and the reaper, right? He's both like the Chronos side of it, and he's also like the planter. And it goes back to the Sator square. So Sator, the harvester, the Arepo, the reaper, right? The savior, he plants, it grows, he sows it, then he reaps it, the sickle. Then, so like I'm seeing that connection in every single pantheon. It goes back to Genesis. Adam has to toil on the ground. He doesn't get food now given to him. He has to sow it himself and be a farmer. And then you have this. Then you have the dualism of the hunter, of like Cain is the hunter, Abel is the farmer. The example you showed earlier, it was Esau and like when you're talking about Edom, who was it? Esau and but you know what I mean. Esau was the hunter, and then
Esau.
Yeah, Esau, and then the other guy, what was his name?
Jacob.
Jacob. Oh my God, Jacob. Right. Oh my God. So Jacob, he's described what? If you go back to the text, he's described as the mild-mannered farmer. So he's like the divine shepherd. He's the good shepherd. And then Esau was the hunter. That's how he's described. So right there, you gain the dualism. And then you have this dualism within the genealogy of Adam, and then all the pagan pantheons are the same. Like there's Tammuz, he sows the seeds, the light, like how like that's the third connection I'm seeing. I don't know if that rings true to you. And yes, Philip, Georgia gained the name from Saint George. That's one of the theories. There's actually some other theories of how we got the name. The Greek word for like earth, for people working on the earth, is like, so if geo is earth or like land, Georgia is like people of the earth. So we were actually called soil creatures, toll workers, we soil creatures, as Adam is referred to. If you read James Table's translation, he doesn't translate to human, he translates it to soil creature. You know, that's how Adam is sort of described in the Hebrew. That's the way James Table describes it. But that's one of the theories. There's another theory. So Saint George, that's one theory. Geo from Greeks, that's another theory. And there's another theory that the Persians called us gorge, as in that's the etymology of gorgeous. So we were called Gurgistan, like land of the gorgeous people, because for some reason when the Persians invaded us and colonized us, they're like, wow, you're really beautiful people. So they named us the land of the gorgeous people. So there's like three sort of explanations of the origins of our name to answer that question. Which one is the correct one? It's probably a little bit of all of them, to be honest. So, and was the dragon an army cult or something else? Well, the dragon would be Satan in that case, and Saint George is like the Jesus figure. Some people say the dragon represents descendants of Jason's wife. I don't know. I've actually haven't even read the Jason story yet, so I won't be able to comment. And Jacob, do you think Jacob, Ariel, do you remember the wrestling with the angel of the Lord passage from Genesis, that Jacob, is literally wrestling with some sort of angel, and then it's over the face of God? Do you think that that's sort of like a very early idea of the dualism of God? So it's like Jacob he's wrestling with God, so he's the one who's sort of putting the adversarial part into God. So that lends to my earlier theory that it's like the evils of Yahweh in the Old Testament, it's actually the evils of humans. It's just like we're the ones, like the other guy said earlier. Sorry, I've forgotten his name. He explained it well. It's like we go and interact with them, and then we get wrath in return because, well, we're not pure, right? So it's like, but then we read the Old Testament and we're like, oh no, it's Yahweh who is terrible and harsh and who's evil. But it's actually, no, it's us interacting with it. That's what's going on. Ariel, do you think that resonates? Have you ever thought about that? Like Jacob wrestling with the angel being like a proto idea of dualism of Satan and Yahweh, Christ and Antichrist, but it's from the perspective of Jacob, because he's the one who's fighting against God, right? He's fighting against the divine will, and he's turning it.
So sorry, I thought I was talking before, but I was muted. So honestly, I haven't thought about it in that context. I mean, I think that, and maybe I misinterpreted this, but the idea that humans can affect God, I think that idea comes about later. I mean, or maybe not later, but the idea that something that is in humans can go into God. I don't necessarily see support for that, but in terms of the idea that it's like a early parallel or earlier reference to this parallel, I mean, I think it's just this inherent antinomian nature to God of being the beginning and the end. There's just there's no way of getting around it.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say you affect God. It's like he's unaffectable. It's just the reflection we get onto ourselves is what we change. That's what we.
Oh, wait. So you mean our perception of God has changed?
Yeah, it's like we don't affect him, right? But then it's like he comes to us completely pure, and then we're the ones through our own screwed upness, if that's a word, which it isn't. We're the ones who morph that into. So we're the Jacob who's so it says in Genesis, Jacob has no reason to fight against that angel. There's absolutely no reason. He's the one who's making it into a problem. He's the one who's making it into a thing, So
yeah, check this out because this is really interesting. So I said, I've heard that Misor is connected to Mitzrayim, the Hebrew name for Egypt, and Siddiq may be connected to Tzedek and epithet of El. So it said, yes, that's correct. Mitzor is often associated with Mitzrayim, the Hebrew name for Egypt, and some scholars have suggested that the two names are related. Additionally, Siddiq is sometimes linked to Tzedek, an epithet of the Phoenician deity El, meaning righteousness. These connections are based on linguistic similarities and cultural associations, but the exact relationships between the names and deities remain uncertain. So I said, is there any possible relationship between Misor and Osiris or Wasir? There is a possibility of a connection between Misor and Osiris, also known as Wasir or Wasir, in ancient Egyptian religion. Some scholars have suggested that the name Misor may have been influenced by the name Osiris, as the two names are similar in sound and have similar linguistic roots. Additionally, the similarities between the mythology of Osiris and the gods of the Phoenician pantheon, including Misor, have led some to speculate about a cultural. Oh wow! Even the name Misor, it means straits or like dire straits or like narrow straits, and that's connected to the idea of being trapped in a box.
Right.
But yeah, about a cultural exchange between the ancient Egyptians and Phoenicians. However, the exact nature of any connection between Misor and Osiris remains uncertain, and and more research would be needed to establish a different link. So
the holiest of holies in the box.
Oh, interesting. So if that's the case, would that make Siddiq equivalent to Set? It has been suggested by some scholars that Siddiq may be equivalent to Set, the ancient Egyptian god of chaos, violence, and the desert. The connection is based on the similarities between the characteristics and associations of Set and those of the Phoenician god represented by the name Siddiq. However, as with the connection between Misor and Osiris, this connection is not firmly established, and more research would be needed to definitively link Siddiq with Set. Additionally, it is worth noting that the relationship between Phoenician mythology and ancient Egyptian religion is complex and not fully understood. So let's see. Didn't the Egyptians claim the Israelites worship? Let's see. Yes, that is correct. According to some ancient Egyptian texts, the Israelites were accused of worshiping Set, the god of chaos, violence, in the desert. This was an attempt by the Egyptians to denigrate the Israelites and their religion, as Set was widely regarded as a negative figure in ancient Egyptian religion, the exact nature of the religion. So let's see.
So yeah, Ariel. So this is basically the Egyptian Satan, right? So they're calling their Jesus Satan, basically, right? They're calling Yahweh Satan, but then the Jews are going, no, actually, this is the real pure one, actually. So there's that interfeud going on, and then that's just like now what we were discussing earlier about, or if you call Jesus Lucifer, the people's heads will explode, right?
Yeah. Let's see. So even if Siddiq is not definitively proven to be Set, is it true that the Egyptians and possibly Phoenicians saw Set and Siddiq / Sedek / El Sedek Sedek as the same deity? Okay, let's see what it says. It is possible that that the Egyptians and Phoenicians saw Set and Siddiq / Sedek / El Sedek as the same deity, or at least similar figures with overlapping characteristics and domains. Some scholars have suggested that there may have been a cultural exchange between ancient Egypt and the Phoenician-speaking peoples, which would have resulted in the transfer of religious ideas and deities from one culture to the other. In this context, it is possible that Set was seen as a similar equivalent deity to Siddiq / Sedek / El Sedek by the Phoenicians, or vice versa. However, without more concrete evidence. That's the thing. So much of it's reconstruction that we can never know for sure.
But you know what? I know David Litwell is like, he's one of those like super. No, there's got to be super concrete evidence before anyone can make an assumption. I'm like the complete opposite spectrum of that. I'm like the tiniest kernel of connection. I'm just like, it's real. It's true.
Yeah, I know it's like it's invigorating, but it's important to stay grounded. Otherwise, you can't distinguish, or not that you can't distinguish, but it's like, at least I think it's important in order to make sure that people know that you're not just making wild assertions, and that you can have wild ideas, but that you're not claiming that they're true.
And also, I think that sort of side of scholarship needs to, like, not be as abrasive in response to the more outlandish theories, right? There's no need for this combative like back and forth. I don't know if you've like this is not even in religious studies. It's even in like in science and like maths and all these other normal faculties. I've gone onto Reddit and made some like on like a science subreddit. I made like an outlandish theory, and I get absolutely bombarded with downvotes and people calling me stupid and all this sort of stuff. And I'm just like, no, guys, there's actually a kernel of something here. You're just being intentionally something's just sort of like hitting on your, I don't know, your ego and just making you like this. There's no need for this. And this is the same thing I think in religious studies. Like it's like, I think, but to be honest, I think it's more the scholars who are the most who like do that the most. I don't know if you find that that's a thing.
Sorry, what?
Oh, I'm just saying like it's like, I'm just saying like we should allow like the discussion of these theories. We shouldn't put it down straight away. We should let it bloom to its nth degree. We should let scholars that instantly put it down, like, where's the evidence? Was this? Was that? Like, that's only conjecture. That's this. Not okay. It's might be conjecture and stuff, but it's like, allow the thought process to fully bloom. Let it out into the open, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
so check this out. I found this. This is from 12 years ago.
Everything that we discuss, and as I said, I don't ever doubt the sincerity or the genuine faith behind it, and the sincerity of the position. But everything that is discussed in the context of Jesus is discussed by others about Jesus. This is a problem that a lot of Muslims, not just Muslims, but atheists, agnostics, New Testament scholars have pointed out, that a lot of what Christian theology, Christian interpretation comes from people other than Jesus. So Jesus didn't say any of this about the resurrection. Jesus didn't say anything about this divinity, etc., etc. So a lot of what you talk about, so when we talk about the resurrection, the meaning, what does it mean to be resurrected? What does it mean for Jesus to come back to life and be crucified? Comes from Paul, comes from others, but it's Paul who says later on in one of the letters to Corinthians, that Jesus' resurrection, he died for our sins, he was raised, etc., etc. And he says that, and that comes from him. And he says, this gospel is my gospel. This is what I believe. This is what I've seen in a dream. And this is one of the bones of contention, is that even if we, like Sir Syed Ahmed Khan, say, well, this Bible is a great book, we accept it. And actually, most Christians don't regard the Bible like we regard the Quran. They don't. The biblical inerrancy is not a position that's commonly held these days. Even if we were to accept it was an infallible, inerrant, miraculous word of God, the clear proofs are not there. And this is, the question we asked at the outset: why can't I believe in Jesus as Christians believe in Jesus? Because I genuinely am skeptical that Jesus would want me to believe in him in that manner, and I've yet to see the historical or theological evidence that says that.
Mm-hmm. See, it always seems to me strange when people say, oh, it's only in Paul that we get Jesus as anything more than a human being. Because if you read what's in Jesus' mouths in the Gospels, where he's claiming the ability to forgive sin, to still the storm, he's say
all the Old Testament prophets had the power to bring people back to life, part C's,
but not to forgive sins, not to say. I mean, what about this verse in Matthew where Jesus says, "Come to me, all who are weary and heavy laden, and I will give you rest."
Isn't that simply intercession? Isn't that simply an intermediary? Isn't that simply a path to God? I mean, this is.
Well, I don't think it is. It's come to me. And have you read what he says in John's Gospel? I am the way and the truth and the life. I am the resurrection and the life.
But I can believe in that sentence. I can say that sentence. you see? I can say, as a Muslim, I can believe that Jesus, prior to Muhammad, we believe he's the second most important prophet in Islam. I can believe he's the truth. I can believe he's the way. I can believe he's. I don't have to believe that he's God incarnate as man. That's where I hit a brick wall, because, as you said at the start, our conceptions of God are so different. The oneness of God, the unity of Allah, of the God, in Islam means that we can't get into, we can't even comprehend the idea of the Trinity. Again, as I said, rightly or wrongly, Muslims believe the Quran is the word of God, unaltered,
we'll
unchanged,
talk about that one later.
infallible, etc. You happily concede that the Bible is not the word of God. Jesus is the word of God. The Bible is inspired, it's holy, but it's not. We all accept. I mean, even Christian scholars accept certain things have changed, certain things have been added, certain things we're not sure the original source of. Doesn't that lead to some doubt in your mind when you say Jesus said this, Jesus said that? How do we know? We're still disputing who wrote the Gospel of John even today.
Yes. Well, again, I suppose for me, it's a step of faith that comes at the end of a process of reflection. So for me personally, I came into this as a teenager through a process of reflection and of personal struggle when I realized that I was a sinner. To me, in a sense, that's the bottom line, and the bottom line difference between us, that in Islamic thinking, it's somehow possible to follow God's law. In my own experience and in biblical thinking, the hard fact is that when we really try to follow God's law, what we discover is we can't. We're limited. Don't know if you've ever really tried to be good and discovered that you can't be. So it was that pushed me to opening my life to Jesus and saying, I need change. And it's a long story, but basically when I opened my life to Jesus to change me, I started the path to a total life change. Now, following on from that, I started to read the Bible. And when I started to read it, I would sit there with a pencil, criticizing it, writing in the app, I don't agree with it, I don't like that. Little by little, I found that it started to criticize me. And then I started to look at the historicity of the thing and so on, to realize that I should accept it as the historical documents. And I moved on from there to the point where I said, okay, Lord, this is the book that we have. I believe that you are sovereign, and I will therefore accept this book as a basic authority. Having said that, I then needed to look at it again and say, what is it? And as you rightly say, it's not the word of God in the sense that Jesus is. The Gospels are not a book that God gave to Jesus. They're not. In our thinking, God didn't give Jesus a book. This is one of the reasons why I say I'm not sure I can say any of your creed, because from within a Christian perspective, God does not speak by giving books.
There's so much
about
to
a
that.
child you love. Now imagine.
Sorry, what?
There's so much to that clip you could break down. Do you want to say on it something about it first, Ariel, or should I?
You go ahead.
Well, I think it's like this is like a lot of those arguments are what atheists usually like throw at things like the Bible, and it's like you sort of have to break down their logic. You have to sort of like show how they're being illogical. So it's like they're expecting. It's like, why would God, when he enters into our realm, it's like he can't himself. He still has to be hidden, because remember, he can't be seen, right? That's the ultimate Jewish doctrine. In our world, in this fake world, we can't ever see God, because it like that's one of the laws. No one can look in his eyes. He can only look at us. So it's like.
So have you ever heard of the Mandaean idea of Adam HaKaseh?
No.
Here, check this out. Let me see if I can get it to know anything. Let's see. Let's see. Who is Adam HaKaseh in Mandaeism? Adam HaKaseh is a prominent figure in Mandaeism, which is a Gnostic religion that originated in the Middle East. In Mandaean tradition, Adam HaKaseh is considered to be the first human being and the progenitor of the Mandaean people. He is revered as a symbol of purity and holiness and is believed to have a special connection to the divine realm. In Mandaean scripture, Adam HaKaseh is described as a spiritual guide and a teacher who imparts important religious knowledge to his followers. What does his name mean? Now, I know, I just want to show it for people. The name Adam HaKaseh in Mandaeism is derived from Aramaic, and it means the first human, or the first man. Wait, what? No. That's not true. Doesn't HaKaseh mean the hidden one?
One, yes. Right. The hidden one. So that's my error. That's my point. He can't fully give his like. Firstly, our words. These are fallen words. These are our creations. You know what I mean? So it's like.
So, oh wow. So, is it basically the idea how even like with our human language we can never truly refer to God by name?
Exactly, yes. And so what the fully revealed tetragrammaton is this singular word that transcends our stupid man-made creation. It's like, so if that's like the law of laws, right? Like our words, they're little qubit carvings of that word. It's like we're breaking it down, we're crucifying it, so all these words, right, all the words that can ever exist, our meanings we apply to them, they can all be singularized into this one word, this fully revealed tetragrammaton. So it's like, so when that guy says, why doesn't God come in and then put his words into a book? Well, that logically can't happen. You see how you can break down the logic?
Yeah.
But like a lot of people don't know how to argue with this stuff. So then the atheist wins, or the Muslim wins. This is why I always say that, like, this is how Islam kind of falls apart, because its logic doesn't check out. Judaism's logic checks out. Like, that's the difference. So this idea that God is completely separate from us, that makes no sense. That can't be the case. God has to be all around us. The presence has to be here. The face has to be right behind the veil. So Islam's doctrines make zero sense.
I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss it, especially when there's like for instance, like, have you looked into different Sufi traditions at all?
I have, but here's the thing though. Those Sufi traditions and those sects that syncretize Islam with Plato and with Hermeticism and Neoplatonism and Aristotle and like whatever else, it's like they're sort of ignoring the logical contradictions. You can't syncretize Plato and Islam. They completely disagree. So the Sufis almost have to like, yeah, but that actually means this way. Well then, but wait, are you saying that the Quran isn't the eternal word of God? Because then now you're saying, wait, it's actually this is what it's actually saying. So which one is it? You know?
I have someone you should probably talk to then, because I think they would at least try to prove you wrong. I mean, you might not accept, what they're saying, but at the very least, he has a lot of interesting ideas. He's actually a friend of Chris Bennett, if you know who Chris Bennett is.
I don't think I do know.
Yeah. So there's this one guy. He's a Sophia Wahid Azal. He's really cool. I think he and Chris had a bit of a falling out just over their identification of like the soma plant, the soma plant. But like I think it's just like a minor thing. But either way, he's a really cool guy, and I'll try to get him on my channel one time, or try to get him on Neil's. That would be cool. But
that'd be cool.
So here, check this out. So this is something that kind of corresponded with the idea that we can't really refer to God by name. It's also in Spanish, so hopefully we can understand some of it, or at least.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Continuamos con nuestras clases de Bereshit. Hoy quisiéramos ver la tercera palabra de Bereshit bara Elohim. En principio creó Dios.
So in the so Bereshit bara Elohim, in the beginning God created, or in the beginning was created God.
El primer nombre que nos dan de Dios es Elohim, Bereshit bara Elohim.
Yeah, so he's bringing into this idea of in the beginning God was created.
Elohim
God created.
Se escribe con Aleph, Lamed. Aquí en lugar de una pap va este pequeño puntito que es el que nos dice que es
So that's Elo. He's not putting the vav.
Plural.
So
Elohim.
So that's
Elohim, ese es el primer nombre de Dios. Ahora, en este primer nombre de Dios, todo lo que empieza con él o termina con él es Dios. Aquí está él.
So that's El, God.
Gabriel termina con EL, el mensajero de Dios.
Rafael,
Dios, nuestro sanador. Dios que sana, Dios sanador. Daniel, Dios es nuestra justicia. Elizabeth, Dios es mi plenitud. Y así nos vamos a encontrar con diferentes nombres que él, Elías, Eliahu, Elías, Dios es Yah. Eliahu, Dios es él. Todos los que empiezan con él o terminan con él tienen que ver casi con el nombre de Dios. Él es Dios. Y
so you're saying El is God.
Agarramos la primera parte, sería como
Ele.
También un singular.
Ele.
Hay quien lo puede decir que es Eloha.
Oh,
Eloha.
so you're saying Eloha is the full name, or the full word for El.
También es el singular de Dios.
I thought it was a Eloah. There's no H. It's like Eloah.
No, Eloah.
That's like. I see.
Y es un plural. Pero si lo leyéramos.
So you're saying that the im, it means it's plural.
Ahora, de izquierda a derecha diría mi. Y mi es quién.
So what's interesting, so Yud Mem or Mem Yud. Mem Yud is me, which means who.
¿Quién es? Dios. Ahora.
So Ele, me. Who is God?
Wow. Wow. And Ariel, this ties into that theory where we're working out from the pantheons, from all these our creations our minds can fathom, who is God, who is this perfect image, right? It's crazy that's connected back to the root of the word.
I would actually view it within the context of the one who is. So like who
right.
is, not within a question, but like the who is, or like the one who created the world, or the one who is God. Like
I see.
idea that the name Eloah doesn't directly refer to God, but you can say the one who is Eloah.
Right. I see. But isn't that like the one who is so? But we don't know. Do you see? We don't know. Like our mind has to align with being able to see who that is, right?
Yeah, and also Kara, honestly, yeah, and I mean more than anything, I have surgery in like in the morning, and so I'm just trying to more than
no way.
Yeah, just sinus surgery because I've been clogged in my left sinus for a long time. So more than anything, I'm just kind of like anxious. So yeah, I'm just trying to juice all these thoughts that I can because I mean, you know, everything's going to be fine, but it's like the moment I go to sleep is closer to when I wake up. And so, yeah. Thanks. But yeah, this is a really interesting topic that we're covering right now. But so check this out because so he's talking about Eloah, me Eloah, but it gets even more interesting.
Mi, Dios no es un plural, es un concepto de un nombre que nos da muchas cosas a entender. Ajá. Este mi es mi.
So he's writing out
mi
me.
Es.
Me is. So
¿Quién
who is?
Es cuando.
¿Quién?
Las envía.
Wait, las envía. Why?
Del cielo.
Okay, this is where my knowledge.
Ni es quien los envía o las envía del cielo. Es de lo invisible, de lo. El hoja es a lo visible le pone un nombre. A lo visible le pone un nombre. O sea, primero se crea la idea desde el cielo y del cielo cuando lo envía a desde el L con estos.
Okay, here.
O sea, de la idea de lo que no existe, mi, desde el cielo les pone un nombre y las cosas se hacen visibles. Con mi y la segunda parte es L, E, D, con estas dos L, con estos formamos su nombre, Elohim.
So
entonces, por lo tanto,
it's really huge. So Elah so Elah means these or them. So the idea is that me. So at the top you have here actually let me show this. Let's see where to be. All right, here. So so you know about like the tree of life in Kabbalah at all?
Of course.
Yeah, so here, let me find a good diagram. Yeah, this one's more or less good. So let's zoom in. Where is it? Oh shoot. Wait, where is it? Here. So basically, so me is like Keter. It's like it's like basically the manifestation of God within the world, but like yet to be, potentiated. So that's the me, the one who creates. Mm-hmm. And again, it wouldn't maybe not connected with Keter, but like it's just easier to visualize it than imagining it above it. So you have me.
I see. And then them is the other emanations below it, right?
Well, interesting. Yes. Like these ones. But then you have Ma. So me, Ela, and Ma. So you have me and then Ma. So me creates Ma. Who creates what? So like the one who creates everything that is created. So everything that is what is created by who? The one who creates. And so then you have this idea that once you have the creation of what, you're able to have these, because you have the ability to have a distinction between what, like basically it's almost like the idea of having ones and zeros. Binary allows you to then encode other numbers as well.
Right. It's like once you have the binary as the base, all follows then from there.
Yeah, and so where this gets really interesting is the idea that, so you could view it as, here you have me, Ma, and then once you get to here, to Binah, you get Ela. Because it's only once you get here that you have the name of Elohim. So like here, I forget what the name would be associated with here, but here it would be, I want to say Yah, here it's El or Elohim. And the idea is that once you have Elohim, you have this distinction which allows for the actual like manifestation of more than just God. So it's this idea of like God, like, you know, basically like seeding this creation in the world, then manifesting within it, and then using that manifestation in order to create a distinction. And once you have that distinction here on Binah, then it goes down to Chesed, and you start dealing with like spiritual ideas beyond just like a binary.
And isn't that what we're doing then? Because when with Jesus or with any other prophet or figure, or even with the idea of gods, isn't that what we're doing? We're doing that distinction in our minds, right? So we are in that process. So it's like why the kata already knows itself, right? It doesn't need to beget itself again. So it begets like a gradient of it, a version of it, an off-kilter version of it, and then from that creation we distinction ourselves from the kata, from the creators, and then that's like a feedback loop, right?
Kind of, yeah. So the thing that really strikes me with this is, because if you were to view things like within this paradigm, let's see, oh shoot, I'm just trying to find a simple basic, let's see, where is it? Trying to find one that's okay. Wait, can I just zoom in here? These all work. Shoot. Okay, where is it? Here. Okay, here.
That's an amazing idea, though. Wow, and this was like been. If they even put it together, it would have been in the Kabbalah, the Tree of Life itself. This idea.
So let's see. Let's see. Oh, okay. So yeah, the name associated with Keter is Ihya. Then Chokhmah is. Does it even say? Oh, yeah. So yeah, then you have Binah is Yahweh Elohim, and then down here you have El. You have Elohim Gibor. Then you have Yahweh Eloah Vadat, I guess. Then you have Yahweh Tzevaot, Elohim Tzevaot, Shaddai El Chai, which is interesting because it means like the breasted God, the breasted living God, which is a very clear reference to Asherah, but obviously gets circumvented by Yahweh. Which it's even interesting because you have this idea that, so here you have like the you have I'm trying to think. You have the Yud, you have the Hey, then you have the Vav, and then you have the last Hey. And so the idea is that the entire Tree of Life is God as well. And so it's like,
yeah.
But so the thing that I wanted to point out though is basically you have this idea of like the duality of Lucifer. And so Lucifer is the light bearer or the light bringer. And so in that context, like obviously there's an association with Venus. but more so in the case of Jesus, so he's the son of the dawn. So he could still be the son in this context, but basically you have this idea that he is the one that is in between the potentiations of this idea of like being Lucifer, whether it's as like whether it's as Christ or as Satan, even though it's the duality is they're both Lucifer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because
and
like the son of the dawn, it's the son of light, right? Light being this idea of that's God itself, this, because it Ariel, I think you've noticed like the seven colors of the rainbow correspond to the seven archangels, and if you could somehow singularize those seven colors, there must be a monistic color that is created from those seven colors. It's just we can never know it, because when we put it together, it turns to black, right? But it's only black to our eyes, because we may never see God, because we can't see God. That black is actually absolute light, but it's just that's the veil. That's the idea. That's how dualism hides the face of God from us. So in mathematics, you can the bottom baseline you can go to is binary. There's nothing you can't see past binary, but there is a place past that binary. Logically, there has to be, but then that binary is that prison, right? And
just real quick, because I do need to get going soon.
Yeah,
we did send you a link to the Discord server, and we have some really good discussions there. But I do want to end.
I see it. Yeah.
I want to end the stream while we're at like a good place at 7 hours and 49 minutes trying to get the 7-7 thing. But anyway, I'll talk to you later, and good night, everyone.
Oh, man,
Why the hell was ever the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read them. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. Oh yeah, I'm Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be this year. I'm Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. We want Mashiach now. Mashiach now. We don't want to wait.